Chapter 1. Jian Chen. Within a seemingly endless chain of mountain ranges, there were two sword-shaped mountain peaks well over 1,000 feet tall and 100 meters apart from each other as it towered under the vast ocean of clouds. Both of these sword-shaped mountains were extremely precipitous and looked as if two gods had once stabbed their swords into the world. No matter where one looked, there was no way to climb up these mountains. At the very top of these peaks, there was only less than 100 meters between one peak to the next. There was a faint amount of fog that hampered the visibility of the area to a confusing degree. However, despite the hazy visibility, one would still be able to faintly make out two people standing at the very top of the mountain peaks calmly and motionlessly as if they were stone statues. Only their clothes and wind had fluttered with the fierce gale of wind that blew across the sky. Between these two people, one of them was a youth that was no older than 20 years old. This youth was incredibly handsome with a flawless facial appearances. It could be said that his appearances was simply unrivaled throughout the world and was a natural lady killer. His rather ordinary-looking eyes contained a unique amount of attractiveness and fascination to them and seemed as if it could steal the soul of whomever. The youth had long black hair with a length that reached his waist without being tied up in any way, allowing it to float freely in the fierce wind as if it was dancing. On his back was a single long sword that was wrapped up in a thick white layer of cloth. On the exquisite sword hilt that stuck out from the cloth, one could make out the two words light wind. What was most puzzling about the sword, however, was the fact that there had been no ropes binding it to the youth at all. It seemed as if it was stuck to the back of the youth without any chance of falling, clearly a very hard display to explain. This youth's name was Jian Chen, the #1 expert with a name that shook the heavens, and the Jianghu with the moniker of Sword God. His quick sword techniques had long since reached perfection and could be considered the sword master of the generation. Despite being only 20 or so years old, he had already reached a realm of great heights. The details regarding Jian Chen were relatively unknown to the people of the Jianghu. Aside from that he was an orphan with no affiliations to any school or sect, there was nothing else known about him. His history was essentially a riddle, and the strong style of martial arts and the exquisite sword style he used had been an utter mystery on where to learn it. And on the other sword-shaped peak 100 meters away was a single large man wearing black robes. This was an elderly man who looked to be around 50 to 60 years old with hair that was tied up in the same fashion of the neck of a crane. Both of his elderly eyes lit up with a lively spirit that seemed to shine with a light that lit up the entire area. His gaze had been like a sharp sword that would make anyone unwilling to look straight at him. In his hand was a black and thick long sword. But what was most surprising was that this giant sword had no edge to it. This elderly man was the legendary figure that had disappeared from the Jianghu over 100 years ago, Dugu Qiubai. But that was only a nickname of his, since no one had any idea on what his true name or identity was. The reason for this was because over 100 years ago, he had defeated every single unparalleled super experts. Nowadays, the amount of people that knew anything about Dugu Qiubai and were still alive were far and few. But even now, the splendid light he had cast in his former days had been passed on from generation to generation. 100 years later, his strength was surely much stronger than before, meaning that there was no one that knew just how strong Dugu Qiubai had become. Silently, Dugu Qiubai stared at the 20 or so years old Jian Chen from 100 meters away. His eyes were extremely terrifying and seemed to contain a sharp sword-like glare that seemed as if it could freeze someone at times. Jian Chen, despite being so young, you have a strength that is no weaker than mine. Your achievements in the way of the sword is something that even I can only hope to attain. But unfortunately, you've killed my one dear disciple, leaving me no choice but to take revenge. No matter what, I will act in place of my disciple for the sake of justice today. Dugu Qiubai spoke darkly. His previously calm voice had already started to fill up with a bloodlust that would cause people to tremble and shake. But Jian Chen's face remained calm as ever as he stared back at Dugu Qiubai impassively. His white robes fluttered gently into the air while the hair that dangled at his waist was sent dancing in the wind freely. I cannot be blamed for that. It was your disciple that decided to offend me first. It could only be blamed on his lack of skill that he was killed by my own sword. Jian Chen's lips opened and closed gently as the words came flowing out from his mouth. Laughing angrily, Dugu Qiubai spoke, "A lack of skill? Very well then. Then today I will see just how experienced you are. Let this old man see where you will be able to execute me with your light wind sword." As he spoke, Dugu Qiubai waved his heavy iron sword. Immediately, a strong amount of sword chi began to escape the sword before shooting straight for Jian Chen 100 meters away with the speed of a lightning bolt. Unsheathing his sword with an impassive face, Jian Chen quickly drew out the long sword that had been on his back to his hand. This double-edged sword was about 1.3 meters long and 2 fingers wide with a white light. Stabbing forward with the sword, an even more fierce amount of sword chi appeared from the sword and shot towards the jet of sword chi from Dugu Qiubai with a speed almost impossible to see with the naked eye. Bang! The 2 rays of sword chi collided with a loud explosion that rocked the eardrums. A large wave of chi scattered away from the epicenter with great speeds, scattering the lingering wisp of mist and clouds nearby. Straight away, Jian Chen and Dugu Qiubai flew straight for each other, leaving the twin peaks they had initially been standing on. As they reached the midway point of the 2 peaks, they began to engage each in a fierce battle midair. The 2 men had strikes that were impeccably fast, and the sounds made from their weapons striking against each other had been an endless stream of metallic rings. A sharp amount of sword chi shot out from all directions from the 2 and left giant holes in the landscape around them. As a result, countless of rocks had been sent cascading down 1,000 meters below. Within several breaths' worth of time, Jian Chen and Dugu Qiubai had already exchanged several hundred blows at lightning-quick speeds. Afterwards, the 2 men had leapt back to their respective mountain peaks. Each person were in a worse-for-wear state and had more than enough tears in their previously perfect clothing. With a serious expression that seemed to grow even more grim each second, Dugu Qiubai growled, "What a fast sword! It is no wonder that no one in the Jianghu is able to break past your sword. But, it is powerless against this old man." Dugu Qiubai paused for a moment before continuing to say, "If we continue on like this, the victor of this match will be hard to determine. We may as well use our strongest strike to find out the victor." With that, Dugu Qiubai suddenly exploded with power that seemed as if it was a single giant sword that pierced into the skies. Growing serious as well, Jian Chen too began to spike with a large amount of power that was by no means weaker than Dugu Qiubai. The power of the 2 men continued to escalate with an earth-shattering amount of force that filled the entire area. Soon enough, the power of the 2 began to cover the both of them and all over the entire mountains. Even the clouds themselves had a hole in them from the power exuded by the 2. A fierce gale began to scream and whistle with an ear-piercing sound that was reminiscent of a ghost wailing into the winds. Down in the forests below, countless of animals began to let out terrified sounds as they began to scuttle away from the area as far as their limbs could take them. The strength of the 2 men on the peaks continued to escalate as they prepared to unleash their strongest strike. Kika! Kika! Not too far away in the mountains, several small trees were unable to withstand the power of the 2. Snapping and breaking into several pieces, they were sent flying into the air and far away from the place. While Jian Chen and Dugu Qiubai's strength continued to rise, a stream of qi began to stream around them in a single revolution. Any trees or pieces of grass in the area had been pressed down against the ground in the face of their might, and several of the larger trees had even begun to shake back and forth. At the same time, a dazzling glow of white light appeared in Jian Chen's light wind sword while a jet black light appeared in Dugu Qiubai's heavy iron sword. The qi circulating around the 2 men began to grow stronger and stronger until there was a rich white glow that surrounded Jian Chen completely, and a deep black glow that surrounded Dugu Qiubai inside. The both of them had disappeared into their respective colors while all that was left to see was 2 balls of light shining with the exact opposite colors of each other. Yin. Jian Chen's light wind sword had already been filled with a resplendent glow and had started to shake with a powerful sword qi that would cause anyone to feel frightened. His black hair had fluttered crazily in the winds while the white robe he wore fluttered with it. His entire body floated in midair, and a single look was all it took for him to be identified as a war god with an indomitable strength. As the two men's strength continued to climb up to the peak, the two men suddenly let out a furious roar that shook the heavens like a bolt of lightning and pierced the eardrums. Straight away, a beautiful bright white light and a dark black light shot towards each other with incredible speed. In the instant where the two would collide against each other, there had been no sound as one would expect. When everything had calmed down, one could see that Jian Chen and Dugu Qiubai had changed spots. Each one were now on the other mountain peak away from each other with an equally pale face. A steady stream of blood could be seen flowing from Jian Chen's chest, staining his pure white robes instantly. In that split instance where the two sides had crossed paths, Dugu Qiubai's sword had pierced through Jian Chen's heart. As for Dugu Qiubai, he had lost his entire right arm, meaning that he would not be able to wield a sword any longer. The heavy iron sword that had been in it had long since dropped down 1,000 meters into the cliffs below. At the time where he had pierced Jian Chen's heart, he had lost his right arm in exchange. Standing silently on top of the mountain peak, a stream of fresh blood began to slowly leak from his mouth. His white face continued to grow paler and paler before it became as pale as paper. His heart had been pierced by Dugu Qiubai's sword, meaning that he was doomed to be stuck in an impasse where death was inevitable. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Dugu Qiubai began to laugh from the mountain peak he was standing on. Jian Chen, with your talent, you would most likely be able to defeat me given several years. But how unfortunate it is for you that your strength is lacking from mine. In the end, you were still defeated by my hand. As he spoke, Dugu Qiubai sighed shortly. Ai, for an old man like me to see to the funeral of a genius, what a sorrowful matter. But however, I must do what I must to avenge my disciple. Sensing that he was slowly being cut away from the power of life, Jian Chen began to close his eyes. At that moment, he was at peace with himself. Death to him was no important matter. After all, after traveling so many years in the Jianghu, Jian Chen had killed many men and death had long since dulled his emotions. The only emotion he had felt in his heart was that he would have no more chances to explore the pinnacle of the way of the sword. Just as Jian Chen submitted himself to a realm of calm, a sudden but strange feeling appeared within Jian Chen's mind. In that crucial moment, Jian Chen's spirit seemed to have harmonized with his long sword. He was the sword, and the sword was him. There had been no difference between the two of them. It was almost as if the sword had already become a part of his soul. At the same time, a powerful and pure amount of world energy began to descend from the skies before flowing into his mind one stream after another. As it entered, it began to perfectly harmonize with his soul, and as the energy of the world continued to pour into him, Jian Chen could distinctly feel that his own spirit began to grow at an accelerated rate. Simultaneously, his soul began to leave his body and into the boundless mountains and fields ahead. At this very moment, everything within 5,000 meters could be distinctly seen in Jian Chen's mind. He could even see a single mosquito on the ground living as it pleased without a problem. At the verge of his death, he had somehow managed to break through. Chapter 2. Chongyang Xiang Tian. Suddenly, the sword in Jian Chen's hand started to control itself. It was as if the long sword had a mind of its own. Unexpectedly, the sword shot toward Dugu Qiubai like a bolt of lightning, traveling at a very high speed. The speed of the long sword was almost inconceivable. Dugu Qiubai only reacted when the sword had reached his throat. The sword was infused with an extraordinarily fierce sword qi. Dugu Qiubai widened his eyes in fear just as the long sword pierced through his neck. After finishing the strike, mist appeared from the hilt of the sword. The mist swirled around in midair momentarily before the sword returned to Jian Chen's hand. A fist-sized hole slowly appeared in the middle of Dugu Qiubai's throat. The sword tip had expanded as it pierced through Dugu Qiubai's neck, enlarging the wound. If not for that, it would have been impossible for a sword that thin to create a wound of that size. Dugu Qiubai's eyes were wide open as he stared at the sword, not believing what he saw. After all, he had just witnessed an impossible feat. He slowly opened his mouth to say something, but unfortunately, his throat had already been impaled, rendering him speechless. With a final look of disbelief and terror, he slowly crumpled to the floor, never to stand again. Jian Chen clasped his sword silently before looking at the collapsed Dugu Qiubai. A gasp was threatening to escape from his own mouth. He didn't think that in this final hour of life he would make a breakthrough into the realm of the sword god. But however, it was for naught, as he himself was close to death as well. Inwardly sighing, Jian Chen's eyes slowly began to dim. Even though the breakthrough empowered his body, it was very hard to escape death, especially when one's innards are skewered. Soon after, Jian Chen followed Dugu Qiubai's footsteps into the afterlife, his body falling to the ground, proceeding into the abyss. After Jian Chen had fallen, the area in which he and Dugu Qiubai had fallen started to shake. So much so, that the two sword-like mountain peaks emitted a loud sound that shook the heavens and split the two mountains in half. Countless boulders and stones tumbled down the mountainside, creating an avalanche in all directions. The sky turned purple and green and the heavens and earth were illuminated. The colors danced and mixed to form a beautiful picture, and it was a shame that neither Jian Chen nor Dugu Qiubai were alive to see it, or the series of events which would follow afterwards. Inside a spacious and luxurious mansion, was a room decorated with great splendor. Outside this room, a large group of people had gathered. A young male paced relentlessly in front of the doors, his face was filled with anxiety and worry. He looked to be 30 years of age, and he gave off a majestic aura. Although he had aged a little, one could still see the handsome youth that he once was. He was wearing a gold-lined silver chongpao, which added to his handsome appearance, and he was surrounded by an aura similar to that of a host. His face was resolute, even his eyebrows were knitted together, almost forming a single lump. 3 meters outside of the room, a group of 30 people, ranging from young to old, were all lined up nervously. The elders of the group looked to be 60 to 70 years old already, with white hair all over their wrinkled faces. However, despite their age, their eyes could still make people shiver and quake in fear from the godly lights that flickered within. Judging by the glow from their eyes, the amount of fear they could inflict on others was so much that people wouldn't take them to be frail old men at all, but rather robust and healthy middle-aged men with the strengths of a tiger and dragon combined. The rest of the men were all around 30 to 40 years old, with imposing auras and eyes that revealed nothing. It was obvious with only one glance that this was not a group of normal people. And within the room in front of them, the sounds of a woman crying in pain could be heard. "Madam, keep on pushing, the baby is almost out. I repeat, the baby is almost out," an elderly but impatient voice could be heard through the pain-filled echoes. Those who could hear the voice could tell the owner of the voice was an elderly woman. Outside the room, the middle-aged man who was anxiously pacing about, abruptly froze in place and spoke with a sense of urgency. "Ai, this has been going on for an entire day and night already, how has Yunar not given birth? If this drags on for any longer, I'm afraid even Yunar will face an unfavorable situation." Even the man's voice was filled with never-ending anxiety. "My lord, please don't worry too much. Madam Yunar will definitely be fine. You forget that Madam Yunar is a bright saint master." A white-haired elder spoke with a tone of confidence, but even his face could not hide the look of worry on it. "Ai," the lord clad in a white chongpao began to sigh again repeatedly. The worry and anxiety on his face did not decrease even the slightest amount. Eventually, after the men outside had waited for 2 more hours, an excited voice came from within the room. My lord, Madam Yunar has given birth. She has given birth and is safe. And so is the boy." The amount of emotion in the voice was stirring up excitement throughout the house. Upon hearing that, the middle-aged man that was waiting anxiously became slack-jawed. The wariness in his face had been completely wiped out and replaced with an expression of joy and emotions. He was so emotionally moved that he couldn't find the right words to say, and blew open the doors so quickly that it was as if they didn't exist in the first place. His speed was almost inconceivable. No ordinary man could possess enough strength to pull off the same amount of speed he had just displayed. The middle-aged man immediately flashed over to the bedside and sat down beside it. His face was full of concern as he looked at the woman who was reclining on top of it. "Yuner, how are you feeling? You have to be all right." Despite his excitement, his voice was gentle and was brimming with concern. On top of the bed was a woman who was in the peak of her 20s. Her appearance was so beautiful, it could cause an entire state to fight and collapse upon itself for her hand. Her exhausted and pale face was drenched in sweat, but still managed to retain a divine look. The female looked up with a tired expression at the man by her side and smiled, "My dear husband, I am fine. Please just allow me to see my baby." "Oh. Yes. Right away. As long as Yuner is fine." The man started to smile with joy, but he turned around and looked at the bundled-up child in the midwife's arms. Right as he was about to speak, the eyebrows on the midwife knitted together and stared with rapt attention at the infant she was holding. Her arms continued to rock the bundle as she muttered, "Cry baby, go on and cry. What child are you that you do not cry? How odd, I have delivered many babies, and although the numbers have not reached over 1,000 babies, I have helped given birth to over 900. However, this is the first time I have seen a freshly delivered baby that does not cry." But at the same time she spoke, the men who were outside all piled into the room, each one of them had a smile on their faces. One after another each person began to congratulate the woman on the bed. The middle-aged man was still smiling greatly and spoke to the woman, "Yuner, you should rest up first. I'll bring the child over in a second." The man then got up and walked towards the midwife. "What's wrong? Could it be there's some sort of problem with the child?" His voice had dropped down slightly. Sometimes, some children would be born with diseases. This occurrence wasn't uncommon, and would actually happen often. He was already afraid that his newly born child had some sort of problem. Hearing his question, the midwife's face went sour as she looked at him, and said respectfully, "My lord, the young lord has no problems that I am aware of, but according to my 10 years of experience, every newborn child will start to cry. But this young lord is different. Look here, ever since his birth, he hasn't uttered even a single peep of sound. This is an extremely strange situation." The man's forehead creased in thought as he looked at the bundled infant. The infant's eyes were bright and showed no impurities within them as it looked all over the place. One moment he would look over here, and the next moment he would look over there. He was very cute in this way, and just by looking at him you would think there were no problems with him. However, the man didn't notice that the infant's bright eyes didn't have a single impurity in the vast abyss of his pupils. In fact, it had seemed like his eyes held a profoundness that shook the man's inner self, though he himself didn't believe it. Then as he put his hand on top of the infant, he saw a fine layer of yellow light suddenly float around his palm. Seeing the middle-aged man's movement, the midwife's face became uneasy. She was only a small midwife, one of society's lowest class, but even she was afraid if there was a problem with the child. If there was one, then the man would blame her, and she would not be able to recover from it. Despite the fact that this situation was not related to her in any way, she wouldn't have the power to say otherwise. The man quickly took his hand back, his own heart was finally at ease. A smile returned to his face once more as he laughed, "The child is safe and sound, I can't find even a single problem." He took the bundle from the midwife with another laugh. Upon hearing this, the midwife let out a breath of air in relief. With her heart rate slowly going back to normal, even she started to laugh in excitement. "What the Lord says is correct, perhaps this is a representation of the young Lord's future. He will surely become a strong and unique individual as he grows." As he listened to the midwife, knowing that this was an extraordinarily vague thing to say, he still couldn't help but laugh. Yes, I can only hope so. "Someone come here. Let us reward Mother Hong with 100 gold coins." The midwife's face grew joyously and immediately said with emotion, "I give the Lord many thanks, many thanks indeed." The father brought the infant to his mother on the bed and smiled, "Yuner, look. This is our child, look how cute he is. Yunar held onto the child tenderly and gave him a kiss on the forehead and spoke happily, "Dear husband, since our child is a boy, then as per our agreement beforehand, we shall call him Chongyang Xiangtian." Laughing, the husband said, "Not bad, I hereby officially declare that this child's name will be Chongyang Xiangtian. Come all. I invite all of my guests here today, tomorrow there will be a feast in my son's honor. We shall celebrate greatly." In a flash, a year had already passed. In front of a small lake, the figure of a child that wasn't even 1 meter tall stood about with a blank expression. Both of his eyes were staring attentively at the rock garden in the middle of the lake. The little boy was wearing a gorgeous set of clothes, but the expression on his face was unusually complex in a way that was strange to see on a 1-year-old boy. To be precise, this boy was Chongyang Xiangtian. And in this moment inside of his mind, a hair-raising scene was constantly playing. Just as if watching a movie reel, all he could see were pictures of mountain ranges that looked like 2 giant swords. Another image of a handsome young man of 20 years old with a sword came to his mind, along with the 100-year-old battle-hardened figure of Dugu Qiubai. Finally, at the time of his immediate death, he remembered the breakthrough he had experienced that had allowed him to reach into the realm of the sword god. After that, he remembered stabbing Dugu Qiubai through the neck, ending in their mutual destruction. Chapter 3. Refining the Body. Xiangtian looked at his tiny body and gasped. The look on his face could only be described as complex. Over the past year, he had lost count of how often moments of his past life had flashed before his eyes. The memories were so fresh in his mind, it was almost as if everything happened only yesterday, as if engraved into the very depths of his soul. No matter what he did, he couldn't forget the memories, but he understood now, he was called Jian Chen in his past life. After his death, he had carried with him the mysteries of his memory and soul, and had been reincarnated. He retained all of his memories even after his reincarnation, so even after being born, he already knew how to talk. And according to the conversations from the people at his bedside, he had a rough idea of what type of household he was in. More importantly, he had learned that he was no longer in the same world as before. This was a new world that Jian Chen had never heard of. Even the mansion Jian Chen lived in had a name, Chongyang Mansion. The mansion belonged to one of Luoer City's top 4 families, each had a foothold of power and influence. His own father was actually the leader of the Chongyang clan named Chongyang Ba. His mother was named Bai Yuntian and was the 4th concubine for the clan leader. Although she wasn't the primary wife, she still had a considerable amount of power in the family because she held the title of a Radiant Saint Master. Even though Jian Chen didn't understand what a Radiant Saint Master was, he did understand that it was because his mother was a Radiant Saint Master that her status was high in the clan, and there were many that respected her. In regards to Jian Chen himself, he was the Chongyang clan's 4th young lord, and had a majestic status within the clan. Jian Chen also had 2 elder brothers and an elder sister. The first brother was Jianghu, the sister was Chongyang Minjiu, and the second brother was Chongyang Ke. The 4 of them shared the same father, but each had a different mother. Excluding Chongyanghu, Chongyang Minjiu and Chongyang Ke had met with him multiple times and were both only a few years older than him. The eldest of the siblings was Chongyang Mingyu, who was 4 years old, 3 years older than Jian Chen. Chongyang Ke was 2 years older than him. Aside from them 4, however, there were still many other children in the family. At this time, an elderly housekeeper came up from behind Jian Chen and spoke softly, "4th young lord, it's getting late, and your mother is looking for you." Jian Chen was immediately jolted back to reality. Looking at the sky, he had come to the sudden realization that the sky was dimming, an indication of the impending night. Unconsciously, Jian Chen had been standing there for the whole afternoon. "I understand, Chong Bai. I will go back in a second." Chong Bai was the housekeeper for the Chongyang clan and essentially took care of every single matter within the family. Because of this, his status within the clan was fairly high. Although he was only a housekeeper, he had garnered a good amount of respect, practically the same amount as the head of the house himself had. A smile adorned Chang Bai's face as he watched Jian Chen with high expectations. Even when Jian Chen was only half a year old, he hadn't needed the help of others to walk, and quickly learned how to speak within 8 months. Not only could he speak clearly, but he could even communicate with others. With these 2 achievements alone, Jian Chen had already been called a genius, and many were eagerly awaiting to see how he would grow up. At night, Jian Chen accompanied his mother, Bai Yuntian, to eat dinner in the dining hall. The dining hall they both sat in was special, only the head of the house, his concubines, and his children could eat there. When Bai Yuntian and Jian Chen arrived at the dining hall, 3 beauties were already sitting at the circular dinner table. Each one of them looked to be in their 20s, and 2 of them each held a child in their arms. One of the children was a boy, and the other was a girl. The boy was around 3 to 4 years old, and was healthy but chubby. He was the 3rd son and young lord of Chongyang Ba Chongyang Ke. The moment Chongyang Ke saw Jian Chen, hostility and hatred swelled up in his eyes. It was clear to see that he was brimming with the intent to start something, and one could tell that he held a bias against Jian Chen. The 4 ladies could all sense the hostility radiating from Chongyang Ke towards Jian Chen, but none of them spared a second thought about it. In their minds, this was merely a small matter between children, and definitely not something that would be of great matter. The other child was a 4 to 5-year-old girl with 2 ponytails. Her bright eyes looked at the still hostile Chongyang Ke and laughed. With her 2 dimples that appeared with each laugh, she looked exceptionally cute. Although she was underaged now, it was certain that after she grew older, she would have beauty that could rival the gods. This child was the second born of Chongyang Ba, as well as the sole female child Chongyang Minjiu. 4th brother, you're here. Come and sit. Upon seeing Jian Chen, the smile on her face had become even more splendid, as she waved him over. Jian Chen nodded towards Chongyang Minjiu as a greeting, and sat down with his mother at the dinner table. Bai Yuntian began to pamper Jian Chen, softly saying, "Xiang say hello to your aunts and siblings." Without any other choice, Jian Chen looked at the pampered ladies, "Hello eldest aunt, second aunt, third aunt, second sister, and third brother." Ever since his mother had discovered that he could speak efficiently, she had been ecstatically teaching him the basic rules of etiquette. With Jian Chen's go-with-the-flow mindset, he didn't object to her teachings. It would prove beneficial to him in the long run as well in this new world. When he had first arrived in this strange new place, he had struggled intensely with this new body. Since he was reincarnated with his old memories, he still felt like Jian Chen. Deep within his soul, he did not think this new life was his, but as time went on, he gradually accepted his new body and life. No matter what though, Bai Yuntian was still his mother. Although it was a mystery on how he managed to retain his memories, they had been from a place on another world. It had no relationship to this new world, so Jian Chen had decided to hide away the memories in the deepest part of his mind. It was time to accept his new life and give it everything he had. The 3 ladies all smiled at Jian Chen. One of the ladies wearing golden robes laughed, "Sister Yun, it would appear that Xiang Tian is getting more and more intelligent. Ai, it's getting harder and harder to only see him as a 1-year-old child. I truly am envious of you for having such an intelligent child." The lady who spoke was the second wife of Chongyang Ba and mother to Chongyang Minjiu Bai Yushuan. "That's right, younger sister Yun, what second sister said is correct. Each and every day, I grow even more fond of Xiang Tian." Sitting next to Jian Chen with a tranquil look was another one of the 4 ladies. She was the 3rd wife Yu Fengyan. "Xiang Tian is certainly a child genius. To be able to walk at 6 months and speak at 8, these are feats that no other child his age would be able to replicate. I find myself anxious to see how much saint energy he has when he undergoes the test in 2 years, though I do sincerely hope that he will give us all a pleasant surprise when the time comes." The next lady who spoke was significantly older, and seemed much more temperamental than the others. She was the first wife Ling Long. The moment Ling Long finished her sentence, a deep manly voice spoke out, "I agree. I look forward to when Xiang Tian reaches his third year for this pleasant surprise as well." A 30-year-old man entered the dining hall, carrying himself with the manner of a master. With a white chongpao decorated with golden outlines, and a head of black hair that reached his shoulders, the man gave off a relaxed atmosphere. "Husband. Father." Immediately after seeing the man, the 7 people at the table all stood up at once and called out one after the other. Jian Chen was no exception, and softly cried out. This young man was indeed the head of the Chongyang clan, Chongyang Ba. Chongyang Ba strolled down to the dinner table and sat down with a gentle smile on his face. With a look at Jian Chen, he asked, "Xiang are you feeling happy living here still?" Jian Chen nodded his head, "Yes." A smile curled up on Chongyang Ba's face. "Xiang if you ever feel closed in this stuffy old house, feel free to explore the outside and experience it for yourself." "I know, father," Jian Chen replied. Chongyang Ba was indescribably happy at how intelligent Jian Chen was and how much he differed from any other 1-year-old. The family dinner went by joyously and the meal was consumed quickly. Afterwards, Jian Chen returned to his room alone. Based on his age, he should have been sleeping in the same room as his mother, but he had requested that he wanted his own room. Regarding this request, Jian Chen had been firm, and wouldn't be persuaded otherwise. Bai Yuntian had ended up accepting his request. And so that night, Jian Chen sat cross-legged on his bed, with both of his hands on his knees. The palms of his hands were facing upwards, as was his face, as he silently went through the motions of practicing the first principle of Azulate Sword Law. Azulate Sword Law, this was what Jian Chen had been studying for 20 years in his previous world and had become the strongest weapon in his arsenal. It was a type of cultivation that was both rare and formidable, it had principles that were profound and also contained many strong techniques. The Azulate Sword Law was something that Jian Chen had stumbled upon when he was a child. He had accidentally fallen off of a cliff while playing in the mountains, and somehow managed to survive the fall by landing in a pool of water. When he had awoken, he had found himself trapped in a cavern with fish as his only source of food. After finding the manual, he had dedicated himself to learning it, and finally succeeded after 10 years. With his breakthrough, he was able to jump out of the cavern and return to the lands above. Jian Chen was a war orphan who had been taken in by his great-grandfather and grandmother. 10 years had passed while he was trapped in the cave, so when he had returned to the village, his great-grandparents had already passed away from old age a long time ago. After paying his respects to them, the now alone Jian Chen left his little mountainside village to travel the world by himself. Jian Chen had accepted what life had given him in his past life, and he had accepted this new life as well. With this acceptance, he had started cultivating and refining his body for half a year, ready to regain his strength, refining the body. Xiang Tian looked at his tiny body and gasped, the look on his face could only be described as complex. Over the past year, he had lost count of how often moments of his past life had flashed before his eyes. The memories were so fresh in his mind, it was almost as if everything happened only yesterday, as if engraved into the very depths of his soul. No matter what he did, he couldn't forget the memories, but he understood now, he was called Jian Chen in his past life. After his death, he had carried with him the mysteries of his memory and soul, and had been reincarnated. He retained all of his memories even after his reincarnation, so even after being born, he already knew how to talk. And according to the conversations from the people at his bedside, he had a rough idea of what type of household he was in. More importantly, he had learned that he was no longer in the same world as before. This was a new world that Jian Chen had never heard of. Even the mansion Jian Chen lived in had a name, Chongyang Mansion. The mansion belonged to one of Luoyar city's top 4 families, each had a foothold of power and influence. His own father was actually the leader of the Chongyang clan named Chongyang Ba. His mother was named Bai Yuntian and was the fourth concubine for the clan leader. Although she wasn't the primary wife, she still had a considerable amount of power in the family because she held the title of a Radiant Saint Master. Even though Jian Chen didn't understand what a Radiant Saint Master was, he did understand that it was because his mother was a Radiant Saint Master that her status was high in the clan, and there were many that respected her. In regards to Jian Chen himself, he was the Chongyang clan's fourth young lord, and had a majestic status within the clan. Jian Chen also had two elder brothers and an elder sister. The first brother was Jianghu, the sister was Chongyang Minjiu, and the second brother was Chongyang Ke. The four of them shared the same father, but each had a different mother. Excluding Chongyanghu, Chongyang Minjiu and Chongyang Ke had met with him multiple times and were both only a few years older than him. The eldest of the siblings was Chongyang Mingyu, who was 4 years old, 3 years older than Jian Chen. Chongyang Ke was 2 years older than him. Aside from them four, however, there were still many other children in the family. At this time, an elderly housekeeper came up from behind Jian Chen and spoke softly, "4th young lord, it's getting late, and your mother is looking for you." Jian Chen was immediately jolted back to reality. Looking at the sky, he had come to the sudden realization that the sky was dimming, an indication of the impending night. Unconsciously, Jian Chen had been standing there for the whole afternoon. "I understand, Chong Bai. I will go back in a second." Chong Bai was the housekeeper for the Chongyang clan and essentially took care of every single matter within the family. Because of this, his status within the clan was fairly high. Although he was only a housekeeper, he had garnered a good amount of respect, practically the same amount as the head of the house himself had. A smile adorned Chong Bai's face as he watched Jian Chen with high expectations. Even when Jian Chen was only half a year old, he hadn't needed the help of others to walk, and quickly learned how to speak within 8 months. Not only could he speak clearly, but he could even communicate with others. With these two achievements alone, Jian Chen had already been called a genius, and many were eagerly awaiting to see how he would grow up. At night, Jian Chen accompanied his mother, Bai Yuntian, to eat dinner in the dining hall. The dining hall they both sat in was special, only the head of the house, his concubines, and his children could eat there. When Bai Yuntian and Jian Chen arrived at the dining hall, 3 beauties were already sitting at the circular dinner table. Each one of them looked to be in their 20s, and 2 of them each held a child in their arms. One of the children was a boy, and the other was a girl. The boy was around 3 to 4 years old, and was healthy but chubby. He was the third son and young lord of Chongyang Ba Chongyang Ke. The moment Chongyang Ke saw Jian Chen, hostility and hatred swelled up in his eyes. It was clear to see that he was brimming with the intent to start something, and one could tell that he held a bias against Jian Chen. The 4 ladies could all sense the hostility radiating from Chongyang Ke towards Jian Chen, but none of them spared a second thought about it. In their minds, this was merely a small matter between children, and definitely not something that would be of great matter. The other child was a 4 to 5-year-old girl with 2 ponytails. Her bright eyes looked at the still hostile Chongyang Ke and laughed. With her 2 dimples that appeared with each laugh, she looked exceptionally cute. Although she was underaged now, it was certain that after she grew older, she would have beauty that could rival the gods. This child was the second born of Chongyang Ba, as well as the sole female child Chongyang Minjiu. "4th brother, you're here. Come and sit." Upon seeing Jian Chen, the smile on her face had become even more splendid, as she waved him over. Jian Chen nodded towards Chongyang Minjiu as a greeting, and sat down with his mother at the dinner table. Bai Yuntian began to pamper Jian Chen, softly saying, "Xiang say hello to your aunts and siblings." Without any other choice, Jian Chen looked at the pampered ladies, "Hello eldest aunt, second aunt, third aunt, second sister, and third brother." Ever since his mother had discovered that he could speak efficiently, she had been ecstatically teaching him the basic rules of etiquette. With Jian Chen's go-with-the-flow mindset, he didn't object to her teachings. It would prove beneficial to him in the long run as well in this new world. When he had first arrived in this strange new place, he had struggled intensely with this new body. Since he was reincarnated with his old memories, he still felt like Jian Chen. Deep within his soul, he did not think this new life was his, but as time went on, he gradually accepted his new body and life. No matter what though, Bai Yuntian was still his mother. Although it was a mystery on how he managed to retain his memories, they had been from a place on another world. It had no relationship to this new world, so Jian Chen had decided to hide away the memories in the deepest part of his mind. It was time to accept his new life and give it everything he had. The three ladies all smiled at Jian Chen. One of the ladies wearing golden robes laughed, "Sister Yun, it would appear that Xiang Tian is getting more and more intelligent. AI, it's getting harder and harder to only see him as a one-year-old child. I truly am envious of you for having such an intelligent child." The lady who spoke was the second wife of Chongyang Ba and mother to Chongyang Minjai Bai Yushuan. "That's right, younger sister Yun, what second sister said is correct. Each and every day, I grow even more fond of Xiang Tian." Sitting next to Jian Chen with a tranquil look was another one of the four ladies. She was the third wife Yu Fengyan. Xiang Tian is certainly a child genius. To be able to walk at 6 months and speak at 8, these are feats that no other child his age would be able to replicate. I find myself anxious to see how much saint energy he has when he undergoes the test in 2 years, though I do sincerely hope that he will give us all a pleasant surprise when the time comes. The next lady who spoke was significantly older, and seemed much more temperamental than the others. She was the first wife Ling Long. The moment Ling Long finished her sentence, a deep manly voice spoke out, "I agree. I look forward to when Xiang Tian reaches his 3rd year for this pleasant surprise as well." A 30-year-old man entered the dining hall, carrying himself with the manner of a master. With a white chongpao decorated with golden outlines, and a head of black hair that reached his shoulders, the man gave off a relaxed atmosphere. "Husband. Father." Immediately after seeing the man, the 7 people at the table all stood up at once and called out one after the other. Jian Chen was no exception, and softly cried out. This young man was indeed the head of the Chongyang clan, Chongyang Ba. Chongyang Ba strolled down to the dinner table and sat down with a gentle smile on his face. With a look at Jian Chen, he asked, "Xiang, are you feeling happy living here still?" Jian Chen nodded his head, "Yes." A smile curled up on Chongyang Ba's face. "Xiang, if you ever feel closed in this stuffy old house, feel free to explore the outside and experience it for yourself." "I know, father." Jian Chen replied. Chongyang Ba was indescribably happy at how intelligent Jian Chen was and how much he differed from any other one-year-old. The family dinner went by joyously and the meal was consumed quickly. Afterwards, Jian Chen returned to his room alone. Based on his age, he should have been sleeping in the same room as his mother, but he had requested that he wanted his own room. Regarding this request, Jian Chen had been firm, and wouldn't be persuaded otherwise. Bai Yuntian had ended up accepting his request. And so that night, Jian Chen sat cross-legged on his bed, with both of his hands on his knees. The palms of his hands were facing upwards, as was his face, as he silently went through the motions of practicing the first principle of Azulate Sword Law. Azulate Sword Law, this was what Jian Chen had been studying for 20 years in his previous world and had become the strongest weapon in his arsenal. It was a type of cultivation that was both rare and formidable, it had principles that were profound and also contained many strong techniques. The Azulate Sword Law was something that Jian Chen had stumbled upon when he was a child. He had accidentally fallen off of a cliff while playing in the mountains, and somehow managed to survive the fall by landing in a pool of water. When he had awoken, he had found himself trapped in a cavern with fish as his only source of food. After finding the manual, he had dedicated himself to learning it, and finally succeeded after 10 years. With his breakthrough, he was able to jump out of the cavern and return to the lands above. Jian Chen was a war orphan who had been taken in by his great-grandfather and grandmother. 10 years had passed while he was trapped in the cave, so when he had returned to the village, his great-grandparents had already passed away from old age a long time ago. After paying his respects to them, the now alone Jian Chen left his little mountainside village to travel the world by himself. Jian Chen had accepted what life had given him in his past life, and he had accepted this new life as well. With this acceptance, he had started cultivating and refining his body for half a year, ready to regain his strength. Chapter 4. Further Training. The Azulate Sword Law was divided into 12 different layers. The first layer was cultivating the body. A common saying was that if one wanted strong martial arts, then one must first have a strong body. After all, martial arts relied on the efficient use of the body, hence why the first layer of Azulate Sword Law was pertaining to the body. Most martial artists relied on strengthening their bodies in order to improve their own strength. Therefore they would strengthen their bodies and end up with bulging muscles everywhere. It was clear to the naked eye how strong someone was by build alone. Some people had even built their bodies to the point of their bones being as hard as reinforced steel bars. To Jian Chen, this type of method to train the body would only ruin the body and would only narrow the potential of the human body. So although this method would increase one's strength past a normal person's, at the same time, it would bring about a large amount of damage to the body. The people who trained this way generally had a short lifespan. When they were in the elderly phase, diseases and impairment within the body would happen at a higher frequency for them. The wandering martial artists of the world have many different sects with their own way of cultivating the body, but to Jian Chen, these methods were mediocre. These were not the right paths to take, even the Shaolin way of Yujinjing was no exception. TL note, https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/Yujin_Jing. Even though the principles of Yujinjing were beautiful in how it cultivated the inner strength and how it also strengthened the outer muscles, but Yujinjing's way of strengthening the body was still the same. It didn't strengthen the very core of a human and only focused on external force only. This could not be considered the pinnacle of cultivating the body if it did not target the entire body. The methods written in Azulate Sword Law were truly profound and magical. By absorbing both the qi of the heavens and the earth and then transforming it, one could incorporate it within the bones of the body. This allowed every organ and even every single cell in the body to be strengthened to their limits. The original frailty would be cast away and the body would reach the most optimal state while giving the body endless amounts of benefits like a longer lifespan. When one practiced the later methods, your corporeal body would reach new heights in strength, and as Azulate Sword Law indicated, if one could reach the highest levels of cultivating the body, then they could even live as long as the heavens and the earth. However, this method was associated with one's own strength. If one's qi was stronger than the physical body, then Azulate Sword Law would use that qi and incorporate that into the body to become stronger. In the case that one's physical body and one's qi strength were both at an equilibrium, then one would have to make a breakthrough to reach the next level. Only with this cycle would one be able to continuously improve their entire body without limits. Jian Chen was slowly absorbing the world's qi in a never-ending stream and was circulating it in a cycle throughout his body. Then under Jian Chen's control, the qi would be incorporated into his cells and organs. Ever since he had arrived at this strange new world, one of the few things that had excited Jian Chen was the world essence. The world essence was extremely dense, perhaps 100 times more dense than the qi back in his world. Compared to the previous world, Jian Chen had nowhere to go but the old mountain range where he had died. One world was paradise, the other world was hell. The difference was simply that clear to see, so Jian Chen was extremely happy about that. However, what Jian Chen couldn't understand was the difference between the world essence of this world and the world essence of his past world. While both were the same in feeling, Jian Chen was carefully discovering that the world essence had an extra type of energy. This type of energy was a small part of the world essence and was interconnected as if blended together so that they could not be separated. When he had absorbed this new type of energy into his body, nothing negative happened. So because of that, Jian Chen had not tried to remove the clearly different energy from the world essence. However, Jian Chen was now curious in the matter, thoughts and ideas were swirling around his head, but this new energy was not that simple to be figured out so easily. After the never-ending world essence had been absorbed into his body, Jian Chen could clearly feel every single artery and cell in his body become stronger. The world essence that was taken into his body was like a giant health tonic that made his body feel alive as it absorbed it. His body was like a giant thirsty tiger that wanted more and more. While at the same time, Jian Chen was feeling a pleasurable sensation from all over, and felt free from worry as the feeling carried him away. In a flash, another year had gone by. Jian Chen had been in this strange world for 2 whole years now. During those 2 years, Jian Chen didn't take a single step outside of the Chongyang mansion. Every day during his free time, Jian Chen was alone in his room practicing the first principle of Azulate Sword Law body cultivation. Perhaps it was because this world essence was 100 times denser than the world essence in his past world, but in 1 year Jian Chen had already reached major success in cultivating his body. At the current moment, without a doubt, if an average person swung an average sword at him, then his body would not be scratched at all. He had trained his body so much that even a single cut would not be made. Of course, this was only what Jian Chen had thought of himself. He wouldn't dare try it out on himself personally. In this past year, Jian Chen's body was developing at such a fast rate, it was inconceivable. In a single year, he had already reached a height of 1.2 meter, an abnormal height for a 2-year-old. This height had actually made him look to be closer to 5 or 6 years old instead. Because of this, everyone in the Chongyang mansion had been alarmed beyond belief, although many of them still had vast expectations for him. Expectations hoping that he would be a genius with unlimited potential, but everyone would have to wait for when he turned 3 in order to confirm anything. Regarding this expectation put on him, Jian Chen couldn't help but feel helpless. He didn't understand that the reason why his body had grown so fast was due to practicing Azulate Sword Law, because back in his previous world, he did not have Azulate Sword Law by his age. Although he still accompanied his mother by Yuntian to the dining hall, but as usual he had still shut himself off in his room every night. Sitting on the bed with crossed legs and his hands on his knees, he would close his eyes and face the sky once more. But this time, Jian Chen wasn't cultivating his body, but instead he was pondering. It had been 2 years since he arrived at this world, and in those 2 years, he had never seen the outside world from beyond Chongyang mansion. He spent the majority of his days locked up to cultivate his body. Up until now, he still did not understand much about this world. Outside of Chongyang mansion, he practically knew nothing about this world, even what the outside world looked like. He understood in his heart that in everyone else's eyes, he was a 2-year-old boy. A 2-year-old boy would generally be happily cherished by his parents while growing up carefreely. Jian Chen, however, would not be in that situation at all. As he was thinking on his bed, Jian Chen finally decided that tomorrow morning, he would ask his parents. It was important for him to know and understand what the outside world was like in this world. After thinking it out, Jian Chen slowly opened his eyes and got off the bed. Tonight, he would not be cultivating his body on top of his bed as usual, but instead he would stand in the central point of his room with his eyes closed. In Jian Chen's mind, a pair of mysterious footsteps began to appear. Then a picture appeared inside of Jian Chen's mind. Just like a movie reel, the picture never seemed to stop, but all he could see was a figure wearing a white chongpao. It was a young man holding a sword that was quickly pacing through a mysterious land. He was walking so fast, that a regular person would have a hard time seeing him clearly. Because the young man was walking far too quickly despite the small amount of room he was in, a series of after images were trailing behind him. This figure was the previous incarnation of Jian Chen, and the steps that were appearing were actually symbolizing Azulate Sword Law, truly a mysterious image. As the morning daylight shone through a crack of a window into his room, Jian Chen suddenly opened his eyes as he stood in the middle of the room. In this hour, he had finally moved, his legs moved so fast that it was practically a blur. For his legs to maintain this type of speed for some time, even most martial artists wouldn't be able to keep up in this condition. Jian Chen's legs were moving in a mysterious way as he walked about in a certain trajectory. As he moved around his room quickly, his legs had whipped up a small whirlwind due to the extremely fast-paced movement he was making. Although this event did not go on for long, Jian Chen stopped moving, as his face was turning paler by the second. Slowly gasping for breath, both of Jian Chen's legs couldn't help but shiver and quake as he paused. Jian Chen slowly walked to his window and sat down next to it. Bending his lower back, both of his arms massaged his legs continuously. Pursuing the mysterious footsteps for that one moment had caused his legs to become incomparably weak. He couldn't even use the smallest amount of power in his legs anymore. Jian Chen shook his head helplessly. No matter what type of martial art to cultivate himself, the first thing he had to do was attain a better build. Not only that, but the more profound a martial art was, the higher its requirement. When it came to the exercise of following the footsteps, if he did not have a strong physical physique and a strong qi, then he would not have been able to last very long. Of course, normal practitioners would not be able to hold up for as long as he had, and if they had tried, then they would have exerted their body beyond what it could take and damage it. It was not easy to acquire a profound ability after all. Sitting by his bed after massage his legs, he waited for his leg to be returned to their original state before sitting cross-legged on the bed again. Once more he began to absorb the spiritual qi from the world and absorb it into his body. The night went by quickly, and in a flash the sky was filled with the colors of the day. And at that moment, a sound could be heard coming outside of Jian Chen's room. "Fourth Master, it's daytime, time to get up," came the obviously feminine cry. Hearing the sound, Jian Chen slowly opened his eyes and cried out in his childish voice, "I know, Sister Hong Hua, I'm already awake." With that said, he climbed down from his bed. Yet at this time, the door was opened, and two girls around the age of 18 came walking in. Both of them were carrying a small serving tray with a basin on it. Rolled around the basin was a new clean and tidy towel meant for him to wash his face with. The other tray had also another basin for Jian Chen to wash his teeth in to prepare himself for the day. Chapter 5. Tianyuan Continent. Sister Hong Hua, Sister Dong Mei, thank you for your troubles. Looking at the 18-year-old girls, Jian Chen thanked the two quietly. These two maids were the servants of the Chongyang family and were specifically meant to cater to the everyday needs of Jian Chen. Since Jian Chen was always by himself in his room, his mother Bai Yuntian had hired two servant girls to wait upon him. Hearing Jian Chen, the two girls laughed sweetly and then said, "Fourth Master, by all means, don't be so polite. We are just doing what we are supposed to do." "That's right, Fourth Master. Please refrain from being so courteous in the future. If the elders hear about the treatment you're giving us, then we may be penalized harshly," the other servant girl had said. Jian Chen smiled, "Don't worry, I wouldn't talk like this if others were around." Jian Chen was extraordinarily intelligent, and the Chongyang mansion had strict rules regarding statuses. If the fourth master was to be heard saying such words, then it would be sure that the two girls would not be punished lightly. After washing his face, Jian Chen departed from his room and walked toward his mother's room as usual. The distance between the two wasn't far, it was only 20 meters away from his own room. Shortly after entering the room, Jian Chen saw his mother at the dressing table putting on makeup with the help of her own two servant girls standing next to her. "Xiang, you're here earlier than usual today." With a glance at Jian Chen, a gentle smile full of love and adoration could be seen. Seeing that expression of love on her face, Jian Chen's own heart became soft. In his previous world, Jian Chen had lost both parents when he was small and thus had never known about motherly love, or even experienced it. But when he had came to this world, he had clearly felt the power of this motherly love. And so because of that, he had started to treasure this feeling of love slowly over time. Jian Chen walked up to the side of his mother and rubbed his stomach and said with an embarrassed laugh, "Your son is hungry." After the rigorous exercise from last night, he had been feeling the slight pangs of hunger. Bai Yuntian placed a gentle hand on top of Jian Chen's head and laughed, "Then in a moment mother will take you to the dining hall to eat." Yet. Jian Chen nodded his head, a look of satisfaction on his face. In his heart, he secretly enjoyed the loving concern his mother had shown him. Pausing for another second, Jian Chen opened his mouth again, "Mother." Bai Yuntian looked at Jian Chen warmly and said, "Xiang, if you have something you want to say, say it." Jian Chen hesitated for a second before recollecting his inner thoughts. Looking at his mother again, he said, "Mother, could you please tell your child what the outside world is like?" Hearing Jian Chen, Bai Yuntian was clearly shocked by his question. Opening her mouth, she asked, "Xiang, could it be you're interested in the outside world?" "Your son is only curious," he answered. Bai Yuntian laughed, "Xiang, the outside world is extremely vast and also extremely complicated. The matters of the outside world could not be made clear through words alone. If you want to learn about it, then it would be best if you went to the library and read a few books on it." Even as she voiced her answer, Bai Yuntian's face had looked a little bit helpless. "But Xiang, you still don't know how to read, even if you go to the library, you wouldn't be able to read any of the words." "Mother, then why don't we bring some people to teach me how to read?" Jian Chen's voice contained some dissatisfaction. Giggling, Bai Yuntian said, "Xiang, you are only 2 years old. Your mother has never heard or seen a 2-year-old child learn how to read before. Even in the entire Tianyuan continent, this type of situation has never happened before. Generally speaking, the earliest any child has ever started to learn to read was when they were around 4 to 5 years old." Jian Chen understood instantly, "Mother, your son wants to learn to read. Could you please find some people to try and teach me still?" Bai Yuntian was speechless, but a happy smile crept up on her face nonetheless. "Xiang, learning to read is an exhausting task as well as being extremely boring. You must understand that there are many different words in the continent. This isn't something that can be learned quickly. Are you sure you want to start learning now?" Jian Chen nodded his head in confirmation, "I am." Hearing Jian Chen's answer, Bai Yuntian's smile became even more splendid. With a happy laugh, she said, "If this is what Xiang's request is, then mother will support you entirely." Turning her head, she called out, "Xiao Lu. In a moment, go to Lore City and hire the most prestigious teacher and bring him to the mansion so he can teach my Xiang how to read." "Yes, my lady." The servant girl who was combing Bai Yuntian's hair agreed respectfully. "Xiang, it's been a decent amount of time, let us go to the dining halls before the both of us starve." The day went by quickly, and when the second day came, the teacher Bai Yuntian had hired arrived at the mansion and began to teach him to read. And so from that moment on, Jian Chen would spend his daytime earnestly studying how to read. Since he retained some mental fortitude and knowledge from his memories of the past, learning the written language of this new world was not all that difficult. Combined with the teacher who was putting his heart and soul in teaching him as well as his amazing memorization capabilities, learning to read was extremely fast and easy for him. In just a short span of 3 months, he had already mastered the most basic words of the continent. Jian Chen's learning rate had made the teacher exclaim in astonishment. Immediately after Bai Yuntian had learned that he had learned most of the written language in 3 months, she couldn't believe it. In the end, she had put Jian Chen in a test before she could accept the fact. If one wanted to read and write most of the words used in the continent to the extent Jian Chen had, then one needed to spend at least 2 years. To have Jian Chen accomplish this in 3 months while it took most 2 years, not even any of the geniuses could claim to have accomplished this feat. This achievement quickly reached the ears of Jian Chen's father. Chongyang Ba had then personally paid a visit to Jian Chen about it. "Xiang, you have endured much in such a short amount of time, it's time to relax for now. Let your father give you a reward, since you have painstakingly learned to read in these past few months. I don't know what reward Xiang would want though." Chongyang Ba's face contained a smile as he looked down at Jian Chen as he spoke. Having such a genius for a son, he was extremely proud of himself and cared much more for Jian Chen than any other child automatically. Hearing this, Jian Chen's eyes brightened and thought for only a few seconds before responding, "Father, would you allow your son to go to the library and read some of the books there so I can get some experience and learn even more?" Chongyang Ba's eyes brightened as he looked at Jian Chen with gratification. With a loud laugh, he said, "This is no problem at all, Xiang. You have a heart that desires to improve itself, and your father is proud of this. I approve of your request, the library will be free to you whenever you desire." "Thank you, father." Jian Chen's face exuded a happy expression. To be able to enter the library was an achievement that Jian Chen could truly be happy about. After all, he had understood that the library wasn't a place anyone could walk in freely. One had to be 6 years old or older and had to be directly descended from the Chongyang clan in order to enter. Of course, if one received the permission from the clan leader, then the requirements could be waived. Soon after, Chongyang Ba began to dote upon Jian Chen for a while before departing from his room. After he had left, Jian Chen wasn't able to sit in his room any longer. Immediately exiting his room, he headed toward the direction of the library. After studiously learning how to read for 3 months, it all led up to this moment of being able to enter the library and look up information pertaining to the outside world. Even if there wasn't much details on the outside world in the books, Jian Chen could always go ask his mother. But the books definitely had more details than his mother, as well as being quite comprehensive. As a result, Jian Chen had placed more importance on the books. The location of the library had already been answered for Jian Chen a long time ago. It was in the back of his family's courtyard in a large pagoda. When Jian Chen entered the courts in the back, he immediately felt the presence of many experts concealed in every directions and were staring at him with viper-like eyes. With his head high and proud, Jian Chen pretended that he didn't sense the experts and walked further into the tower. If he let other people know that he could sense people that were looking at him from concealed areas, then a series of troublesome questions would follow. He was a 2-year child after all, without any knowledge about martial arts. Chongyang Mansion had many direct descendants, but not many people were heading toward the library. So the only people Jian Chen had seen were the guards that protected the area, and almost no other clan member. Jian Chen quickly reached the doors to the tower before stopping to lift his head up to see the extremely large board hung above the doors of the tower. The words "Book Pavilion" were written in fancy writing, with 2 guards standing below it. When he looked at the 2 guards, he could tell these guards were definitely not lacking in strength. Waiting for the gates to open, Jian Chen then walked in directly without being obstructed by the 2 guards. They were almost like wood carvings that stood motionlessly on the side with their backs straight. Even when Jian Chen had appeared, the 2 did not even greet him. As Jian Chen entered the inner tower, a long and narrow corridor greeted his eyes. It was daytime on the outside, and light shined down beautifully, leaving a sight like none other. On the walls of the corridor, a bright moon pearl was hung and gave off a light to illuminate the hallway. The length of the corridor was quite long, before finally splitting into 2 paths. Jian Chen estimated that both paths followed the opposite sides of the tower before finally rejoining again after a distance. "Fourth Master, the clan leader has said you have the authority to access the left side of the tower." An elderly voice called out. Coming out from the shadows slowly was a tall figure. Jian Chen turned around after hearing this. Although the light in this part of the tower was dim, he could clearly make out the appearance of the figure in the midst of the shadows. It was an elderly figure with white hair and wrinkles all over. Wearing a silver chong pao that was devoid of any other colors, even still he was relatively normal looking, no one would suspect he wasn't anything more than an ordinary elderly man. No matter how much Jian Chen looked at the old man, he couldn't see anything but mediocrity. Although he still didn't dare underestimate the old man. It was his inner instincts that told him that this old figure was an expert with extraordinary strength. The strongest man he had seen since he had entered this world was his father Chongyang Ba, but it was impossible to measure his father to what Jian Chen was feeling from this old man. Chapter 6. Saint's Test. Although Jian Chen could see through his frail appearance and find the true strength of the old man, he remained motionless and did not reveal anything on his face. With a silent nod to show his thanks, he stepped by the old man and proceeded down the left corridor. Arriving at the end of the corridor, Jian Chen's eyes began to shine brightly as he walked into a large room. The light in this room was exceptionally bright, so much so that it was comparable to the light outside. Many neat and tidy bookshelves that contained thousands of books lined the walls of the library. Jian Chen slowly tilted his head to look at the ceiling. He knew that the reason why the light was so bright was due to the ceiling. He had no idea what material the ceiling was made from, but it was strangely emitting a strong glow. Although the light was somewhat intense, it was not to the point of irritating the eyes. Although the ceiling had piqued his interest, he wasn't willing to squander time by trying to figure it out. Walking up to a bookshelf, he finally grabbed a book and started flipping through it. The book had fairly clear descriptions written inside, despite it not being as thick as the others. It had taken Jian Chen 3 hours to completely read through the book. Because of this, he had finally gained some insights regarding this strange world. This continent was called the Tianyuan continent and was fairly big. There were numerous countries of various sizes and even more cities of all sizes. The biggest cities were known as the capitals and each one stretched across countless miles, and each of these capitals were ruled by a city ruler. Each ruler was also in charge of several million up to 10 million guardian soldiers. However, within the entire Tianyuan continent, there were only 7 capitals while 3 of the 7 were controlled by a single strong empire. Among the strongest empires were the Karl Empire and the Felicity Empire, who both controlled 2 capitals each. It was the Holy Empire that controlled the first 3 capitals. Under the capitals were the king cities, but the king cities were smaller than the capitals by a huge amount. Practically every kingdom had at the very least 1 king city, and each king city had 1 million guardian soldiers. Under the king cities were the first-class cities, which had 800,000 guardian soldiers. The second-class cities had 400,000 guardian soldiers each. Under the second-class cities were the varying villages, which all had their own guardian soldiers, but their numbers wouldn't reach over 50,000. Even their strength and numbers varied greatly. The Tianyuan continent had people that all practiced something called the Saint Force. When their Saint Force reached the 10th level, then based on the expert's ideology, the Saint Force will condense into a Saint's weapon. There were over 1,000 shapes and each were completely dependent on the expert's ideology. As a result of the Saint weapon forming from the Saint Force, once it formed a special link with the expert. Some people with an outstanding gift would receive a Saint weapon with a special attribute. These attributes were classified as earth, wind, water, fire, light, and dark. Among these elements, light and dark were rarely seen, but were still extremely powerful. The light element was extremely strong in the healing aspect, and those who had light-attributed saint weapons were given the title of immortals in the Tianyuan continent. They were given this title due to the fact that while on the battlefield, they could easily restore any damage taken. On the battlefield, if they were not killed in one strike, then they would be nearly impossible to defeat. Those with the dark element had a corrosive nature. Not only was this a troublesome element, but those with dark attributes were also in demand. At night, they could come and go as they pleased, earning them the titles of Night Lords, for the night was under their command. The rest of the 4 elements each had their own corresponding strengths. The amount of power they had depended on one's own strength and judgment. Of course, in the Tianyuan continent, those who had a saint weapon with an attribute was 1 in 10 compared to those who didn't have an attribute. On a battlefield, those with an attribute were often harder to fight against than those who didn't. The saint weapons were the strongest of weapons. In a war, saint weapons could be freely summoned at will and provide assistance to their masters to help overcome their limits. At the same time, a saint weapon and its master's life were intertwined. Whatever injury the saint weapon sustained would then be equally reflected back to the master. Also, if the saint weapon ever broke, then the master would receive a fatal wound as well. If the situation was grave, then even a wound may cause death. However, saint weapons were extremely hard to break. As long as the saint weapon was stronger than the opposing force, then it would not be harmed in any way. After a saint weapon takes shape, then this new way of cultivation would absorb the qi from the world to become stronger. This method would improve one's own strength as well. Once the saint weapon was formed, then the expert would be called a saint. In the Tianyuan continent, the saints are classified into 9 different levels: Saint, Great Saint, Saint Master, Great Saint Master, Earth Saint Master, Heaven Saint Master, Saint Ruler, Saint King, and Saint Emperor. Within each of the levels, they are further separated into 3 levels: lower, middle, and upper. Within the Tianyuan continent, there lies a mountain range that was spread out across the continent called the Mountain Range of Magical Beasts. The range was filled with countless magical beasts. The further you went in, the stronger the beasts would get. These magical beasts were also separated into 9 levels. The Class 1 beasts were equivalent to a saint, while the Class 2 beasts was equivalent to a great saint. Continuing on with this, a Class 8 beast was on par with a saint king, and finally, a Class 9 beast was equivalent to a saint emperor. At the same time, the Tianyuan continent had a very prominent profession called the mercenary. According to this book, the Tianyuan continent had many mercenaries. These mercenaries would accomplish a variety of tasks for money, although many mercenaries would enter the mountain range of magical beasts to hunt monsters and sell the monster cores for money. Although the dangers were big, the rewards were just as generous due to monster cores being highly valued in the continent. The higher grade a monster core was, the higher priced it was. There were some high-ranked monster cores that could not be bought with money alone. Monster cores were one of the most desired items in the continent. Inside the center of a monster core was a large amount of pure energy and could be absorbed by humans for a faster training speed. Absorbing the energy from a monster core was ultimately faster than trying to absorb the world essence into one's body. However, using the monster cores to increase the cultivation speed wasn't a method the general populace could do without having plenty of money. Other than a few odd things, Jian Chen was finally beginning to understand many things about this world. This world was exceptionally cruel and wars happened everywhere. The people of this world were more dangerous in comparison to his old world. If one wasn't strong enough, then they would find it hard to survive. Most of the people on the continent were practitioners as well, although the average practitioner would be of average strength. The average person wouldn't be able to cultivate their saint force to the 10th level and be able to condense it into a saint's weapon. If these people don't have the proper training and support, then they would remain at the lowest levels similar to a peasant in the mountains. After finishing the books, Jian Chen finally understood the new world to a better degree. Saint weapons, elements, and attributes, magical beasts, monster cores and mercenaries, everything was a new experience to Jian Chen that gave his heart a thrill. He was looking forward to the new world and desperately wished to leave the Chongyang mansion immediately. To be able to experience the outside world would be a refreshing change of pace. However, Jian Chen knew that he would not be able to fulfill his desires in the upcoming years. His parents would never allow a 3-year-old child to leave their home for the outside world. Even if he could leave his home, he would have no way of defending himself. After a long period of time, Jian Chen decided to put even more effort into his training. Aside from his daily meals, every day was spent training alone within his room. He still hadn't completed the basics of the cultivation stage of Azulate Sword Law, so the world essence he had been absorbing was distributed equally throughout his body, entering each cell and strengthening his body. It was only when his body could no longer be strengthened by the world essence would Jian Chen be able to break through to the second stage, where he would start the formal training of his true qi. Currently, Jian Chen still had the physique far beyond that of a normal person, however some regions of his body where qi previously gathered in his past world were still empty. In his previous world, Jian Chen had managed to finish the cultivation stage within a single year. Since this world essence was stronger by at least twofold, even though it was taking him more than 2 years to make a breakthrough, his body was getting stronger and stronger, giving his current body the potential to be even stronger than his previous body. Although Jian Chen normally spent the entire day hiding in his room to cultivate, neither of his parents had outwardly expressed any sort of bafflement or concern. The reason for this was because in the Chongyang mansion, the parents would generally teach the children a method of breathing and let them train for a year. By the 3rd year, these children would take a test to see how strong their saint power was and evaluate their potential as well as their aptitude. When Jian Chen was 2 years old, Bai Yuntian had taught him the same breathing method as the other children had learned. However, Jian Chen had taken this breathing exercise and tossed it into the depths of his mind, for Jian Chen had felt that this sort of training was like giving an adult a child's toy to play with. As a result, Jian Chen had locked himself in his room. People passing by had only thought that Jian Chen was practicing the breathing method, and paid no attention to him. The following morning, Jian Chen had finally finished last night's cultivation exercise. Today was a special day for him, since it was his 3rd birthday. At the same time, today would be the day that he would undergo the very same test as any other 3-year-old in the Tianyuan continent, the Saints test. Accompanying his mother Bai Yuntian to the dining halls, Jian Chen was then later taken to the Chongyang clan's official main hall. The Chongyang mansion covered a large amount of area, and compared to the area Jian Chen was used to, he had only experienced a small portion of the land. Walking along the road, Jian Chen looked at the mansion without stopping. In his first 3 years, Jian Chen had spent the vast majority of his time within his own room and cultivated. Very rarely did he stroll around the mansion. Within the Chongyang mansion, a large group of uniformed patrolmen were walking around the area. Many sharp eyes were staring all around from hidden areas, and despite it being the daytime, they still did not show the slightest sense of relaxation. As Jian Chen walked past a series of training grounds, a young, but soft shout had gotten his attention from the inside. A mere glance inside would show a small group of 10-year-olds being taught some martial art drills by a middle-aged man. Jian Chen understood in his heart that these children were disciples born directly into the family line. The Chongyang clan had about 1,000 clansmen. Although half of them were guardsmen and servants, the other half were members that were born from within the clan line. Walking past the training grounds, Bai Yuntian led her son to the middle of an official-looking hallway. This was where Jian Chen would undergo the Saints test. Chapter 7. Forgotten Genius. Even though the outside hall was vast, the interior of the Chongyang main hallways were even larger. Currently there were dozens of people strewn about, among them were a few middle-aged men who were dressed differently that stood out from the rest. Bai Yuntian led Jian Chen to their seats in the front of the hallway. Those who had wanted to sit at the front had to have a high status in the clan, and since Jian Chen was the 4th son of the clan leader, he had the right to sit at the front. However, his own seat wasn't created yet, so he had to share a single chair with his mother. The lovable Jian Chen sat down on his mother's lap gently and didn't say anything. In a flash, a line of people came streaming into the hall one by one before stopping in front of their seats. Among the newcomers was Jian Chen's 3rd aunt carrying her child along. "Hey, 4th brother, today is the day you take the Saint test. You have to work hard so you don't let 2nd sister down." Chongyang Minjiahu's pretty face smiled at Jian Chen as she spoke in a soft but enthusiastic voice. Although she was soft-spoken, everyone in the hall had clearly heard who and what she was talking about. "Ming Yu." Her mother looked at her sharply as she spoke with soft rebuke. Chongyang Minjiao laughed and stuck her tongue out at Jiang Chen. Without any further words, she peacefully sat down right next to her mother's side as her bright eyes blinked rapidly as she sized up the other people in the hall. Soon enough, everybody in the hall were all seated while they all looked at Jian Chen from time to time with looks of expectations shown clearly on their faces. The reason why many people were gathered was due to Jian Chen's saint test. If it was any other child of the clan, then there would not have been such a massive turnout for the saint test. But Jian Chen wasn't a regular child with no status, he was the child to the clan leader of the Chongyang clan as well as having an innate talent blessed by the heavens. The whole clan had practically placed all of their expectations on this child, hence why when it was Jian Chen's turn to undergo the saint test, every clan member would be there. After all, Jian Chen had many different achievements under his belt, and the saint test would be another important milestone for him. When everyone had settled down, Jian Chen's father Chongyang Ba stepped towards the middle of the hall and sat down on the throne that signified his status as the clan leader with a great blade right next to him. Chongyang Ba's eyes stopped on Jian Chen for only a second, but Jian Chen could see the faintest of smiles on it. Immediately afterwards, a voice spoke out, signifying the start of Jian Chen's saint test. "Dashu, I'm sorry to have you take control of the saint test ceremony," Chongyang Ba said politely towards the elder. The elder looked to be around 60 to 70 years old white-haired man who wore grey clothing. Although his face was full of wrinkles, his eyes were bright and filled with excitement. The old man laughed, "The clan leader is too modest." Walking towards the center now, he carried a smile on his face as he looked at Jian Chen before calling out in a friendly tone, "Fourth master, if you please." Bai Yuntian looked at Jian Chen with a great look of affection and whispered, "Xiang please go to where Dashu is standing so he can test for your saint force." "Okay." Jian Chen said lightly. The clever child got off of his seat and with his small paces, he slowly approached to where the elder stood. Without further ado, Dashu lifted his right hand where a small silver ring began to glow with a dazzling white light. Waving it over, the smallest of trembles could be heard coming from the ground before slowly increasing in sound. Right where there was nothing in front of them, a white stone half a meter large suddenly appeared. It was clear to see that the white stone had been polished countless of times. The entire rectangular-shaped rock, the width and thickness was both at a meter long. Looking at the newly emerged white stone, Jian Chen's eyes blinked in surprise. He had felt quite curious about this stone, but Dashu's right hand had also caught his interest. He stared intensely at the ring on his middle finger. It was the ring he had seen from the books. The space ring was made from rare but special materials, and could store items within the space of the ring. The smallest object it could store was a meter cubed, while the biggest object it could store was 100 meters cubed. One could store and take out any inanimate object as they pleased. This was an item that was so expensive in the Tianyuan continent that the common person would not be able to afford it. Seeing Jian Chen looking at the space ring adorned on his middle finger, Dashu laughed. Whenever he had summoned the white stone for the saint test, everyone around would give him the same exact look. In fact, he had seen the look so many times, he had lost count. "Fourth master, please place a hand on the saint stone." Dashu smiled. The saint stone is a special rock that could measure the amount of saint force within a person's body. Within the large Tianyuan continent, there are many different items that could measure one's personal strength. The saint stone used colors to represent a person's strength: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Having the stone flash red meant that the person was still below a saint in strength, while an orange color meant that the person was at the same level as a saint. The yellow color represents a great saint and blue meant the person was an earth saint master. Lastly, a purple color represented a heaven saint master. Any rank higher than the heaven saint master, like a saint ruler, saint king, and saint emperor, could not be ranked by the saint stone. Hearing Dashu, Jian Chen focused back on the task and extended his hand onto the white stone called the Saint Rock. At that moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the Saint Rock. They all stood up in anticipation, anxious to find out how strong the gifted Jian Chen would be. When Jian Chen placed his hand on the Saint Rock, Shu extended his own arm to activate the Saint Rock through seemingly magical means. Immediately, Jian Chen could only feel an odd type of energy pulse from the stone and into his arm. While the energy felt odd to him, it entered his body quite gently where it slowly circulated around before pulsing back out from his body and into the stone. Shu stared at the Saint Rock for any change in color, but after a short period of time, there was no change at all. Not even a single shade of color other than its original one could be seen. How is this possible? The Saint Rock doesn't even have a sliver of color reflected. Shu couldn't help but cry out in alarm. The smile that had been on his face slowly disappeared from his face and turned to look at Jian Chen's own face with an odd expression. Neither of the two could believe what was going on. Taking note of the look of shock on Shu's face and the still white Saint Rock, everyone subconsciously came to a realization. Their faces couldn't help but slowly change as they looked at their neighbors, then back at the front. Blinking once, the look of abject bewilderment was noticeable on most people's face while some people even sighed with looks of pity. Chang Yangba's face grew ugly while even Bai Yuntian's face drained of color. Neither of the two looked as if they were refusing to believe the news. Shu gave a gulp. This result was unbelievable to even him. Immediately starting up the Saint Rock again, he had hoped that it was a mistake the first time. But alas, the tree had borne no fruit, and the rock no color. Again, this result was inconceivable to Shu. The fourth master had been called a gifted genius since he was born, but it had seemed as if he was nothing more than a cripple who couldn't cultivate or use Saint Force at all. Shu couldn't help but give a disappointed sigh as he looked at the silent Jian Chen with a complicated look. He turned around to face Chang Yangba, clan leader. The results are in. The fourth master is unable to cultivate the Saint Force in any way. Upon hearing this declaration, Bai Yuntian's face grew even more pale to the point that it was almost devoid of color. Looking at Jian Chen dumbfounded, she muttered, That's not possible, how can Xiang be a cripple?" Right as she finished, her eyes rolled to the back of her head and crumpled down to the ground from her chair. For her son that was widely regarded as a genius to suddenly be found as a cripple, she couldn't handle this shocking news at all. No mother in the continent would be able to, let alone a member of a very prestigious clan. As everyone that had gathered around heard the results, they all gasped and looked at Jian Chen with pity and disappointment. Jian Chen's aunts Yu Fengyan and Ling Long on the other hand, let loose a breath of air. Seeing the mother and son's unfortunate situation, the two aunts couldn't help but rejoice silently to themselves. "Ah, fourth sister, what's wrong? Fourth sister, please wake up. Fourth sister, please wake up." Rushing to her side, Bai Yushuan anxiously tried to awaken the unconscious Bai Yuntian, but to no avail. Hearing Bai Yushuan's frantic yells, Chang Yangba immediately bounded over to Bai Yuntian and began to cry out, "Shuang bring Yun to her bed." Even Jian Chen had rushed to his mother's side without paying attention to anyone else. His right hand was already pressed against his mother's wrist to check for her pulse. It took a few precious seconds, but he had eventually confirmed that his mother was in no immediate danger. Jian Chen looked at his disappointed father amongst the crowd, and even he had felt helpless secretly. With a small sigh, he followed Bai Yushuan who was carrying his mother out of the hall. Watching Jian Chen leave, Chang Yangba's face clearly had a look of extreme disappointment. He had placed high hopes on Jian Chen before, but as the expectations were very high, so was the later disappointment. With this result in the end, his fourth son Xiang Tian was merely a cripple. Clan head, don't pay too much attention to this. Although the fourth master cannot cultivate Saint Force, it doesn't mean he isn't a genius in other aspects or fields. A young male clan member tried to console him. Chang Yangba waved his hand and said sadly, "Let's not mention this topic anymore. Everyone is dismissed." Finishing his sentence, Chang Yangba stood up to leave the hall. Although he had acknowledged the fact that Jian Chen could be a genius in the other fields as said earlier, but Saint Force was the most important factor in this world, after all, strength is what mattered in the end. The fact that the fourth son of the leader of the Chongyang clan was a cripple spread throughout the Chongyang mansion like wildfire. Some people regarded this new piece of information with joy while others were grievous. One thing was sure, however, Xiang'er's status in the clan would rapidly drop after this affair. In a wide spacious room, Jian Chen sat quietly by the bedside. His tranquil face was dipped downwards and what he was thinking about was unknown to everyone else. His mother Bai Yuntian still hadn't woke up, her eyes were still shut as she laid in bed. Aside from Jian Chen and some servant girls, only his third aunt Bai Yushuan and his second sister Chongyang Minjiao were in the room. Chapter 8. Disaster. Looking at the mute Jian Chen, Chongyang Minjiao blinked a few times. She walked up to Jian Chen's shoulder and said, "Fourth brother, please don't feel too sad. If anyone in the future bullies you, tell your older sister and I'll beat them up." Chongyang Minjiao thought that Jian Chen was feeling sad because he was a cripple and that he didn't have the ability to defend himself from anyone that would mock him. Hearing what Mingyu had said, Jian Chen couldn't help but lift his head to smile at Chongyang Minjiao. "Don't worry, second sister, I won't be an easy person to bully." Only Jian Chen understood that it wasn't because he was unable to cultivate Saint Force, it was due to the fact that he had been incorporating the Saint Force into the cells of his body. Because of this, his body was essentially an empty shell, with no Saint Force remaining in his body. If he hadn't used this method, then today's Saint test would have had a different result. It was unfortunate that Jian Chen wouldn't be able to explain this situation to people. Even if he wanted to, he wouldn't be able to explain how he came about this method. Not to mention that if he were to talk about Azulite sword law, then Jian Chen feared that the history of both the technique and himself would become a great problem. Although Jian Chen had understood that because of this situation, his status within the clan had taken a major hit. He didn't care at all for that, however, and had secretly wanted a situation like this to happen. If things had progressed as well as they did just now, then in the future he would be able to leave the Chongyang mansion with more ease. If he had still been stuck with the label of a genius, then departing from the mansion would not be as easy. At the very least, as long as he didn't have their approval, they would ignore his trips in and out of the mansion. "Xiang'er, Xiang'er," a voice came calling out from the bed. Jian Chen's mother had finally awakened. Right after hearing his mother call his name, Jian Chen's mind was jolted back to consciousness. He immediately turned around to look at her. "Mother, your son is here, everything is fine now." Bai Yuntian had a complicated look on her face as she gasped, "Your mother is fine, but Xiang'er, ai." As she spoke, a myriad of expressions were shown on her face ranging from sorrow, sadness, and even pain. "Fourth sister, please don't trouble yourself too much. Xiang Tian has been highly intelligent since birth, so although it is regretful that he cannot cultivate Saint Force, but in my opinion, Xiang Tian is not so simple. After all, no child in the clan is smarter than him." Bai Yushuan was trying to console the still grievous Bai Yuntian. Bai Yuntian lifted her head slowly. "I had already understood this fact. Looking at Jian Chen, she gently started to caress the back of Jian Chen's head. "Xiang'er, don't feel sad, what your second aunt said is correct. Although you cannot cultivate Saint Force, you are still a very intelligent child, we still don't know in what areas you would be best suited for." Jian Chen hesitated when he heard his mother speak. Even though his mother was awake, he was not feeling all that much better. In reality, he had really wanted to tell the truth to the people there, his mother most definitely. He wanted to say that he wasn't a cripple that couldn't cultivate Saint Force, but Jian Chen chose to endure this. "Mother, don't worry, your son won't disappoint you." Compared to his mother's love for him, Jian Chen had utterly cherished it. He would later spend the whole day by the bedside of his mother before leaving at night. Periodically, Chongyang Ba would drop in to see his wife, but he would then leave just as quickly as he came. When it came to Jian Chen, Chongyang Ba's attitude towards him had been completely different these days in comparison to before. With each passing time, Jian Chen could clearly see that Chongyang Ba had been treating Jian Chen with a colder expression. In the blink of an eye, 4 years had passed after Jian Chen's saint test. During the days that he wasn't busy, Jian Chen would shut himself in his room to continue training. The amount of training he needed nowadays was considerably longer than in the past, so much longer, that sometimes, Jian Chen would not be seen walking out of his room for the entire day. In those 4 years, Jian Chen's status in the clan had dropped immensely as expected. Chongyang Ba had been treating him more coldly now, and no one had ever bothered to take the initiative to seek him out first. It was vastly different than from his mother who saw him every day. Her love had never wavered at all. Early one day, Jian Chen slowly opened his eyes from his crossed-legged position once more to show that he had finished last night's training. Immediately extending both arms palm side up, a light round ball gradually came into view. He flipped the beautiful ball into the air from his hands and watched it fall towards the ground, where it came to a stop as both his hands were focused on it. Hearing only the slightest of sounds, Jian Chen clapped his tiny hands together as if they were 2 steel plates and started to do push-ups on the normally soft ground, occasionally bringing his head so close to the ground he could kiss it, and even left an imprint on the ground afterwards. Looking at his own hard work with a joyous smile, Jian Chen laughed. Half a year after the saint test, Jian Chen had already finished the cultivation stage of the first principle of the Azulate Sword Law. This meant that he officially started to cultivate the saint force without having to assimilate it into his own body. His cultivation rate was extremely fast, so fast that in the span of just few years, he had already reached an astounding result. As he was now, he could use the saint force that was stored inside of him to reinforce his hands so that they could break through stone without effort. Early in the morning, Jian Chen walked out of his room to wander around the Chongyang mansion alone. However, a group of patrolmen were walking around at the time spotted him, with each member having a different expression on their faces. Some had a mocking look, while some looked at him with disdain, but very few looked at him with pity. The fact that Jian Chen was a cultivation cripple had long ceased to be a secret within the clan, and so even the guards that patrolled the mansion had started to look at him differently. But Jian Chen turned a blind eye towards them. His stomach was growling from hunger, and so Jian Chen had decided with a small sigh that it was time to head towards the kitchens. It had been a long time since he had accompanied his mother to the dining halls to eat together. Nowadays, he would go to the kitchens himself to eat breakfast, and would only eat lunch and dinner together with his mother and some of his aunts. When Jian Chen reached the kitchens, over 100 servants could be seen running about. The kitchen was a tremendous mess due to the stove where it stood like a smoking hot steamer basket. Oh! Isn't this the 4th master? The 4th master has come to the kitchens. Ai, this isn't the proper place for someone as pampered as 4th master to be. The kitchens are for lowly servants like us, so why have you come here? The teasing voice of a 20-year-old servant came calling out. Judging by his odd tone of voice, it was clear to tell that he was mocking Jian Chen. Another voice continued straight after the first servant, if my guess is correct, then 4th master came down to the kitchens to get some steamed buns. But that's weird, why isn't the 4th master eating at the dining halls with the rest of the clan? Has he wronged himself and so wanted to eat the steamed buns from the kitchens? These steamed buns are only fit for us lowly servants and guards to eat, however. Another 30-year-old servant continued to sneer at Jian Chen. Upon hearing the two people talk, the other servants in the kitchen all started to look at the spectacle. Both of these servants had the support of some of the superiors. For example, the 20-year-old servant was not only introduced by Chongyang Ba's first wife Ling Long, but he was also the servant of Jian Chen's eldest aunt. Rumors had it that Ling Long had hired him because he was a family relative, but because his body had lacked the power, he could only work in the kitchens. As for the 30-year-old servant that spoke second, his brother is the group leader of the Chongyang Mansion Guards. Hearing the two servants mock him, Jian Chen could only narrow his eyes slightly as anger flashed through his eyes. Biting back any sort of rebuke, he moved towards the giant steamer basket and held his hand out to take off the lid of it before all of a sudden, Two giants' hands came out of nowhere and quickly moved the steamer basket away from him. I should really bring these steamed buns to the guards right away, our honored guards haven't yet eaten breakfast yet after all. Whisking away the basket, the servant muttered out loud as he exited from the kitchens, what a crying shame, the fourth lady gave birth to a good-for-nothing cripple. At that last remark, Jian Chen went rigid. At last, the anger within his heart had finally broke free. Without saying a word, his legs blurred as both of his legs stamped across the ground. Reaching the servant with the steamer basket within a few seconds, he raised one fist and brought it down onto the servant's back. Bang! Completely caught off guard, the servant carrying the steamer basket was sent staggering to the ground. The basket he had carried dropped to the floor, and with a great big smash, the nice and plump steamed buns scattered across the floor in 4 directions one by one. Everyone in the kitchen stared at this unforeseen event with a shocked look. Seeing where Jian Chen now stood, no one could believe what they saw. No one had saw clearly how fast or even when Jian Chen had moved. For the 7-year-old fourth master to have brought down the 30-year-old servant with a single punch to his knees, it was inconceivable. Although the steamer basket had been dropped and the food wasted, everyone was still amazed by this show in front of them. Ha ha ha, Brother Qiubai Lao, you really amaze me. Even though you are an expert that has reached the 3rd layer of Saint Force, yet you were knocked down by the fist of a little child. Did you waste too much energy with a girl last night to become this weak? Looking at the servant at the ground, the first servant who had made fun of Jian Chen was now roaring with laughter at the second servant. The servant called Qiubai crawled up from the ground, his eyes burning with fury towards Jian Chen as the words of his younger servant friend reached his ears. For a 7-year-old child to push him down to the ground, especially a child that was a cripple in the ways of cultivation, this was the ultimate form of humiliation and shame for him. After all, although he had not yet condensed his saint force into a saint weapon, he was still a practitioner that had reached a level far above that of the cripple. Shaking his head in rage, Qiubai had forgotten in that moment that Jian Chen still held the status of being the 4th master. With a snarl, he jumped towards where Jian Chen stood and sent a punch towards his stomach. Watching Qiubai's fist get closer, Jian Chen had a look of disdain on his face. To him, this punch that he had thrown out was full of mistakes and openings, and so he dodged by moving to the side very slightly to avoid the fist. Throwing himself forward, Jian Chen's right leg arced in a beautiful way and kicked Qiubai firmly on the nose. Ah! Qiubai let loose a blood-curdling scream as he clasped his bloody nose with his hands. Even then, a small steady flow of blood leaked through his hands. Jian Chen's leg had not been merciful, Qiuibai's nose had been kicked in and broke. The acute pain in his face had already drained it of color. Chapter 9. Revealed Strength. Qiubai looked at Jian Chen with obvious anger in his eyes, making it seem as if he was a wild beast that wanted to take Jian Chen down. You little bastard, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Qiubai roared angrily. He dashed towards Jian Chen and sent a kick towards his head. The kick was fairly fast, and if it connected, it definitely would not result in a small wound for any normal person. But since Jian Chen was still in the body of a child, a direct hit from such a strong kick had a high chance of killing him. Assessing the strength of Qiuibai's kick, the 20-year-old servant's face suddenly lost its humorous expression and became pale. Shouting out in alarm, he cried, "Brother Qiubai, stop!" Jian Chen was still the 4th master as well as the son of Chongyang Ba. Despite being a cripple, he still had some degree of respect around the Chongyang mansion. It was barely okay to mock him, but to raise a hand against the 4th master was unforgivable. Even if they had the support of any of the elders, they would still incur a terrible punishment upon them. Seeing the intensity of Qiuibai's kick, Jian Chen's face changed as well. His eyes grew cold as he leaned to the side again. Calmly staying outside the reach of Qiuibai's kick, he didn't retreat. Instead, Jian Chen rapidly approached Qiuibai's body. He placed his arm on Qiuibai's still outstretched thigh while the other hand went to the other thigh. With a low growl, Jian Chen released all of the saint force he had stored in his body into his waist and surprisingly lifted the over 100-pound Qiu above his tiny body. Raising Qiu's body, Jian Chen didn't bother giving him time to retaliate. Both his legs began to move across the ground as Jian Chen threw the heavy body of Qiu forward. Qiu's body flew over 5 meters before slamming into a table meant for cutting vegetables. Coincidentally, underneath his falling body was a stack of iron skewers. Falling down onto that would make him resemble a bizarre human porcupine. Qiu fell on top of the skewers, and at least an inch of skin had been pierced through by them. Immediately, Qiu screamed in pain as the skin of his body was distorted and the pain in his nose was still piercing through his mind. Every servant in the kitchen suddenly came to a standstill from the unbelievable event they had just watched. A single 7-year-old not only fought back against a heavyweight person like Qiu, but he even defeated that person, who had reached the 3rd layer of Saint Force. If news of this got out, no one in the Chongyang clan would be able to believe it. Jian Chen looked at Qiu's suffering with cold eyes while making a mocking face at him. He didn't say anything, and decided to leave the kitchen instead, without taking even a single steamed bun with him. After exiting the kitchens, Jian Chen slowly exhaled. He didn't think that even the servants in the kitchens would begin to mock the 4th master. Throwing away the depression from his heart, Jian Chen began to stroll around the Chongyang mansion once more. With the mansion being so vast, Jian Chen had never once seen the entirety of it. Even the scenery around the place was nice to look at, as gardens surrounded every inch of the outside yards. There were many lakes as well as flower gardens that had very rare specimens that could not be seen anywhere else, and they carried a sweet fragrance. As the 4th master of the Chongyang clan, Jian Chen was free to wander wherever he wanted. As he wandered to and fro, he would come across important roadways and buildings that had many experts concealed everywhere. When he saw those experts, however, he had decided to think no more about it. After all, he knew that the Chongyang clan is one of the 4 great clans of Lore City. Lore City was a first-class city, so the title of being a big clan was a prestigious one. As he walked, he had unconsciously came to the middle of a calm flower garden. Jian Chen had not noticed that his 3rd brother Chongyang Ke had been carrying a wooden axe as he trained within the same flower garden. However, in the eyes of a battle-hardened Jian Chen, it looked as if Chongyang Ke was just recklessly swinging the axe around with no particular style in mind at all. Although Jian Chen had studied the way of the sword in the past world, he had studied many different axe-wielding experts and how they fought. So even Jian Chen was familiar with how one should use an axe, but the way Chongyang Ke was handling it, Jian Chen was speechless. How could this be considered training? Just as Jian Chen was about to turn around to leave, Chongyang Ke noticed him out of the corner of his eye. Slowly ceasing his movements, Chongyang Ke's face started to show signs of ill intent as he smiled. 4th brother, come on over, your 3rd brother has some candy for you to eat. Chongyang Ke cried out to Jian Chen. Hearing Chongyang Ke's words, Jian Chen nearly tripped down onto the ground in disbelief. Secretly thinking to himself, he thought, even a 7-year-old wouldn't fall for such a line. However, Jian had forgot to account for that. Aside from the experiences of his past world, he was still no better than a 7-year-old child. But he paid no mind to the words of Chongyang Ke and continued to keep on walking without even turning his head back. Seeing that Jian Chen was getting farther and farther away, Chongyang Ke began to get angry. Throwing the wooden axe in his hands to the ground, he dashed towards Jian Chen and eventually caught up to him. 4th brother, did you not hear me just now? Chongyang Ke blocked Jian Chen's path like a cork in a bottle, his face red with anger as he stared at Jian Chen. Is something wrong? Jian Chen looked at Chongyang Ke with a calm gaze while implying a hint of coldness in his question. Jian Chen did not harbor any good sentiments towards his 3rd brother. In the past 2 years, Chongyang Ke would always look for some way to bully Jian Chen, and ever since the news of Jian Chen being a cripple, his actions became much more severe. If it wasn't for the fact that Jian Chen rarely went outside, the amount of times Chang Yang bullied Jian Chen would have been increased tenfold. However, every time he had tried to bully Jian Chen, it would always result in failure, and sometimes Jian Chen would also find a way to bully him back. This had created a sense of resentment within Chang Yang's heart, which made him seek revenge even more. Fourth brother, come accompany your third brother in practicing some martial arts. While talking, Chang Yang had already started dragging Jian Chen towards the place where he practiced and did not give Jian Chen a chance to respond. Chang Yang was actually very excited at the moment, for although he was not a match for Jian Chen when comparing their intelligence, he did not think he would be weaker than Jian Chen in terms of strength. After all, his fourth brother was a cripple in terms of martial cultivation and could not even cultivate any saint force. In Chang Yang's mind, this was the perfect opportunity to exact his revenge. Not long after Jian Chen had been forcefully dragged by Chang Yang to where he was practicing his martial arts, Chang Yang picked up the wooden axe he had thrown to the side earlier and then said to Jian Chen, "Third brother, are you ready? I am going to start attacking now." Seeing Chang Yang's gentle smile, Jian Chen let a hint of playfulness appear within his eyes. Holding both of his palms in a clueless manner, he asked, "Third brother, you have a weapon in your hands, don't tell me you want me to fight against you barehanded." Hearing his brother talk, Chang Yang looked distracted for a second. Looking at the wooden axe in his own hands, he hesitated only for a second before tossing it towards Jian Chen, as he said, "Then I shall give you the axe, fourth brother, and I will be the one that will fight barehanded." Although the axe was wooden, it was still 10 pounds. Even for a 10-year-old child, swinging this around would prove to be difficult. Chang Yang had thought of this and threw it towards Jian Chen for this reason. He wanted to make Jian Chen humiliate himself while he would look like the gracious one. Jian Chen took the wooden axe in front of him and started to inspect it. The axe was very crudely made, only the shape of the axe was there, while the blade of it was almost non-existent. Even if he were to try to chop at a person, it would not cause significant harm. At the very most, the axe would only leave behind a sore bruise. Seeing Jian Chen hold up the 10-pound axe with ease, Chang Yang's eyes revealed a trace of shock. He had not been expecting this change of events. Jian Chen looked at Chang Yang and gave a faint laugh, "Third brother, perhaps you should use this axe instead." Right as he spoke, he tossed the axe back at Chang Yang. Catching the axe he had only just thrown at Jian Chen, Chang Yang began to feel suspicious. "Fourth brother, could it be you still wanted to fight me barehanded?" Jian Chen began to laugh as he shook his head. Grabbing a nearby tree, he snapped off a branch 1 meter long. Shaving away the little twigs and leaves, Jian Chen was left with only a single branch. "This will be my weapon." Raising the branch, Jian Chen laughed gently. Chang Yang looked at the tiny stick that could be quickly turned into chopsticks in Jian Chen's hand and laughed. He was no longer angry, as the day that he would be able to beat Jian Chen with ease seemed to be getting closer and closer. The dream of being able to bully Jian Chen without taking any losses had finally come for Chang Yang. This would make him extremely happy. Chang Yang clasped onto the axe firmly, "Then fourth brother, you'd best be careful. Your third brother will begin to attack." Right after saying it, Chang Yang immediately stormed towards Jian Chen with the axe held in both his hands before trying to bring it down onto Jian Chen. This axe wasn't able to inflict a fatal wound, so Chang Yang didn't bother to hold back and swung with all his might. Jian Chen's legs crossed forward each other as he dodged the axe. Swinging his tree branch with frightening speed, the branch had suddenly become more frightening in power. Even Jian Chen's demeanor had changed abruptly. As he pressed forward, the normally safe branch became a deadly sword in his hands. Jian Chen was swinging the sword with unbelievable speed, leaving Chang Yang with almost no room to counter when at last, the tree branch had already placed itself on Chang Yang's throat. "Third brother, you've lost." With a playful banter, he returned the axe that Chang Yang had dropped shortly in the middle of the match. Chang Yang could only stare at the tree branch at his neck with disbelief flashing across his eyes. He had not seen the tree branch move at all. By the time his eyes had saw a sign of movement, the match had already finished. Still in shock, Chang Yang shook his head. Grabbing the tree branch at his throat, he snapped it in two and cried out in disbelief, "That didn't count. It definitely didn't count. Fourth brother, you weren't fighting fair at all." Jian Chen laughed as he looked at the red-faced Chang Yang. "Third brother, you don't even know if I was fighting fair or not," he said in a strange voice. That is," Chang Yang scratched at his cheek and stammered as he tried to think of an excuse. In the end, he still couldn't accept the result and said, "Either way, that match just now didn't count. Let's fight one more time." Jian Chen gathered the pieces of the tree branch that Chang Yang had snapped with a laugh. "Okay, let us fight one more time then." Without further ado, he walked 5 meters away from Chang Yang. Chapter 10. High regards. Both of Chang Yang hands clenched his axe tightly, as he attentively looked at Jian Chen. Thanks to the lesson he had just learned, he wouldn't dare to underestimate Jian Chen a second time, so in this round, Chang Yang moved around carefully. Jian Chen began to laugh at Chang Yang, causing him to scowl in confusion. "Third brother, can we start sparring now?" Chang Yang tightly gripped his axe. This time, he used his saint force to help him. Once again he charged at Jian Chen, but this time he was much faster. Jian Chen casually waved around the less than half a meter long tree branch in his hands. He was feeling fantastic for some odd reason. It was almost as if the branch had some sort of secret connection with himself. At the same time, within Jian Chen's heart, he couldn't help but feel the same sensation he had in the previous world when he had been on the verge of death, where he could understand the amazing power of the realm of the sword god. During that moment, he had finally been able to control his sword with his spirit, and had sent it flying 100 meters straight through Dugu Qiubai's throat. Thinking of that moment, Jian Chen sprung into action, as the tree branch in his hand was sent flying towards Chang Yang. Whoosh! Bending to Jian Chen's will, the tree branch looked as if it was alive, and flew from his hands. Flying at incredible speeds towards Chang Yang, the tree branch was enveloped by a faint white glow of light. A strong yet acute amount of sword chi was emitted from the tree branch, making it look like a bolt of lightning. With a brilliant flash of light, the branch had already reached Chang Yang's stomach. Immediately realizing the trajectory path, as well as the amount of sword chi on the tree branch, Jian Chen turned pale with fright. He frantically tried to stop the branch from reaching its destination. If the tree branch was not stopped, then it would have, without a doubt, pierced through Chang Yang and kill him. Even if he wasn't immediately killed, Chang Yang would still have suffered from a fatal wound, which would lead to a disaster for Jian Chen. Right as the branch reached Chang Yang's stomach, it began to slow, but not before piercing into his stomach just by a small amount. Looking closer, the tree branch had merely penetrated through the skin, but if Jian Chen had been a tiniest bit slower with his command for it to stop, then Chang Yang would have been left with the branch straight through his body. Such a thought was too horrible for Jian Chen to imagine. Wiping away the sweat on his forehead, Jian Chen noticed that there was still a thin line of his soul connected to the tree branch. Confirming once more with his soul that the branch had only pierced Chang Yang's skin, Jian Chen let out a sigh of relief. Feeling the slight pain from his stomach, the somewhat plump Chang Yang couldn't help but start to pale. When he looked down and saw the bloodstains on his stomach, his face changed drastically. A wail was heard as he started to cry, with teardrops falling in a never-ending stream down his cheeks as if his eyes were fountains. Blood, I'm bleeding. Wah! Fourth brother, you hit me. Wah! Mo, mother, I'm going to tell my mother about this. Mother, fourth brother hit me. Chang Yang immediately transformed into a child who only knew how to cry. Throwing down his wooden axe, he fled from the garden, bawling non-stop. Chang Yang was barely 10 years old after all, he had not yet matured enough to withstand an ordeal like this. Looking at the slowly fading away Chang Yang, Jian Chen couldn't help but shake his head. As he walked out from the gardens by himself, he felt a small bit of fear in his heart. What type of strict punishment would he receive for this? What? Chang Bai, are you playing a joke on me? In a study room, the leader of the Chang Yang clan, Chang Yang Ba, stood up from his chair in surprise. Focusing his attention on the elder in front of him, Chang Yang Ba couldn't help but be amazed by what he had just heard. The elder that stood in front of Chani Gang Ba was the housekeeper of the Chang Yang clan, Chang Bai. Chang Bai nodded his head solemnly, "My lord, even I didn't believe this matter at first, but dozens of the kitchen servants all saw it clearly. The fourth master really did beat one of the servants, as well as lift up a servant who weighed 100 pounds more than him, before tossing him 5 meters away. The most important part is that this very same servant is of the third Saint Force layer." Hearing Chang Bai, Chang Yang Ba's eyes widened in awe from this piece of incredible news. Chang Bai looked at the clan leader, and after some hesitation, continued to say, "My lord, I also received more information about this, but the fourth master was recently involved in a spar with the third master. Using a single tree branch, the fourth master was able to injure the third master." What? Xiang'er and Ker fought, and Xiang'er was the victor. With each passing second, Chang Yang Ba's eyes widened more and more. "That is correct, my lord. The fourth master had used only a tree branch while the third master was using a wooden axe." Chang Bai added. "How is this possible?" Chang Yang Ba flew from his chair once more. "Xiang'er is unable to use the Saint Force, while Chang Yang is 3 years older and is also at the third Saint Force layer. Combined with the fact that Ker practices martial arts every day, how was he not able to beat Xiang'er?" Taking out a tree branch from within his robes, Chang Bai held it out for Chang Yang Ba to take. "My lord, the fourth master had used this tree branch to beat the third master." Chang Yang Ba took the tree branch that was no thicker than his fingers. Inspecting it over, he noticed the tip of it had been dyed with blood. Chang Yang Ba focused onto the dried up blood on the broken tip of the branch while concealing all sorts of emotions from his face. "Chang Bai, is Ker fine? The third master is uninjured besides some broken skin." Chang Bai replied. Chang Yang Ba nodded his head slowly with a neutral face. Inspecting the tree branch even more closely, he started to grow more and more suspicious. Finally, he spoke, "Chang Bai, this tree branch is nothing special. In addition, the tip is not sharp at all. Based on Xian'er's strength, it is impossible for a tree branch to injure Ker at all." Chang Bai nodded his head in agreement, his eye glistening with a single luster. "My lord, I just had an outrageous thought. What if the fourth master is not a cripple unable to cultivate Saint Force? Seeing the fourth master's display of might today, perhaps the fourth master had already cultivated Saint Force to the 4th level? There would be no other way for the fourth master to beat the third master otherwise." Hearing Chang Bai, the clan leader's face grew bright with emotion. To treat his son who was regarded as a genius badly after being revealed as a cripple, this was Chang Yang Ba's biggest regret. "Chang Bai, what you're saying is that Xiang'er is not only able to use Saint Force, but that he is actually a genius at it as well." Chang Yang Ba's voice began to tremble with emotion. For a 7-year-old to reach the 4th layer of Saint Force, this could only be accomplished by geniuses of the Tianyuan continent. On average, by the time someone reached the 4th layer of Saint Force, they would be years old. TL note, Ra say. Chang Bai nodded his head. "I have watched fourth master grow up since he was a child. He is an outstanding genius in my eyes, and I believe in him. I can tell that the fourth master will be able to surpass even me in the future." Chang Yang Ba started to tremble and shake as he listened, his eyes expressing rapt excitement and minor disbelief. Chang Bai continued to speak. "Back when the fourth master was revealed to be a cripple unable to cultivate Saint Force, I had found it quite strange. I had always found this situation to be fishy, but I couldn't figure out exactly what was off until today. With the fourth master's 2 displays of strength today, I'm finally able to confirm my suspicions. The fourth master was never a cripple, but indeed a genius of cultivation. Chongyang Ba deeply inhaled to calm down his increasing heart rate, but before he could say anything more, a clan's member came running in and said to him respectfully, "My lord, the third master has been injured. The third lady wishes for the lord to come visit right away." "I understand, you may leave." Chongyang Ba waved his hand, dismissing the clan member indifferently. "Yes, my lord." The clan member bowed respectfully before slowly exiting. Chongyang Ba looked back at the housekeeper. "Chong Bai, it would be best if we head on over while checking up on Xiang. He has been neglected for so long after all." After he had spoke, he immediately paused gravely. "Chong Bai, the 2 servants that dared to bully Xiang in the kitchen, I'll leave it to you to drive them away from my mansion." "Humph, those 2 lowly servants, to think that they could bully Chongyang Ba's son without consequences." Chong Bai laughed briefly. "My lord, those 2 servants have already long since been driven off. Although one of them was introduced by the First Lady Ling Long, the other servant's older brother is the leader of one of the team captains of the patrol guards. But since they dared to bully the fourth master, they no longer have any reason to stay behind in this mansion. Otherwise, I would not dare to show face around the Chongyang mansion ever again." In a largely decorated room, the recently injured Chongyang K lay on the bed. With a pale face, he stared at the freshly bandaged wound on his stomach. Sitting at the edge of the bed was Chongyang K's mother Yu Fenghan, with a look of distress as she tended to her son. Not too far away, Jian Chen and his mother Bai Yuntian, as well as first aunt Ling Long, second aunt Bai Yushuan, and second sister Chongyang Minjiu all stood around the bed. Yu Fenghan looked back at Bai Yuntian with an angry look. "Fourth sister, your treasured son is getting more and more outrageous. To have assaulted my Ker with such a dangerous weapon, it's a good thing my Ker is very strong and didn't suffer a deadly wound. Otherwise, who knows how this might have gone." Jian Chen scowled as he listened to her, not accepting her words even a tiny bit. "This can't be blamed on me, it was third brother who had asked me to spar with him. A small injury like this is unavoidable. Besides, I was not using a dangerous weapon, but a tree branch. If anyone is to blame, then it is third brother's lack of skill." Yu Fenghan's face went ashen at Jian Chen's remarks. What he had said made perfect sense and she could not refute them in any way. Just thinking about how she had been outspoken against by a mere child, an unholy rage rose up within her. Along with the words, "If anyone is to blame, then it is third brother's lack of skill," Yu Fenghan's face went from green to white in rapid succession. These words meant that her son was no stronger than a cripple who could not even cultivate saint force at all. Hearing that Yu Fenghan be beaten by a child, Bai Yushuan could not help but laugh merrily, while Ling Long sat there with an expressionless face. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 11. Kargath Academy. Bai Yuntian held Jian Chen's head in a loving way as she slowly walked forward. "Third sister, this was only some playful sparring between kids, not something we should worry about. It's pointless to get angry, in the end, the 2 of them are just children after all. Right now, we should instead concentrate on healing Ker's wounds." At the words of Bai Yuntian, despite still being quite mad, all Yu Fenghan could do was fume silently. She was afraid that if she continued to nag everyone about the acts of such small children, her 3 sisters would begin to see her in a darker light. Bai Yuntian walked up to where Chongyang K reclined, closed her eyes and brought her 2 hands over the boy's wounds. Her hands hovered there for a moment before letting off a faint white glow. At that moment, Jian Chen's eyes sparkled with interest. He could clearly sense that a special power was gradually gathering in his mother's hands, forming that faint white glow. Moreover, this type of special power was the exact same power that he was able to contain inside the ball he had made earlier. Jian Chen began to pay close attention to his mother's movements, and in doing so he suddenly realized that he was actually unsure if he was able to understand the very same method his mother was using to manipulate the energy. After all, he had discovered ages ago that this ability to integrate the strength of the world was complicated. The white glow in Bai Yuntian's hands grew stronger and stronger, yet the light never hurt one's eyes. After a few deep breaths, she flicked her arms and the milky white light left her hands and floated down to Chongyang K's stomach, slowly merging with the wound there. The white bandages that were already there obstructed Jian Chen's view of what exactly the white ball of energy was doing, and what changes were occurring. After completing her task, Bai Yuntian let out a deep breath. Third sister, Chongyang K is fine, his injuries should be non-existent now. A happy smile finally appeared on Yu Fenghan's face. She thanked Bai Yuntian briefly before quickly stepping over to Chongyang K's bedside. She gave a concerned look towards her son and asked, "Ker, how are you feeling? Does your wound still hurt?" Chongyang K raised his hand to rub at his stomach area, and laughed before starting to tear at his bandages. "Mother, your son is all right now. It's very comfortable." After the bandages fell off, it was clear that the wound on Chongyang K's stomach was nowhere to be seen. Only a small bloody scar remained, but other than that, the wound had ceased to exist. Upon seeing this, Jian Chen suddenly understood. This type of mysterious energy was the unique energy that belonged to radiant saints. Their energy had a special healing effect that could heal any injury, no matter how grave. Under the care of a radiant saint, any wound would be healed rapidly. Since his own mother was a radiant saint, she was able to use this healing power. Legends said that some very strong radiant saints were able to regrow someone's arm, as well as having the power to resurrect the dead. Inside Jian Chen's head, he had a secret thought: if he was able to understand and absorb the energy of the radiant saint, then he may be able to be like his mother, and have the same amount of control a radiant saint had to heal wounds. As he had this thought, Jian Chen couldn't help but feel impatient, and wanted to test it out. However, in the end he still endured the temptation, since his current situation was not appropriate for experimenting. At that moment, the doors to the room opened wide. Jian Chen glanced at the people who walked in together. It was his father, Chongyang Ba, and the Chongyang clan's housekeeper, Chong Bai. "How is Ker? His injuries are not that severe, are they?" Chongyang Ba asked with a voice of concern. "I thank my lord for his concern, but fourth sister has already healed him, so Ker is fine now." Yu Fenghan's face showed a hint of a smile. Chongyang Ba was showing some concern for his son, so she felt happy. "Then everything is fine now." Chongyang Ba nodded his head and looked at Jian Chen. "Xiang, how have these past few days been treating you?" Even when talking to Jian Chen, some concern was being shown as well. "I thank father for his concerns, your son has been doing very well." Jian Chen's voice was very even. Ever since the end of the saint test, this was the first time Chongyang Ba and Jian Chen had talked to each other. Hearing Jian Chen's voice sound so clipped with a sense of detachment, Chongyang Ba couldn't help but sigh to himself secretly. "Xiang, come accompany your father to the study room." Chongyang Ba then turned around to exit from the room. In a flash, Jian Chen followed Chongyang Ba and Chong Bai into the study room. Sitting down on a chair, Chongyang Ba stared at Jian Chen for a moment, before asking him, "Xiang, I have heard that earlier this morning, you injured Qiubai of the kitchen servants this morning." "That is true." Jian Chen had already realized that his true strength had already been revealed, so there was no point in trying to hide it. Chongyang Ba's eyes had a cheerful expression as he laughed and said gently, "Xiang, why don't you tell your father, can you already cultivate saint force?" Jian Chen nodded his head faintly and answered as neutrally as before, "Yes." He knew that there was no way he could conceal this fact, so he admitted it with straightforward answer. Although he already could guess that Jian Chen could cultivate saint force, hearing the confirmation from Jian Chen's own mouth made Chongyang Ba feel even more emotional. Qiubai, may I trouble you to test Xiang'er's saint force again? Qiubai was happy now, but he still spoke to Qiubai politely, not at all having an attitude of the clan master asking for a housekeeper to do something. But Qiubai only laughed, and brought the hand with his space ring up, causing the saint stone to once more appear right in front of Jian Chen's eyes. "Fourth master, please put your hand on top of the stone," he said in a warm tone. The moment Jian Chen put his hand on the saint's stone, Qiubai also activated it. In that instant, Jian Chen once again felt that mysterious power being emitted from the saint's stone, entering his body through his arms. Within him, the power roamed around in a circle, before finally returning back to the saint's stone. At the same time, the only thing that could be seen was the entire saint stone suddenly emitting a faint red glow. Seeing the saint stone glow red, Qiubay's face showed an excited expression. Even Qiubai now had a faint smile, and he looked at Jian Chen with a gratified look in his eyes. "Clan leader, based on the strength of the glow, fourth master has already reached the fourth saint force layer," Qiubai said with a faint smile. The fourth layer, Qiubaygradually stood up from his chair, and in excitement, he wrung his hands together. Before this, he had already guessed such a result, but it had only been a guess. Now that he knew the actual situation, he felt a new feeling in his heart. Jian Chen had already reached the fourth saint force layer at the age of 7. Perhaps this level was not very outstanding compared to the entire Tianyuan continent, but within Gusun Kingdom, this was enough to qualify as a first-class genius. Moreover, his third brother, Qiubayang, was 3 years older than Jian Chen, and yet his inner saint force power had just reached the fourth layer. Qiubai once again placed the saint stone within his space ring. With a gratified look, he smiled, "Fourth master, you really have not disappointed me." Qiubayang quickly calmed down, and glanced at Jian Chen in a completely transformed light. His eyes were now filled with surprise, excitement, and gratitude. By the time Jian Chen left the study room, it was already almost noon. Right after Jian Chen left, Qiubayang looked at Qiubai, and with a slightly doubtful tone he said, "Qiubai, since Xiang'er has saint force, then how come last time he was tested, it wasn't detected? It had even scared me into thinking that Xiang'er was a cripple that was not able to cultivate saint force." Qiubai furrowed his brows, and after pondering for a bit, slowly said, "I'm not completely sure either. Perhaps the last saint test malfunctioned somehow. However, this is no longer of any importance." Qiubayang nodded. Currently, Xiang'er is only around 7 years old, and he has already reached the fourth saint force level. If this continues, I predict that the latest that Xiang'er will break through the 10th saint force level is by the age of 18 and condense his saint force into a saint weapon. Moreover, Xiang'er has always been an outstanding genius since he was young, so I want to quickly send him to Kargath Academy to study. What does Qiubai think? Hearing these words, Qiubai pondered for a bit, then replied, "Kargath Academy is the most famous academy in our Gusun Kingdom. However, the threshold to enter the academy is high. The person's strength must have reached the 8th saint force level, and his or her age cannot be over 18. If clan leader wants to quickly send fourth master to Kargath Academy, I'm afraid that is impossible in such a short period of time. Although the fourth master has already reached the 4th saint force level, the distance to the 8th saint force level will most likely take quite a long time. After all, the higher the saint force level, the harder it is to raise. I hope that Xiang'er can quickly train to the 8th saint force level within the next few years." Qiubayang said softly. Qiubai smiled, "Don't worry, clan leader. I believe that fourth master will reach the 8th saint force layer sooner or later. The only issue is time, since just now, when I assessed fourth master, I discovered that fourth master's saint force wasn't far from reaching the 5th layer." Hearing these words, Qiubayang was unable to contain his joy, as he mumbled, "I hope that Xiang'er will really surpass Qiubai in the future, and become the clan's pillar of support. Qiubai stood on the side, smiling wordlessly. However, his eyes did not at all hide his expression of anticipation. After leaving the study room, Jian Chen immediately ran quickly back to his own room. He tightly closed his door, and he recalled the entire frightening scene of his fight with Chong Yang. Although Jian Chen knew that during his fight with Dugu Qiubai in his previous world, he had made a breakthrough and entered the realm of the sword god, but he didn't dare think that after his reincarnation he would still be able to accomplish it. Just thinking about that remarkable ability sent Jian Chen into a spiral of joy and excitement. But when Jian Chen thought back to when the tree branch had mysteriously emitted sword qi, he started to feel some doubt. He no longer had the same strength he had from the previous world, so how was it possible for him to control an ordinary tree branch with the same sword qi? As he contemplated this, Jian Chen decided to give it a try once more. Scanning the room, his eyes noticed a nearby wooden clothes rack. Snapping off a 2-foot wooden strip, Jian Chen would use it as a makeshift sword. Holding the 2-foot wooden strip, Jian Chen slowly entered a state of tranquility. Deep in his mind, Jian Chen slowly began to convince himself that the wooden strip in his hand was not a wooden strip, but a sword instead. A sword for a god that could overcome anything. Slowly as he harmonized with it, he could feel the grains in his hands, and see them very clearly within his own head so well, he could even understand their internal compositions. Sucking a deep breath, he tried to quell the feelings of emotions within his heart. Taking hold of his emotions, the item in his hand flew into the air. Right as Jian Chen's mind had reached this state, he had already established a connection between the wooden strip and his spirit. As the wooden strip separated from his hand, it floated by itself in midair while still being under Jian Chen's control. It slowly inched forward before emitting a white ray of light, revealing the sharp sword qi he was familiar with. At this moment, Jian Chen had realized his soul had completely harmonized with the wooden strip, to the point that it had felt like his own arm that could easily be controlled with his will. At the same time, he had realized that the sword qi in the wooden strip had something to do with his soul. With that realization, Jian Chen could only see a bright ray of light coming from the hovering wooden strip and flew around his body with a speed so fast, even Jian Chen couldn't see it clearly. Jian Chen's heart pulsed quickly as his face revealed a look of extreme joy. He had not thought that the final moment of his life in the previous world would he be able to understand the sword's soul. From that day on, the remarkable ability of the sword's soul was not only Jian Chen's strongest attack, but also a skill that could save his life. Unknowingly, a few years passed. The current Jian Chen was already 15 years old. During these past few years, Jian Chen had rarely gone outside, and spent every day in his room training the Azulate sword law. His strength had already been revealed, and he had even been recognized as a cultivating genius. Thus, his position in the Chongyang household had changed. There was no longer a single person in the household that dared to look down on him. Moreover, Chongyang Ba had been extremely caring to Jian Chen in pretty much every possible way. Among this, the happiest one was Bai Yuntian. Originally, her son that was deemed as a cripple unable to cultivate, but now he had transformed into a cultivating genius, especially since he had reached the 4th Saint Force layer at the age of 7. Anyone could imagine how happy Bai Yuntian was about her son being extraordinary. However, Jian Chen discovered that since he had revealed his true strength, his eldest aunt Ling Long and third aunt Yu Fenghan seemed to always look at him with an unfriendly expression. This situation was one that the Jian Chen with memories of his previous life was well aware of. Within the past few years, Jian Chen had already reached the 8th Saint Force layer. Moreover, this was only because Jian Chen had purposely slowed down his pace. That was because during the past few years, Jian Chen had used almost half the time to familiarize himself with the sword laws from his previous world. Otherwise, he most likely would have broken through the 8th level ages ago. Because of this, Jian Chen was currently not far from reaching the 9th layer already. Right now, within the Chongyang household, Jian Chen's strength had already well surpassed his second sister Chongyang Minjiu, and his third brother Chongyang Ke. Although Chongyang Minjiu was over 3 years older than Jian Chen, her saint force had stopped at the 7th layer. As for Chongyang Ke, he had never really had any talent for cultivating, and his current 17-year-old self had only achieved the 5th saint force layer after much difficulty. In the early morning, a large group of people gathered outside the Great Hall. Amongst this group were Jian Chen's parents, his 3 aunts, and even his third brother, Chongyang Ke, and his second sister, Chongyang Minjiu. Aside from them, a few of Chongyang household's chief figures were also present. There was also a bird-type magical beast about 3 meters large that calmly sat on the ground, not too far from the crowd of people. Today was the day that Jian Chen would leave for Kargath Academy to study. The minimum standard to enter Kargath Academy was having achieved the 8th level. In addition, the person's age could not be over 18. Currently, Jian Chen met both of these standards. Moreover, today happened to also be the enrolling General Assembly for Kargath Academy that only occurred once a year. Bai Yuntian's face was covered in tears as she looked at Jian Chen. With a loving gaze, she said, "Xiang, you have to study diligently at the academy. Try to stay out of trouble, understand?" Bai Yuntian spoke with a tone filled with deep concern. Jian Chen obediently nodded, and said, "Don't worry, mother, I know what I should do." Chongyang Ba walked up to Jian Chen, and said, "Xiang, this space belt is something father prepared especially for you. Although it isn't anything priceless, and the amount of space inside isn't very large, it can still store some small things. If you break through the 10th level by the time you turn 18 and condense your saint force into a saint weapon, then father will reward you with a space ring and a monster core." While speaking, a very exquisite belt had already appeared in his hands. Seeing the size of the belt, it was obvious that it had been specifically tailored for Jian Chen. Seeing Chongyang Ba be so concerned about Jian Chen, Linglong, and Finian, who were standing nearby, couldn't help but show a trace of deep jealousy and dissatisfaction. However, currently, everyone's gazes were gathered on Jian Chen, and nobody had noticed them. Jian Chen accepted the belt, and said with a strong self-confidence, "Father, I will definitely become a saint soon." Chongyang Ba expressed a trace of a smile, and he looked at Jian Chen with a gaze full of gratification. "Fourth Master, it's getting late. We should go on our way." At that moment, the housekeeper Chong Bai that was standing on the side, spoke up. Jian Chen gave one final glance at his mother, and then walked over to Chong Bai without once turning his back, and said, "Chong Bai, let's leave." Chong Bai reached out and lifted Jian Chen onto the back of the flying magical beast. Afterwards, he jumped on as well, sitting next to Jian Chen. Faintly smiling at Jian Chen, he said, "Fourth Master, sit tight please." Afterwards, he only saw Chong Bai pat the magical beast's back. In an instant, the flying magical beast seemed to have received a command, and stretched out its 10-meter-long wings to fly up. It directly rose up into the air, and began to quickly fly off into the distance. Chapter 12. Big Brother Chongyanghu. Sitting on top of the flying magical beast, Jian Chen's face did not reveal any sort of emotion, even though they were flying at an extreme speed 1,000 feet high up into the air. Since the beast was flying at such high speeds, he could hear a ceaseless rumbling sound from the wind in his ears. Looking at Jian Chen's passive face, Chong Bai couldn't help but nod in approval. Most children generally paled in extreme fear after flying on top of a magical beast for the first time. Some children trembled in fear the whole time, while a smaller amount even wet themselves, but very few people had achieved the same tranquility as Jian Chen. Chong Bai thought back to when he had sent Chongyanghu to Kargath Academy a few years back. After sitting on the flying beast, Chongyanghu's entire body had shivered from fright as he grabbed hold of the feathers on the beast's neck. The fourth master does not seem to be like the others. It truly makes one wonder what sort of accomplishments he will succeed in the future. Chong Bai thought to himself. Jian Chen stared at the flying magical beast below him and asked, "Qiubai, what kind of beast is this, to be flying at such a fast speed?" "This is only natural." Qiubai spoke in a majestic voice, "Fourth Master, you shouldn't underestimate this magical beast. This magical beast is called the Eagle Beast. It is a class 4 magical beast which is the equivalent of a great Saint Master. It can fly through the sky at extremely fast speeds, and even though it is barely class 4, even someone of the same rank of Earth Saint Master would not be able to fight it when it is in the sky. Then that would mean this Eagle Beast is very expensive," Jian Chen said. Qiubai nodded, "That is natural as well. Flying magical beasts are very expensive, not only because they are hard to capture, but hard to tame as well. Even though flying magical beasts are the fastest way of transportation, riding on one is very dangerous. In the case that a magical beast goes out of control, then the rider will be sent falling from thousands of meters in the air. Even with the power of an Earth Saint Master, surviving a fall like that would be unlikely, and even if you are lucky, you will still end up with a fatal injury. Even if it's a class 1 or 2 flying magical beast, its price is still very expensive, especially if it has a berserk nature or won't submit to a human. Therefore, taming a flying magical beast is a very challenging task to accomplish." Jian Chen nodded his head before slowly becoming silent once more. Qiubai looked at the silent Jian Chen and said, "Fourth Master, your older brother Jianghu is also at Kargath Academy. It has been a few years already, so becoming a saint isn't too far away for him. If you ever come across a problem at the academy, don't be afraid to ask your older brother to help solve it." "Yes, I know," Jian Chen replied. But his mind felt complicated when he thought of his mysterious older brother. Jian Chen had never seen him before, and he didn't even know what his brother's personality was like. He was also very worried about if his older brother would be jealous about his innate skill at cultivating saint force, like third brother Yang was. Being jealous over something like this was not at all uncommon within a big clan. In the previous world, Jian Chen had met all sorts of family strife due to a power struggle between siblings during his time as a traveler. In Jian Chen's heart, he desperately hoped that such a situation would not happen to him. In his previous world, he was an orphan who had never experienced any sort of familial love. Since the heavens had blessed him with a family this time, he treasured it deeply. After the Eagle Beast flew for half the day at an extremely high speed, it finally arrived at Kargath Academy, where under Qiubai's control, it descended to a mere 100 meters above ground. Kargath Academy was established within the plains, with a great wall 10 meters high surrounding it. The academy was extraordinarily big, and the lands it covered were vast as well. Even though Jian Chen was hovering 100 meters above ground, he still couldn't see the entire academy. Kargath Academy was the most prestigious academy in the Guisan Kingdom, and today was its annual opening ceremony. For that reason, the front gates were extremely lively. There were many people there, as well as a few luxurious carriages that were parked not too far away. However, Jian Chen couldn't put names to the types of magical beasts that were pulling the carriages. Virtually every carriage had a few guards protecting them. In the skies, a few flying magical beasts approached them, descending down onto the academy courtyards. Each of them carried a small child. Qiubai instructed the Eagle Beast to fly down towards the courtyards as well, landing them right next to a 100-meter tall tower. He brought Jian Chen directly into the tower. Outside, there were still quite a few flying magical beasts resting there. Jian Chen and Qiubai walked to the top of the tower to meet the headmaster of Kargath Academy. The headmaster was not that much different in age than Qiubai, and Jian Chen had a feeling that the two had some sort of familiarity between them. Because of this familiarity, Jian Chen could easily enter the academy without any problems. Under the instructions of the headmaster, Jian Chen's brother Jianghu had been called up to the top of the tower as well, allowing him to see the mysterious older brother he had never met before. Jianghu was already 18 years old, the same age as his second sister Jiang Minjiu, but Changyang Minjiao was younger by 3 months. Changyanghu was a fairly sturdy teenager who was taller than Jian Chen, and he wore the academy uniform. He had already been enrolled in the academy for over 2 years, and his saint force had also reached the peak of the 10th layer. However, he had not yet condensed it into a saint weapon. The distance between the peak of the 10th layer and sainthood was not big at all, but the moment in between was very important, as condensing the saint force into a saint weapon was a very challenging task. On the Tianyuan continent, many people weren't capable of forming a saint weapon since birth, because they lacked the aptitude, as well as the innate skill. According to the headmaster, Changyanghu had already reached the peak of the 10th layer a year ago and had already tried to form a saint weapon 3 times, but only met with failure each time. However, seeing an 18-year-old that could form a saint weapon by the age of 18 was rare to see on the Tianyuan continent. The average age was around 20 years before a saint weapon could be formed, but most of them were geniuses. Of course, the average person could make a saint weapon at that age as well, but most of them would not be able to walk down the path of martial arts for long. Because the spiritual qi of the Tianyuan continent was abundant, the average lifespan of a person was around 200 years. For a person to form a saint weapon at the age of 20, that could be considered decent. Qiubai pointed at Changyanghu and said to Jian Chen, "Fourth master, that person is your brother Changyanghu." Looking over at him, he cried, "Eldest master, this is your younger brother Changyang Xiangtian." "Big brother." Jian Chen looked at Changyanghu with a smile as he shouted out a greeting. In his eyes, he had felt that Changyanghu looked to be a strong yet straightforward person, but his heart was not in complete agreement. Hearing Jian Chen's shout, Changyanghu scratched at his cheek with a laugh, "Fourth brother, feel free to call on me anytime. If you are bullied in the future, then look for me straight away, and I'll smash them to pieces." Laughing at his brother's speech, Jian Chen responded, "Then I'll be relying on you, big brother." With this first impression, Jian Chen had thought that Changyanghu was pretty nice, and so all worries he had about his big brother began to disappear like smoke. Changyanghu shook his head and laughed once more, "It'll be no problem, not a problem at all. No matter what you say, I am still your older brother, so protecting the fourth brother is an absolute must." After this, Changyanghu suddenly froze before looking around, his eyes revealing some doubts. "Qiubai, where are second sister and third brother?" he asked. "Eldest master, the second lady and third master have not yet reached the requirements to enter the academy, so it is only the fourth master that was able to join." Qiubai answered serenely. "Oh." Hearing that, Changyanghu let loose a disappointed look and began to mutter, "How did they not reach the requirement of reaching the 8th layer? This is silly. Fourth brother is more formidable, since he reached the 8th layer so quickly. He's even more amazing than me, his older brother. Eldest master, please escort the fourth master down. From today on, you need to properly look after your younger brother. I still have some business to settle with the headmaster." Qiubai said. Changyanghu nodded his head firmly and pounded his chest with his fist. "Qiubai, don't worry. I definitely won't allow anyone in the school to bully fourth brother." Afterwards, Jian Chen received the school medal and left with his older brother. After exiting the tower, Jian Chen looked at the school medal in his hands. Aside from it being proof of him being a student, it also contained his dorm address. Although Jian Chen was not familiar with the layout of the academy, but because Changyanghu was there to lead the way, they both ended up at their destination sooner than he had expected. The dormitories of the academy were built using a very durable type of stone and were split into 2 different areas. One area was for the commoners to live in, and the other side was for people like Jian Chen, who had a prestigious clan backing them up. The differences between the two were like comparing the heavens to the earth. Kargath Academy was Gasun Kingdom's most prestigious academy, so it naturally had to have a unique characteristic. Kargath Academy had a very strict rule, one must reach the 8th layer of Saint Force before they reach the age of 18 in order to fulfill the requirement. If a student does not reach this level, then even if they are from an extremely prestigious and rich family, they will not be able to enroll in the academy. Because the tuition costs were very low, even the commoners were able to enroll with ease. Some of the students that successfully enrolled came from impoverished families, but Kargath Academy had even waived the fee for many. For that reason, many students were of a commoner's background, and had a poor innate skill for cultivation. At Kargath Academy, there was also another iron-set rule that an aristocrat's follower could not casually bully commoner students. Otherwise, no matter how powerful your family background was, you would still suffer from a serious punishment. If the situation was serious enough, then you might even be expelled. Although this would offend some major families, Kargath academies had the backing of the Ghasid kingdom. Moreover, the headmaster was one of the 6 major elites in Ghasid Empire, so no major family dared to speak up against this iron-set rule. Jian Chen's dorm room was around 10 square meters, and the room's decor was extremely simple. Aside from a bed and a chair, there wasn't anything else present. However, the entire room had been tidied so that it was extremely clean and organized, and it was completely spotless. "Fourth brother, this is your room, remember the location well, and be careful to not go the wrong way." Jianghu laughed. Jian Chen nodded, and after throwing down some of the clothes he had brought with him, he was pulled away by his older brother to wander around the school grounds. Jianghu claimed that it was so that Jian Chen could familiarize himself with his new surroundings. For the entire afternoon, Jian Chen was dragged around by Jianghu to wander aimlessly around the school. Suddenly, Jianghu opened his mouth to say, "Fourth brother, tomorrow is the annual new student competition. There are plenty of rewards, and the first newcomer king can even win a rank 3 magic stone. The person in second place can win a rank 2 magic stone, and the person in third place can win a rank 1 magic stone. You have to try your best and earn first place." Chapter 13. Competition of the New Students. Jian Chen's heart pounded after hearing that, "Eldest brother, aren't class 3 monster cores precious?" Even though Jian Chen knew about monster cores, he was still ignorant in regards to their prices. Of course, Class 3 monster cores can be sold for more than 100 amethyst coins. I joined this academy 4 years ago, but I have never been able to use a Class 3 monster core. The highest I've used was a Class 2 core that cost me 50 amethyst coins. Jianghu's face started to show signs of heartache after saying that. Jian Chen began to plan it all out in his head. He quickly decided that he would try his best to win that Class 3 monster core from the martial arts competition. Despite never using a Class 3 monster core before, he knew that absorbing the energy contained inside would allow him to increase his rate of cultivation. He didn't know how fast he would be able to absorb world essence after taking the Class 3 core, but he knew that by using it, the peak of the 10th Saint Force layer was within reach. As the sky gradually grew darker, Jianghu led Jian Chen down to the student dining hall. After the dinner they split off and went their own ways, returning to their dormitories. After returning to his room, Jian Chen closed the door and sat on his bed and to begin cultivating once more. However, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Jian Chen looked at the door in confusion, before walking to the door and opening it. Standing outside the door was a 30-year-old woman wearing a light green dress. Although her beauty was not so much as to cause entire cities to war for her favor, she could still be considered beautiful. Her long, dark green hair went down to her shoulders, and gave off an impression as if it was floating. "Is there something you needed?" Jian Chen asked with some confusion. "You are one of the new students of Kargath Academy. Tomorrow will be the Kargath Academy's annual freshman competition. It is mandatory for all new students to participate. Do not forget to come." She spoke with a tone that was as equally apathetic as her stare. "Yes, I know. Is there anything else?" Jian Chen asked. "No." After dropping this word, the woman turned around to leave and walked to the next room. It seemed as if she had to notify every student one by one. Closing the door, Jian Chen returned to his bed and sat down on it. Quickly, he returned to a silent state of cultivation. The next morning, Jian Chen finished his night of cultivation, left his room and headed towards the dining hall alone. Since he left so early, there weren't many people up yet, so he was able to find himself an empty table to sit at due to the entire hall being almost empty. After eating his breakfast, Jian Chen headed towards the center of the academy grounds where the sports field were. The martial arts competition would be taking place in the stadium here. Along the way, Jian Chen noticed that he was surrounded by freshmen just like him, and they were also heading towards the sports field. Because the elder students all wore a school uniform, Jian Chen could clearly recognize which ones were freshmen. Although there weren't that many upperclassmen, perhaps they did not have much interest in the freshman competition. When Jian Chen arrived at the sports field, he could see 5 circles, each 30 feet in diameter, on top of the sports grounds. There were already many people already surrounding it. Jian Chen arrived at a tree a few meters away from the grounds. Quickly running towards the tree, he pushed off against the tree trunk to jump upwards towards the tree top. Settling down on the tree branch, Jian Chen started to rest in the shade, since it was still too early for the competition to start. He was in no rush to get there so early, and pointlessly suffer under the blazing sun. Time quickly passed. Soon, it was the time for the competition to start. At this time, the competition arena was already packed with thousands of students. Only a few of them wore student uniforms, everyone else was a new student. However, Jian Chen noticed that most of the freshman students who had achieved the 9th layer or better were most definitely from commoner families. He made this judgment based on the new student uniforms they all had to wear. These people were wearing crude and coarse versions. This made sense given that the Gasun kingdom was predominantly comprised of commoners, and children from impoverished families were used to working hard. Thus, these kids worked hard to improve when cultivating Saint Force, and so were capable of reaching the 8th layer and joining Kargath Academy. Aside from those students, the rest of the freshmen seemed to be around 16 to 17 years old. There were even some year-olds. Jian Chen himself was 15 when he had reached the 8th layer, an achievement that could not be so easily replicated, and so it made Jian Chen the youngest student there. Despite that, Jian Chen's physical growth far surpassed anyone else. Although he was really 15 years old, he was built as if he were a few years older. After resting for a while, Jian Chen hopped to the ground nimbly and walked towards the competition area. Although a crowd was already forming, Jian Chen didn't try to force his way through. Instead, he calmly stood on the outside. Regarding the freshman martial arts competition, Jian Chen had no interest in it at all, even watching it didn't seem appealing to him. The only reason he would be participating today was because of the Class 3 Monster Corps. Everyone, quiet down. Suddenly, a loud piercing sound rang out. The cry was so loud, it was heard by everyone in the sports field and everybody immediately became quiet. In an instant, the whole field became absolutely silent. A white-robed, middle-aged man came walking up to the podium. The man looked like any other man his age, with no remarkable features. However, the light in his eyes was so bright, it looked as if he had a saint weapon hidden inside, making people afraid to stare straight into his eyes. Looking at everyone, the man smiled kindly. Speaking loudly in a friendly voice, he said, "Dear students, I am the Vice Principal of Kargath Academy Bayan. I will be the one in charge of today's martial arts competition today as well as being the one who makes up the rules. I am going to presume everyone has already seen the rules on the postboard at the school gates, so I won't repeat it. The prize for this year is the same as always. The first place winner will win a Class 3 Monster Corps, the runner-up will win the Class 2 Monster Corps, and the third place winner will get the Class 1 Monster Corps. Other than that, the top 50 participants in this competition will receive a single amethyst coin as a prize." Hearing this, every single student wearing the uniform of the commoners began to cheer in excitement. They did not spend much from day to day and only had simple food as their meal every day. A single gold coin was enough to feed a family of 3 for a month, and an amethyst coin was worth 100 gold coins. Although a monster core was a precious item, but none of them had any high hopes to win one since there were only 3 chances to earn one. But getting a single amethyst coin had 50 chances to be earned. At this moment, pretty much all the students from less privileged families could not help but become more excited. They all inwardly swore to themselves that for the sake of this amethyst coin, they would have to work hard to enter the top 50 spots. Looking at the jubilant expressions on the faces of the commoners, some of the nobles looked on with disdain. A single amethyst coin may not be such a small amount of money to a commoner, but to a noble, it was worth very little. Even Jian Chen had 50 amethyst coins on himself to use as he wished. The freshman martial arts competition began not long after. The students personally drew individual lots to draw tags from within a large container. However, the tags were covered by a piece of paper, making it impossible to see the numbers on them. The 2 pots had different labels. One of the pots were for students who had reached the 8th layer while the other pot was for those who had reached the 9th layer. This method made sure that no student would fight another student from a different layer and make the outcome of the battle completely predictable from the start. Although Kargath Academy's lowest entry requirement was having reached the 8th Saint Force level, there were always some new people amongst the freshmen every year that were geniuses who were not at all lacking in terms of cultivation. It could also be said that there were a few treasured geniuses that had been given up by the aristocratic families, so there were always freshmen that had already achieved the 9th Saint Force layer admitted to the school every year. Drawing lots did not take long to accomplish, and soon enough it was Jian Chen's turn. Looking at the pot, Jian Chen casually grabbed a single tag from within. Unsealing the tag, he read the words with a relieved look, 3rd stage, number 64. Seeing the number on the tag, he inwardly understood clearly that his opponent would be number 136 on the 3rd stage, because this time's competition matched opponents based on finding the 2 numbers that would give a sum of 200. After getting their tags, every student slowly walked towards their respective platforms while Jian Chen walked over to the 3rd platform. The competitions were progressing at a fast rate, as the first round of the competition only took half a day. Because Jian Chen's own opponent was not at all knowledgeable about how to fight with martial arts, Jian Chen had easily won and made his way into round 2. After eating lunch, the freshman martial arts competition continued. However, the number of competitors had decreased by half. It seemed like there were only 500 people present by the end of that first round. The second round was decided in the same way as the first round, with drawing lots. Because the amount of people that remained was far less than that of the first round, it had only took 4 hours to finish. By the end of the second round, 256 students were left standing. Coincidentally, since it was an even number, then there would not be an awkward situation where there would be a student that was left out of the drawings. Immediately heading into the third round, people began to draw lots to find their opponents. By night time, there were only 128 people that advanced onwards, with Jian Chen standing amongst them with a lazy expression. Leaving the competition grounds, Jian Chen noticed that the sky had long since darkened. He rubbed at his protesting stomach and shook his head with slight disappointment. In his previous world, he could have gone several days and nights without eating and still not feel hungry. Now that he was used to 3 meals a day, he now felt hungry after skipping a single meal, leaving Jian Chen to feel slightly disappointed with himself. Soon, Jian Chen arrived at the dining hall. After receiving his food, he found an empty seat and began to eat. Although the food was simple, completely incomparable to what he had in the Chongyang household, Jian Chen still ate it with relish. Since the current freshman martial arts competition had just ended, the current number of people present in the dining hall was not any less than usual. In fact, there were so many people that not long after Jian Chen sat down, all of the seats in the dining hall had been filled. There were still many people who couldn't find available spaces. Although Jian Chen was sitting alone at a table, not a single person dared to sit together with him, since all the other students there were peasants. How could they possibly dare to sit with Jian Chen, who was wearing luxurious clothing? It was obvious at first glance that he was from an aristocratic family. Peng. Chapter 14. Tai Ta. Peng. Just as Jian Chen began to eat with relish, a hand suddenly slapped onto his shoulder, causing the table to shake from the action. Jian Chen scowled as he slowly lifted his head up. The owner of the hand belonged to a male noble around 20 years old. Beside him were two youths, with faces full of arrogance. One was a male, and one was a female, and both wore luxurious satin clothing. It was obvious from first glance that they were from wealthy families. Looking at the three nicely dressed students with a flat expression, he spoke with an annoyed expression, "Is there a problem?" The 20-year-old noble's face had an ominous glint as he stared at Jian Chen. Speaking arrogantly, the noble said, "Hey, brat! This table here belongs to us, you should sit somewhere else." Although the youth could tell that Jian Chen was by no means a commoner from the clothes he wore, the youth still did not bother to look at Jian Chen in the eye. Hearing what the male had said, Jian Chen looked at him with disdain and said, "If you want to eat, then sit down and eat. This table is for the entire school to enjoy, furthermore, the table doesn't have your name written on it. Since when did this table become yours?" After hearing this, the noble's face looked quite angry. Having already lost his patience, he shouted, "Are you going to move or not?" By this time, the spectacle at Jian Chen's table had already attracted the attention of everyone else. Although there were many people watching, no one had the audacity to step in to say something. A smirk appeared on Jian Chen's face. These type of occurrences happened many times in his past life, but he would always teach the other aggravators a lesson. "Of course I'll let you, just wait for me to finish my food first." Looking away, Jian Chen began to dig into his food with renewed interest. Because he stuffed his face full of food, Jian Chen's voice was slightly muffled. However, to these three people, Jian Chen's meaning was loud and clear. "Brother, it looks your power isn't enough in this school, you couldn't even claim a table. You'd better not make the two of us eat our food outside." The girl behind the noble lightly laughed. Hearing these words, the look of awkwardness on the face of the 20 years old or so young man disappeared, leaving only a look of anger. Staring viciously at Jian Chen, he shouted, "Kid, what is your name, and what family are you from? If you have the courage, tell me." Jian Chen's eyebrows creased together, but before he could say anything, another voice cried out, "Ka De-yun, you are one of the upperclassmen of Kargath Academy, to think you have the nerve to bully one of the freshmen." The one who had spoken was another person about the same age as Ka De-yun. He also wore the same academy uniform, and he walked towards them. Seeing this youth, Ka De-yun's face slightly changed. His eyes showed a hint of fear, as he said, "Bai Mo Ran, you should not meddle in my affairs." At this point, Jian Chen knew the names of both people. The one from earlier was called Ka De-yun, and the one that had just arrived was called Bai Mo Ran. The youth called Bai Mo Ran chuckled and said, "Ka De-yun, it is true that your affairs are not for me to meddle in. But since I am an upperclassman, I cannot ignore the troubles of a junior." Hearing this, the faces of the two youths standing behind Ka De-yun changed. At this time, the girl standing behind Ka De-yun hesitated a bit, and then lightly tugged at Ka De-yun's clothes. She lightly whispered, "Big brother, there are some open seats over there, we should just go sit over there." Ka De-yun looked around the dining hall, and sure enough, a spot not too far away had opened up. Staring at Jian Chen with a ferocious glare, he waved his hand, "Second brother, third sister, let's go," he said as he started to walk over to the empty table. If he had continued with this spectacle, then there would have been no benefit for him. He was also slightly afraid of coming out as the loser, since Bai Mo Ran's clan was not at all weaker than the Ka Di clan. Bai Mo Ran himself was actually stronger than him. But that wasn't the most important aspect. The bigger matter at hand was that if word got out that an upperclassman like Ka Diyun was bullying one of the freshmen, then he would become the target of ridicule. Furthermore, if the headmaster heard about this, then he would definitely receive a strict punishment. Another reason why Ka Diyun wasn't willing to pick on commoners for their seats was for something that every upperclassman knew about within their hearts. As one of the 6 experts of the Gasun Kingdom, the headmaster of Kargath Academy was very partial towards the poor students. At that moment, Ka Diyun's sister looked at Jian Chen with renewed interest as if she suddenly recalled something. Opening her mouth, she said, "Oh, I just remembered. You're one of the 128 freshman students that made it into the next step of the competition. I saw you on top of the fighting arenas." As she spoke, the girl's eyes suddenly gained a malicious intent within them. Hearing this, the previously silent male turned around to say something. "I hope that I'll be matched up against you tomorrow in the competition then." With an evil laugh, he turned around and walked towards the empty table where Ka Diyun was heading towards. Taking in the words of that male student, Jian Chen didn't bother responding, nor did he care about the person at all. Bai Mo Ran walked on over to Jian Chen and patted his shoulder with a laugh. "You really have guts to not have given Ka Diyun face. If he tries to bully you in the future, then all you need to do is just look for me." Jian Chen stood up from his stool and smiled. "I am Chong Yang Xiang Tian. Thank you for helping me with this embarrassing situation, otherwise, I'm afraid it would have escalated into something troublesome." Bai Mo Ran started to chuckle. "Junior doesn't need to be this polite. Ka Diyun's clan has been fairly aggressive within the academy recently. I've long since found him to be quite annoying, but unfortunately, I could never find an opportunity to teach him a lesson." "Right, I am called Bai Mo Ran, you can just call me Senior Bai Mo Ran though. You'll want to be very careful in the competition tomorrow." The 2 people behind Ka Diyun were his younger sister Kai Dichu Li, and his younger brother Ka Dil Yang. It's been rumored that both of them have already reached the 9th layer of Saint Force. Jian Chen only laughed and said, "Senior Bai Mo Ran, don't worry. If I end up seeing them, then I will definitely be careful." Nodding, Bai Mo Ran said, "It's getting late so I'll be returning to my dorm. Junior, I hope we'll see each other again." After Bai Mo Ran left, Jian Chen quickly finished up the rest of his meal before returning to his dorm. Throughout the entire day, he hadn't seen his older brother Chong Yanghu at all. His actions and whereabouts were completely unknown. Casually sweeping away the dust in his room, Jian Chen climbed onto the bed and began to cultivate once more, as per accordance to the lessons. The second day of the competition quickly progressed. Because there were less and less people, the top 8 were quickly decided by the end of the day. After the top 50 had been established, the academy had cancelled the rule that prevented students from the 8th layer to fight against those from the 9th layer. The students were now free to fight with whomever they were matched up against, so aside from Jian Chen and another Suntan student, the other 6 students had already reached the 9th layer of Saint Force. In order for the Suntan student or Jian Chen to enter the top 8, they had to defeat some students who had already reached the 9th layer of Saint Force. Other than that, Jian Chen had ran into something unexpected. Of the 6 freshmen who reached the 9th layer, 2 of them were the students he had ran into yesterday, Ka Di Qiubai and Ka Dil Yang. Although Jian Chen had yet to fight against the 2, he felt that each time he saw them, there was a hidden air of provocation between them. Regarding the 2 siblings' glares, Jian Chen paid no mind to them. In his mind, he could only think about pitting himself against the only other 8th layer Saint Force freshman. That male student's martial art style was clearly seen by Jian Chen, who thought that it was fairly unique that suited him greatly. His strength was extraordinary as well, which was the main reason why he had made it into the top 8 without any real trouble. His strength far surpassed those of anyone else his age, and half the opponents he had faced had been thrown out of the ring. The final matches were to be held tomorrow, and by the end of that, the freshman ruler would be announced. Leaving the sports grounds, Jian Chen immediately headed towards the dining hall. After getting his food, he saw out of the corner of his eye one of the competitors of the competition. It was the suntan student. He was currently eating by himself in a corner of the room. The student was wearing simple clothing with a few patches over it. Although the male looked to be around 16 years old, Jian Chen could see a firm expression on his slightly immature face. His stature and build did not fit his age at all. He was already reaching a height of 1.8 meters, almost as tall as Jian Chen's brother, Jianghu, and his girth was larger by a circle too. With a bit of hesitation, he walked towards the table where the suntan student was eating, and sat down with his tray. Turning his head to greet him, Jian Chen smiled, "I am Yang Tian. What name do you go by?" Tilting his head up to meet Jian Chen, his eyes slowly swept over his clothes before he said, "I am called Tai Ta." Laughing, Jian Chen said, "I only recently saw you fight in the competition. To see a student of the 8th layer beat students of the 9th layer is truly amazing." Hearing Jian Chen's praise, Tai Ta couldn't help but laugh as well. "I only won because my strength was better than theirs, that's all. They were truly difficult to deal with, even now I'm still sore from the matches." Chapter 15. Dugu Qiubai. Hearing Tai Ta, Jian Chen couldn't help but ask, "Tai Ta, you say you have a great amount of strength, but how heavy of an object can you lift?" "When I was back at home, I could lift a 200-kilogram rock," he said quite arrogantly with a face full of pride. Jian Chen's face went blank as he heard that answer. This was a monster of a student. A 200-kilogram rock was impossible to lift for the average adult. But for a young boy like Tai Ta to be able to lift such a titanic rock, Jian Chen could only feel awe from this fact. "Tai Ta, how old are you?" Jian Chen had started to look at Tai Ta in a different light now. 16 years old. Tai Ta said as he munched on his food. His chewing caused his words to be almost inaudible. Jian Chen's impression of him grew even more as he said, "Tai Ta, did you have this strength since you were a kid?" "That's right, my strength was always stronger than most, but then so was my appetite. Because I couldn't always eat until I was full in my home, I usually went up to the mountains and hunted for my own food," Tai Ta said flatly. Taking in a deep breath, Jian Chen mentally confirmed that Tai Ta's strength was definitely a God-given power. Otherwise, a young boy like him would never have been able to lift such a heavy rock. But what surprised Jian Chen even more was that Tai Ta would frequently hunt by himself in the mountains. For someone who was barely 16 to be able to hunt with ease in the mountains, this made Jian Chen's respect for him grow by an extreme amount. After all, not only did wild beasts appear in the mountains, magical beasts would occasionally appear as well, and the latter's strengths were incomparable to those of regular wild beasts. Tai Ta rubbed at his stomach and stood up from his stool with a laugh. Yang Tian, I've eaten my fill, so I'll be returning to my dorm to sleep. Tomorrow is another day of the competition after all." Jian Chen nodded his head. "I hope that you will make it into the top 3 in tomorrow's contest." Tai Ta fiercely nodded and a resolute look could be seen in his eyes. "I will definitely work hard and strive for the top 3. A single Class 1 monster core can be sold for at least 10 amethyst coins." Not long after Tai Ta had left, Jian Chen quickly ate his own food and returned to his room. Right as he closed the door behind him, a knock could be heard on it. "Fourth brother, are you here?" asked Jianghu in a strong voice. Hearing the voice, Jian Chen was surprised. It had been 2 full days since he had last seen any trace of his brother. Quickly opening the door, he invited Jianghu inside his room. "Fourth brother, I'm sorry, but I haven't been keeping track with your progress in the competition," he hurriedly said before Jian Chen could open his mouth to ask a question. Jian Chen nodded his head and said, "I've already advanced onto the top 8, tomorrow will be the final day of the matches." As he listened to Jian Chen, Jianghu suddenly grew happy for his younger brother's success. Excitedly, he said, "Fourth brother, you are truly amazing. It's no wonder you came here before second sister and third brother." Fishing a thumb-sized crystal out of his pockets, Jianghu placed it within Jian Chen's hands. "Fourth brother, this is a Class 1 monster core. 2 days ago, a few friends and I went to the forest behind the academy and killed a Class 1 magical beast together. This is the monster core I fought to get for you, so take it. It's already getting late, so your big brother won't disturb your rest anymore. Tomorrow is the final day of the competition, so you must work hard and earn the number 1 title." Jianghu then exited from the room, after slowly closing the door shut. The moment before Jianghu could close the door, Jian Chen caught a glimpse of a 3-inch long claw mark that ran down Jianghu's arm. Silently looking at the Class 1 monster core in his hands, Jian Chen felt a wave of warmth that lingered. For a while, Jian Chen's heart was actually unable to calm down. Although it was only a Class 1 monster core, Jian Chen could feel Jianghu's concern radiating from it. Thinking back to the wound on Jianghu's arm, Jian Chen knew that the wound came from hunting a magical beast. Whenever Jian Chen thought about the gift, he couldn't help but feel warm inside, another emotion that he had never experienced in his previous life. After standing in the center of his room with a stunned expression for a while, Jian Chen finally took a deep breath, gradually forcing himself into a state of calm. Then, he got onto his bed to start cultivating once more. Although he had the monster core now, he did not want to use it just yet, so he stored it away in his space belt. With the competition in mind, Jian Chen fully believed that he could take the number 1 spot. After all, in his previous world, he was a unique expert that stood at the peak of the world. And although he had lost a great amount of his power after reincarnating, he still had the knowledge of every type of swordplay, as well as understanding the deep profound sword laws, so much that they were ingrained into his soul. He had not lost his understanding of the ways of the sword, and so this is how Jian Chen would advance through the continent in the future. The next morning, Jian Chen finished his breakfast quickly before arriving at the competition. Perhaps it was because today was the final day of the competition, but a lot more people came today than the 2 previous days combined. Many of these newcomers were older students. The fighting grounds had been fully fixed last night, and the original 5 arenas had been changed to 4. However, the 4 arenas were now larger than before. The arenas from yesterday were on a completely different level that couldn't be compared with the new sizes. At this moment, Jian Chen felt something behind him. Turning around, he saw his older brother Jianghu forging his way forward of the crowd, trying to reach him. Taking note of Jian Chen's stare, Jianghu smiled widely. Quickly detaching himself from the crowd, he ran up to Jian Chen's side and slapped him on the shoulder. "Fourth brother, today is the day you must work hard. Your big brother won't demand of you to get the number 1 spot, getting into the top 3 is good enough." To Jianghu, getting a monster core was only a minor reward, the most important thing was getting a good rank. Although the price of a monster core was not easily ignored, it was not something that the eldest son of the Chongyang clan deeply desired. Jian Chen laughed and said, "Big brother, you don't have to worry. I definitely will not let you down." The time of the competition came quickly. This time, the top 8 would fight it out in the semi-finals. After drawing lots to decide their opponents, Jian Chen immediately walked onto the arena. Not long after, Jian Chen's opponent slowly came up into the arena, but to Jian Chen's surprise, his opponent was a girl. More precisely, his opponent was the girl from last time Dugu Qiubai. Dugu Qiubai was wearing a dark red style of clothing, and although she was only 16 or 17 years old, her body was developing nicely. What should be sticking out was sticking out, and what should be thin was thin. Her skin-tight uniform sketched her out to be a true example of a beautiful woman with delicate white skin, along with her naturally beautiful face with tender white skin. At this point, she had already enraptured the attention of all the boys in the crowd and, without a doubt, Dugu Qiubai was definitely beautiful enough to cause cities to fight over her. However, as true as it was for most people born into a prestigious clan, she carried around with her an arrogant air. Jian Chen stood empty-handed on top of the arena. The reason why he was empty-handed was because of the academy rules. They believed that the best way to judge a person's strength was by empty-handed combat, and so bladed weapons were not allowed. And since it was not possible to form a saint weapon without being a saint, all of the freshmen were forced to fight without weapons. Dugu Qiubai looked at Jian Chen with a haughty look. You really didn't let us down. For your arrogance in the dining hall the other day, I'll be sure to teach you a lesson today. Dugu Qiubai's voice carried a sharp but clear-sounding tone. Hearing this, Jian Chen's face revealed a grin of disdain. Within the people who were born within prestigious clans, many of them truly did not know how vast the heavens and earth were. Boom! A loud sound rung throughout the arena, signaling the start of the match. Because all 4 of the arenas were in the same place, the moment the gong was heard, all 8 participants simultaneously started to move and began to fight. Dugu Qiubai quickly strode towards Jian Chen, but when she was within 3 meters from him, she suddenly jumped up into the air to deliver a flying jump kick towards his face. Although Dugu Qiubai was young, she was fairly strong since she was already at the 9th Saint Force layer. Jian Chen stood in place without moving a single step. As Dugu Qiubai's foot got closer to his face, he tilted his neck sideways, allowing the kick to merely graze past the side of his head. Dugu Qiubai's reaction speed was fairly fast. The moment she realized her kick didn't connect, she swung out at his nose with a Saint Force enhanced fist. Not only was her fist coming in at rapid speeds, but with a huge amount of energy stored within her fist, any normal person would come out with serious injuries after being hit by that. As far as Jian Chen was concerned, she would not hold back. No matter if she ended up defeating Jian Chen and moving on into the top 4, or if she was just teaching Jian Chen a lesson, she would definitely not allow herself to hold back. Jian Chen dealt with Dugu Qiubai's attack with ease, and although his opponent was 1 layer higher than him, Jian Chen was not like an average child. His battle experiences from his past world were abundant, so if he wanted to continue this match without fighting back, then Dugu Qiubai wouldn't even be able to touch his clothes, much less beat him within 5 rounds. After Dugu Qiubai had tried to attack him a few dozen times without even being able to even touch Jian Chen's clothes, she grew extremely annoyed and stopped her barrage of blows. Panting slightly, she stuck both her hands by her waists and glared at Jian Chen. Hey, are you going to actually fight or not? If you're not going to fight, then get off the arena instead of jumping around all over the place. Jian Chen laughed as he looked at the fuming Dugu Qiubai and said, the person that'll be leaving the arena will be you, not me. How do you plan to beat me if you can't even touch my clothes? Why you? Dugu Qiubai's naturally beautiful face grew red with anger as she pointed at him with her finger, and she was momentarily unable to speak. But then she grew calm and she rolled her eyes, sneering, so what if I can't touch you? You can't even stand to fight me head-on, and can only dodge my blows like a little coward. Is that right? Jian Chen's face revealed a hint of a smile as he looked at her with a strange expression. Dugu Qiubai looked on haughtily, speaking with complete conviction, of course. If you aren't a coward, then you'd better try actually fighting me. Jian Chen glanced over at the other 3 rings and saw that the other matches were beginning to wrap up. Turning his head back to look at Dugu Qiubai again, he laughed, if you really want to fight me head-on, then fine, I'll grant you your wish. Chapter 16. Advancing into the finals. Hearing Jian Chen words, Dugu Qiubai's eyes brightened. You said so yourself, so don't you dare try to say otherwise later. Dugu Qiubai clearly had no desire to let Jian Chen prepare himself, so before she could even finish her sentence, she had already started to dash towards him. Just like the first blow, she leapt up into the air and lashed her leg out to kick him in the face, but this time the speed of her kick was much faster than her original one. Jian Chen gave an odd smile as the kick came closer. Just like he said earlier, Jian Chen didn't bother to dodge, but instead, as the kick was right in front of his face, both of his hands lashed out and grabbed onto Dugu Qiubai's calf. Exerting a decent amount of strength while twisting around, he whirled her around in one smooth motion. As he threw her, Dugu Qiubai cried out in panic as she was spun around by Jian Chen. Many of the surrounding students watching the event became dumbstruck. Not only did it seem like Jian Chen did not care for the fairer S*X and threw such a beautiful lady into the air in such a crude way, he had also defeated the last 6 opponents in the same manner. Under the arena, Ka De-yun felt the veins in his forehead throb as he watched his younger sister get mistreated in such a way. A murderous intent was focused on Jian Chen as he watched him. If it weren't for the vice headmaster Bai and presiding over the match nearby, then Ka De-yun would have charged onto the arena long ago to teach Jian Chen a lesson. Jian Chen's 2 arms were almost like strong pincers, clamping down onto her legs, as he spun her around twice before finally letting go. At that moment, one could only see Dugu Qiubai's beautiful body streak across the sky in an arc, before finally flying out of the arena, and crashing into a group of people in the audience. He had learned this trick from Tai Ta. After watching Tai Ta in some of his matches, he saw that he had done a similar method to easily toss his opponents out of the arena. However, Jian Chen had to admit, this method was a very easy trick to pull off for a quick but easy victory, and could be done to certain people with ease. With only a tiny bit of disdain for the people in the audience who helped Dugu Qiubai back to her feet, Jian Chen smirked as the referee proclaimed him the winner, before walking off the stage slowly. Blankly looking at Jian Chen walk off the arena, Dugu Qiubai's face fell. Since she was born, she had been pampered by thousands of people as she grew. For her to suffer humiliation from being tossed into the air after being spun around like a top, she had felt that she lost face as well as being wronged, despite not getting injured. As she thought about this, Dugu Qiubai's eyes started to tear up, and she eventually began to leak out streams of tears as she cried silently to herself. As Jian Chen walked down from the arena, Dugu Qiubai's brother, Ka De-yun, blocked his path. Glaring at him icily, he growled, "Kid, you really have some fucking courage to treat my sister like that." Jian Chen lazily glanced over at the furious Ka De-yun and snorted. Without saying anything, Jian Chen walked away from him. Words were not worth wasting on him, because Jian Chen couldn't stand to hear Ka De-yun try to use his clan's influence to bully others. Watching Jian Chen walk farther and farther away from him, Ka De-yun's own face grew even more somber. With the end of Jian Chen's match, the final 4 names were called out. In the end, it was Cheng Yang Xiang Tian, Tai Ta, Ka Diliang, and Tian Muxiang that remained. As far as Tai Ta was concerned, Jian Chen was not at all surprised that he had made it. However, Jian Chen did not think that Ka Diliang would unexpectedly make it into the top 4. There was also the 4th participant, Tian Muxiang. His age wasn't all that different from Dugu Qiubai. He had a medium-sized body, and a pale complexion. Although he was young, there was no doubt that he was handsome, with the perfect balance of his facial structures. Sitting on top of the platform was the vice headmaster, Bai En, who slowly looked over the 4 remaining students. With a small nod and a laugh, he announced, "It would appear that this year's freshmen are much stronger than the freshmen before them. I can only hope that our Kargath Academy will be able to boast of someone just as strong after." After announcing the 4 remaining students, they were given an hour of rest before continuing on with the competition. However, by some miraculous chance, Jian Chen's drawn opponent was Ka Diliang, while Tai Ta's opponent was Tian Muxiang. Under the arena, Ka De-yun and his siblings gathered at the bottom and watched. Dugu Qiubai's eyes were starting to become red and inflamed by this point. "Second brother, you have to teach him a lesson later," Dugu Qiubai said with unrestrained fury to Ka Diliang before the match started. Noticing his sister's red eyes and her tear-stained face, Ka Diliang couldn't help but feel extremely furious as he spoke, "Sister Chu Li, don't worry. Even if I get penalized by the academy, your second brother will definitely teach him a lesson." "Humph, what a savage kid. To think that he would dare treat our sister like this, he really does have a death wish. Sister, please don't worry, I guarantee you, that kid will definitely only feel suffering for as long as he lives in this academy. Although the headmaster sides with the poor people, he is by no means a commoner. Even if I beat him until he's a cripple, the headmaster won't say a thing, at the very most, he'll just scold us. Ka De-yun's face looked as if he swallowed poison. When it came to their sister, both Ka De-yun and Ka De-liang cared greatly for her. When Jian Chen had treated their sister in such a way, he had already earned extreme hatred from both of them. Soon, Jian Chen and Ka De-liang both walked onto the arena, and waited for the start of the match. Right as the gong sounded, Ka De-liang dashed towards Jian Chen and tried to slam his fist into Jian Chen's stomach. Jian Chen nimbly dodged Ka De-liang's attack, while returning the blow with his own fist that was even faster than his opponent's. Pang! Before Ka De-liang could even respond, Jian Chen's fist had already made contact with his back. The force of his punch was so strong, it forced Ka De-liang to stagger backwards, before falling to his knees. After one blow, Jian Chen didn't bother to hold back. Both of his legs went into motion as he quickly ran towards where Ka De-liang was kneeling. All of a sudden, the originally staggering Ka De-liang suddenly lost his footing once more and was sent flying again. After being hit, he flew 2 meters towards the edge of the ring, almost knocking him out of it, though half of his body was already hanging out of it. Watching this display of might, every student watching Jian Chen all cried out in surprise. They had never imagined that in a single engagement, the victor would be so readily decided. This was something that every student thought was amazing. The 9th layer Saint Force student Ka De-liang was being beaten so easily by the 8th Saint Force layer Jian Chen. Seeing half of Ka De-liang's body sticking out from the ring, both Ka De Qiubai's and Ka De-yun's hearts leapt out from their chests and into their throats. Ai, how can second brother be this careless? How annoying. He'd better not lose to a brat like him. Ka De Qiubai cried as she stamped her foot in anger. Though the longer she looked at Ka De-liang, the more easily one could tell her face was full of concern for her older brother. Ka De-yun let out a breath in exasperation. What is second brother doing for him to be this careless and lose to a brat who's only at the 8th Saint Force? On top of the platform, the vice headmaster Bai-en smiled excitedly as he said, "The freshmen we picked up this year are definitely jewels. One has been blessed by the heavens, while the other I can polish and shine in the future. While his attacks are simple, there is a strange sort of mystery to him. Every single time there is a crucial point in the match, he unleashes highly accurate moves with almost instantaneous reactions. These two students truly do require closer nurturing. I believe that in the future, these two will be great experts within the Tianyuan continent. I'd better discuss this with the headmaster later." On the arena, Ka De-liang scrambled to pick himself back up, his forehead already dripping with cold sweat. If his body had slipped just a few more inches, then there would be no doubt that his body would have fallen down from the arena. And then if he truly did lose to an 8th Saint Force layer student in such a disgraceful manner, he would definitely have been labeled as a great disgrace. When Ka De-liang crawled back up and turned himself around, his surroundings suddenly blurred, and he was suddenly aware of an acute sense of pain in his stomach before he could fully comprehend what was happening. But then, his body felt as light as a feather, before he realized the stage was growing smaller and smaller. The next thing he knew, his body impacted the ground below, and his previously spotless white robes now sported a single dusty footprint. Blankly standing up from the ground, Ka De-liang looked all around himself, before he fully comprehended what had just happened. Indignation burst forth from his eyes, as he shot Jian Chen a malicious glare. Although he had reached the 9th layer, he had ultimately been beaten by a student who had only reached the 8th layer, and felt his defeat was an extreme waste. Every time he thought of this, Ka De-liang's heart filled with endless anger. To him, this was definitely a huge disgrace. Ka De-yun walked up to Ka De-liang and said, "Second brother, you've disappointed me. You have really lost face for our Ka De clan. After dropping these words, Ka De Yun didn't spare a second glance at Ka De Yang, and immediately left the area. Hearing Ka De Yun's words, Ka De Yang's face immediately turned beyond ugly. Second brother, you were too careless. Although you said that you would help me teach him a lesson, it ultimately became you being the one that was taught. Ka De Qiubai said resentfully in a disappointed voice, her tone quite indignant. Hearing this, Ka De Yang's face changed as well, before growling, this was the extent of his luck. It was because of this arena that he won. If we were to change places, then there would be no way he would be an opponent for me. Third sister, don't worry, I will definitely teach him a lesson in the future. Ka De Qiubai began to think, she felt that his reasoning had some truth to it. Slowly nodding her head, she said, second brother, you'll have to teach him a lesson for sure next time. Ka De Yang patted his chest, and solemnly vowed, don't worry, third sister. Leave this to me. Not too long after Jian Chen had won his match, the match between Tai Ta and Tian Muxiang also started to wrap up. Although Tai Ta's Saint Force was lower than his opponent by a single layer, his heavenly blessed strength helped make up for this deficiency. In the end, he relied on the experience he had learned from hunting beasts and was finally able to beat Tian Muxiang by a narrow victory. Along with Jian Chen, he became one of the two finalists. By the end of the next match, one of the two will emerge victorious and be crowned the freshman ruler. Chapter 17. Freshman Ruler. After resting for 2 hours, the competition finals finally started. Jian Chen and Tai Ta walked into the arena together before walking to opposite ends 10 meters apart. There were over 1,000 students watching the arena already, while even more people were trying to find seats. Jian Chen looked at Tai Ta with a smile as he spoke. He praised Tai Ta, Tai Ta, I didn't think you were this amazing to be able to end up in the finals. Hearing Jian Chen's compliment, Tai Ta's face reddened from embarrassment, though it was obvious that he was very happy to hear the praise. With an honest laugh, Tai Ta spoke in a low voice, Chong Yang Xiang Tian, you're just as amazing. Stretching his arms and legs, Jian Chen laughed, Tai Ta, this is the final round. Only one of us will be crowned the freshman ruler, so you need to fight your hardest. If you beat me, then you'll be the champion. By winning, you'll earn a class 3 monster core that is worth a few hundred purple coins. It'll be worth enough to feed your family for a lifetime. Tai Ta grew pumped up after hearing Jian Chen talk, Chong Yang Xiang Tian, I'll definitely use all of my strength, so you'd better prepare yourself. Jian Chen could only laugh and nod, I won't be that easy to defeat. Boom. As the gong sounded to indicate the beginning of the match, Tai Ta immediately rushed forward after the sound. Tai Ta rushed at Jian Chen, and immediately reached out to grab him with both hands. He planned to use his heavenly blessed strength to lift and throw Jian Chen out of the arena. Realizing his plan, Jian Chen laughed. He was already extremely familiar with Tai Ta's style of fighting. For every single match so far, Tai Ta had used the same strategy, but it had worked nicely. If Jian Chen was caught by him, then it would be extremely difficult to escape from Tai Ta's grasp. Jian Chen retreated a few steps to escape from Tai Ta's reach. Clenching his left hand into a fist, he used around 80% of his strength to strike at his chest. Jian Chen's fist was well timed and fast, not allowing Tai Ta any time to react at all. Pang! Jian Chen's fist let out a muffled sound on impact against Tai Ta's chest. However, Jian Chen's look of satisfaction slowly changed, while Tai Ta had a look of amazement. What he had punched did not feel like a human at all, instead, his fist had felt like it had smashed against a wall. Not only was Tai Ta strong, but his physical body was extremely robust, so robust that it was actually beyond belief. Jian Chen's punch, however, had forced Tai Ta to stagger backwards, but only for a moment. Roaring out loud, he charged at Jian Chen once more with both of his hands outstretched. With a punch using only 80% of his strength, Jian Chen didn't even leave a mark on Tai Ta's skin. Jian Chen began to feel excitement as he watched Tai Ta come closer with his fists. He didn't bother to dodge or flee, instead, he prepared to use 100% of his power to strike back with his own hands. The two fists struck against each other in midair, and the impact created a loud sound. It was so loud, that everyone in the crowd below the arena could hear it as clear as day. As the two fists made contact, Jian Chen's feet couldn't help but slide backwards at least 10 meters before finally stopping. His right hand had already started to tremble, so it was clear to see that Jian Chen had taken more damage than given. Even though he had surpassed the average cultivation level for Saint Force, he was still far from the level where he could easily ignore damage from something like this. Tai Ta, on the other hand, only slid backwards 2 meters. His face showed no outward emotion, and he appeared to not have suffered even the smallest amount of damage. Jian Chen rubbed at his reddening hand. After 2 confrontations, he now fully understood how foolish it was to engage with Tai Ta straight on. Tai Ta's strength wasn't just used for intimidation, his body was actually inconceivably strong. Even someone a level stronger than Tai Ta could not be his equal. The only thing that could lead to victory against Tai Ta was if one relied on speed. Tai Ta, your strength has already far surpassed my expectations, but I'll be using my full strength now. Jian Chen said as he walked forward. Tai Ta laughed, come then, Chong Yang Xiang Tian, you won't be able to hurt me. Tai Ta's tone was filled with a fierce conviction. Jian Chen stopped his idle chatter as well. When the distance between him and Tai Ta had been reduced to only 5 to 6 meters, his footsteps suddenly changed. His legs became a mysterious blur that suddenly reappeared behind Tai Ta. Before Tai Ta could even react, 2 fierce fists landed consecutive blows on his back. Dong! 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 A constant series of muffled blows came ringing out from the arena, almost as if it was just a single continuous line of sounds. Under such heavy attacks, even Tai Ta's body couldn't help but falter forwards so much that he was left with very little time to turn around. Ha! Tai Ta snarled in anger as he tried to steady himself. Suddenly, he turned around with his fists out and tried to smash them into Jian Chen. The moment when Tai Ta tried to attack Jian Chen, he lightly leapt 2 meters into the air. Narrowly dodging Tai Ta's fist, Jian Chen used both of his legs to kick at Tai Ta from midair. Both of his legs held formidable power, and they thrusted towards Tai Ta's back. Dong! 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 Jian Chen lashed out with his feet several times before landing back onto the ground. By this point, Tai Ta's face had been kicked by Jian Chen multiple times, causing his face to bruise all over. Immediately after landing on the ground, Jian Chen turned around on the floor and bent his legs down without pausing. His left leg revolved in a 180-degree arcade, his right leg swept at Tai Ta's own legs. Pang! Tai Ta's leg crumbled down below him, but he immediately bounced back up, and snarled as he rushed at Jian Chen. Jian Chen and Tai Ta began to engage in another close combat situation, but with Tai Ta's God-given strength and his frighteningly robust body, Jian Chen had no chance of winning against him. Since Jian Chen had already experienced it twice, he had thought of a countermeasure for this situation. Although it wasn't the best idea, he had no other ways of fighting against him. Jian Chen had decided to rely on his nimbleness to fight against Tai Ta. Even though Tai Ta's body was extremely strong, Jian Chen had been attacking the same place on Tai Ta's body to make it so that Tai Ta would feel so much pain, he would eventually be forced to grimace. The following situation was now becoming one-sided. With Jian Chen relying on the experience he had accumulated over the past world to constantly beat Tai Ta so much that he could only run around with his hands over his head. Although at times Tai Ta had found some opportunities to fight back, he was not able to hurt Jian Chen, his attacks could not even touch Jian Chen's clothes at all. At this display, every student in the audience could only watch the match in shock. No matter how fast Jian Chen was with his martial arts, his speed had far outstripped the average person, causing all of the students to look on with great interest, as it was something they had never witnessed before. On the top of the platform, Bai En gasped in admiration as he watched Jian Chen. This kid is definitely a unique one, his battle experience is rich, and his speed isn't slow at all either. It seems this student is called Chongyang Xiangtian, so judging from his name, he is from Lore City's Chongyang clan. It seems that I really will have to make a report to the headmaster later. As the battle continued to persist, Tai Ta finally reached his limit. He cried out loud, and exclaimed, "Stop, stop! I can't fight anymore, I give up." Jian Chen immediately stopped his attack and smiled brightly at Tai Ta. "Why aren't you fighting anymore?" Tai Ta rubbed at the reddening spots where Jian Chen had repeatedly hit with a miserable face and said sadly, "You move so fast that I can't even see you clearly. There's no way I'd be able to attack you, so the entire time was just you wailing on me." Laughing, Jian Chen asked, "So you're just going to give up the number 1 spot then?" Although Jian Chen hadn't held back as he fought against Tai Ta, his skin was so thick and his body was so strong, that there was barely any serious damage done to him at all. Tai Ta nodded his head and spoke in a muffled voice, "I won't be able to beat you, so the number 1 spot isn't mine to have. Second place is already decent enough, a Class 2 monster core can be sold for a decent price too." Afterwards, the 2 students walked off the stage while the third place winner was announced, Ka Diliang and Tian Muxiang, who had fought it out against each other in a battle to determine the winner. In the end, it was Tian Muxiang who had won and claimed the title of third place. After the quota for the top 3 players was met, Jian Chen was called up onto the platform. As the vice headmaster Bai En walked towards him, he glanced at Jian Chen with no small amount of admiration. Immediately looking away, he turned his head to look at the 1,000 students in the audience and announced, "Dear students, this year's freshman competition has finally come to a conclusion. I declare the freshman ruler of this year to be the student Chongyang Xiangtian, who is an 8th Saint Four Slayer practitioner." The vice headmaster Bai En spoke in a firm voice, causing everyone to applaud and cheer. But as some of the 9th Saint Four Slayer students heard the new freshman ruler was at the 8th Saint Four Slayer, many of them couldn't accept that. However, they could only grumble out their displeasure. But Jian Chen's strength was something they could accept. Some of them had even been dazzled by the way he fought, and his speed was something that not many people could dismiss. This year's freshmen are really too useless. In front of so many people that had reached the 9th Saint Force level, the final freshman ruler ended up being a youth at the 8th Saint Four Slayer. This is really too embarrassing. That's true, today's freshmen were really too weak. Not only was the title of freshman ruler taken by a person at the 8th Saint Four Slayer, I heard that the suntanned youth in second place was also someone who was only at the 8th Saint Four Slayer. I really don't know what these freshmen had practiced to the 9th Saint Four Slayer for. The 2 people that spoke were seniors wearing the academy uniform. Their tone were filled with a mocking voice towards those who had lost against the 2. Hearing the 2 students complain, another one of the seniors replied to them, "You guys shouldn't even say anything. It's not that those freshmen who reached the 9th Saint Four Slayer were weak, but it's because those 8th Saint Four Slayer students were stronger than them by a large margin. That suntanned kid had strength that could scare anyone. Don't tell me you guys didn't see how those 9th Saint Four Slayer students were easily thrown out of the arena. If it were us that were fighting instead, I'm sure that we wouldn't have been better off than the freshmen." As for that first place freshman, his strength was even more terrifying. Did you guys also miss how fast he was moving around and attacking? Even if it were us in that same situation, we would have a hard time trying to dodge his attacks. Other than those 2 students, many other seniors of the academy were also discussing the matches amongst themselves. They had already been at the academy for so many years, but this year's competition had left them speechless. This year's freshman batch had many students who reached the 9th Saint Four Slayer, but no one had expected that the top 2 students would be 8th Saint Four Slayer students. Soon after, Jian Chen obtained the Class 3 Monster Core as a reward. It was a deep red in color, and was bigger than the monster core than the one his brother had given him earlier. Holding his hand up, Jian Chen could clearly feel the huge amount of power radiating from the core. The huge amount of energy in the core and the true qi in his previous world had a very small difference, but as far as Jian Chen was concerned, the energy coming from the core was extremely huge. Aside from the monster core, Jian Chen had also received a medal that was cast in complete gold with a decorative design written on it. From what Jian Chen had heard, there was no information on the medal he had won, so he had no idea what use the medal was for. But as he was trying to figure it out, the vice headmaster Bian explained to him, this medal can only be rewarded to the first place winner of every freshman competition. As long as you have this, then you will be given a Class 1 monster core every month. Other than that, the medal allows the wearer to access the first 5 layers of the library. Chapter 18. The monster core's cultivation rate support. Every month a Class 1 monster core will be given, as well as free access to the first 5 levels of the library. Hearing Bian's explanation, Jian Chen's heart swelled up in marvel. Could it be that the students weren't able to even get a monster core every month? And who would have thought that the library would have a restriction imposed on it? Receiving the medal, Jian Chen had already planned to ask his brother Jianghu about this later. He had already been in this academy for 3 or 4 days, but 3 of the days had been completely occupied by the martial arts competition. Even for the first day, he had barely half the day to himself, so he had very little time to find out more about the academy. After Jian Chen exited from the arena, both Tai Ta and Tian Muxiang walked forward to accept their own prizes. After the ending ceremony, the crowd of students had already begun to disperse. Fourth brother, you're seriously amazing. You really did win first place in the competition. Once father hears about this, he'll definitely be very happy about this. As the two walked towards his dorm, Jianghu kept chattering away happily with Jian Chen. As the two continued to talk, Jian Chen started to laugh, as he couldn't help but feel the warm feelings he had remembered from his mother. If mother found out about this, she would definitely be beyond happy. Jian Chen thought to himself. In a flash, Jianghu and Jian Chen arrived at the dorms and entered Jian Chen's room. Jianghu impatiently asked Jian Chen, "Fourth brother, hurry up and show me the Class 3 monster core." Looking at Jianghu's still excited expression, Jian Chen laughed and brought out the monster core from his space belt, handing it over to Jianghu. Jianghu took the core into his hand and turned it around endlessly, almost as if it was a treasured object. He clicked his tongue in admiration. "Fourth brother, you're seriously amazing, to immediately get a Class 3 monster core straight after entering the academy. Your older brother has already been at this academy for over 2 years, and the most I ever got was a Class 2 monster core. Moreover, I had to pay money for it." Hearing this, Jian Chen could only chuckle. "Big brother, I've heard that you've already reached the peak of the 10th layer and will soon break through to the saint level. You should take this Class 3 monster core." Jian Chen didn't regard the monster core as an important item, and although the Class 3 monster core would increase the rate of cultivation, Jian Chen didn't need it at all. Jianghu was stunned at Jian Chen's words, but he quickly regained his wits and placed the Class 3 monster core back within Jian Chen's hands and said, "That won't do. This Class 3 monster core was something that fourth brother got after going through a painstaking amount of trouble. How could your big brother take something like this?" Looking at the newly returned Class 3 monster core, Jian Chen smiled. He truly admired his big brother's actions just then. At the very least, he wouldn't have to worry that Jianghu would be like third brother Jiangke, and become an obstacle towards him. Once again, Jian Chen placed the Class 3 monster core in Jianghu's hands. "Big brother, this Class 3 monster core would be best with you." This time, Jian Chen really wanted Jianghu to accept the monster core. "Definitely not." Jianghu's refusal came out strong and clear, without any hesitation. He handed the monster core back to Jian Chen and said, "Fourth brother, this monster core should be used by you." This is your reward for being the freshman ruler. This item is definitely not something your big brother would want from you." Seeing how persistent his brother Jianghu was, Jian Chen could only helplessly take back the Class 3 monster core. After that, Jian Chen began to ask his older brother a few questions regarding the affairs of the academy. It had taken 3 hours for Jianghu to carefully explain every single rule that Jian Chen didn't understand about the academy, increasing Jian Chen's familiarity with the academy. First was Kargath Academy's headmaster, who favored students that weren't from a noble background. If he found a noble bullying a commoner, the student would definitely not be able to escape from punishment. Regarding battles between nobles, he would turn a blind eye, as long as it didn't turn into a major deal. Other than that, he didn't care about them at all. Also, within the Kargath Academy, one would have to reach the Great Saint level in order to graduate. Those who graduate had the choice to remain in the academy, or with the Kargath Academy's recommendation, they could vow loyalty to a kingdom and join their army. Those with a great amount of potential would be able to earn a higher salary with the academy's recommendation. Within the academy, those under the level of a saint would have the chance to receive a Class 1 monster core every month to use to help their cultivations. The students who were at the saint level and condensed a saint weapon would be able to earn a Class 2 monster core every month. Aside from this, these students would also be able to go to the forest 20 miles away from the Kargath Academy to hunt magical beasts for their cores. Although the forest wasn't big, it still took up around 10 kilometers of area. The magical beasts inside the forest were all set free by the academy, but most of them were generally low-leveled magical beasts. Their attack strengths were amongst the lowest of the beasts, and receiving a serious injury was unlikely. Kargath Academy bred these low-leveled magical beasts for the students to practice their martial arts in a real combat situation, as well as to allow the magical beasts to adapt to the wild. The strongest magical beast in the forest was no stronger than a Class 2 beast, while many of the animals were just regular wild beasts who couldn't even measure up to a Class 1 magical beast. However, if a Class 2 magical beast were to appear, then the academy would send out a few experts to take care of the monster in order to prevent the students from getting hurt. The forest was separated into 3 regions. The first region was full of wild beasts who didn't even reach the level of a Class 1 magical beast. The second region was a place where Class 1 magical beasts dwelled. The final region was full of Class 2 magical beasts. All 3 areas had been successfully sealed and blockaded against the other areas by the previous generations of the headmaster, so no one would have to worry about the monsters escaping from the forest. The academy also had a library, which was separated into 7 levels. Inside the library was a great amount of books, with an abundant amount of information. Aside from books about the continent's history, there were also many secret training manuals for practitioners. Students who had not yet reached saint level would only be able to access the first 2 levels of the library. The moment a student reaches the level of a saint and condenses his/her saint force into a saint weapon, then he/she would be able to enter the 3rd and 4th levels. For any level above the 4th, the only people who could enter were teachers, or students at Great Saint level. By the time Jianghu had finished telling Jian Chen about the information regarding the school, it was already quite late during the night. Jianghu thus hurried out of Jian Chen's dorm, and ran towards his own dormitory. Meanwhile, at the top of a tower that was situated in the center of Kargath Academy, the vice-headmaster Bian respectfully stood in front of an office desk. In front of him, was actually the headmaster Jian Chen had met before. The headmaster of Kargath Academy extended his arm and stroked his long beard. Indifferently looking at the vice-headmaster, he said, "Bian, did you say that the name of the freshman who won the competition was a kid called Xin Xiao? The headmaster's tone held a hint of surprise. Bian nodded his head and said, "Yes, headmaster, I found out that Xin Xiao is quite remarkable. He is only at the 8th layer of Saint Force, but can already defeat freshmen that are at the 9th layer. His attacks are not only aggressive, but also quite agile and nimble. It also seems that he has plenty of combat experience, which does not match up with the strength he should have. Even Tai Ta, who has a body with heavenly force, lost to Jian Chen in a simple manner, unable to even counterattack. Hearing this, the headmaster furrowed his brows and asked, Bian, is what you're saying really true? Is Chongyang Xiangtian really that amazing? Headmaster, everything I said is the truth, said Bian in a firm voice. The headmaster slowly rose from his chair and muttered, It looks like this kid Chongyang Xiangtian is a bigger genius than Chong Bai said. He didn't use any sort of monster core or heavenly treasure, and was still able to reach the 8th layer of the Saint Force by the age of 15, how astonishing of a feat! To think that he also has an abundant amount of battle experience, something like this is unfathomable. Even the headmaster's voice carried a hint of astonishment. Hearing the headmaster mumble to himself, Bian also had an astonished look on his face. The fact that he had not used any heavenly treasure or monster core to reach the 8th layer by the age of 15 was a type of talent within the Gusun kingdom that could only be regarded as something a gifted genius could have. Headmaster, it looks like this Chongyang Xiangtian has a limitless future. Bian sighed. The headmaster nodded his head and said, As long as he can continue to grow this way, then the skill he displayed today will definitely develop into something greater. It looks like our Kargath Academy will finally be able to boast of a strong individual, as long as he doesn't die on the road to greatness. As long as he really grows into a strong individual of the Tianyuan continent, then not only our Kargath Academy become well known, but our Gusun kingdom's reputation within the continent would also increase. Right now, the surrounding kingdoms around us are getting more and more restless. After these 10 or so years, if our Gusun kingdom doesn't have any strong individuals, then I'm afraid that sooner or later, one of the kingdoms around us will attack. After hearing this, Bian's face gradually grew solemn. The Gusun kingdom was neither a big kingdom nor a small kingdom, but it had fertile lands that many of the surrounding kingdoms were envious of. If it were not for the 6 experts of Gusun kingdom, then the surrounding kingdoms would have long since attacked them. Bian pondered for a bit, before carefully asking, Headmaster, should we consider giving away Class 1 and 2 monster cores to Chongyang Xiangtian for free then? That way, we could improve our relationship with him. The headmaster considered the vice-headmaster's proposal for a bit, before shaking his head, that won't be possible. Although using a monster core can be used to increase one's cultivation rate, there are side effects of abusing it. Chongyang Xiangtian is currently very young, we cannot allow him to become addicted to using monster cores. Otherwise, when he reaches the later levels, his foundation will be very shaky, which will obstruct his future progress. At his current age, he should quietly focus on self-discipline. It would help lay down the foundations and increase his chance of success in making a breakthrough. Yes, Headmaster. Bian understands what to do now. Bian didn't dare to act against the headmaster. Besides, what the headmaster had said made plenty of sense. Headmaster, how do you plan to handle Tai Ta? Bian asked. Tomorrow morning, bring Tai Ta to me. If he is willing, I will take him in as a personal disciple. The headmaster replied after thinking about it for a while. Yes, Headmaster. After Chongyanghu left his room, Jian Chen sat on his bed and contemplated the new information for a while. Afterwards, he crossed his legs, and with the Class 3 monster core in his hand, he began to absorb the energy from the Class 3 monster core into his body. Inside the monster core was the soul of a magical beast. The energy within was not only pure, but also fairly strong. According to what Chongyanghu had said, the moment Jian Chen started to absorb the monster core, then he would start to feel a long stream of pure and strong energy flowing out of the core. It would flow up through his arm, and slowly be absorbed within his body. Jian Chen manipulated the constant outward flow from the monster core to guide the energy into his body. Constantly refining the energy into his body, he gradually changed the energy into Saint Force, before gradually absorbing it into his Danshan. Using a monster core to cultivate really did increase the cultivation rate by many times. Because of the normal way of cultivation, one would normally have to absorb the world essence slowly before finally converting to one's own energy, but that couldn't compare to the speed of a monster core. The natural chi couldn't compare to the pure soul energy of a monster core. After all, the soul of a monster core was the purest part of the beast. Using the energy from a monster core, the speed of cultivation would increase by 10 times. For this reason, monster cores were extremely expensive, even if it was only a Class 1 monster core. Multiple rays of light gradually appeared between the sky and land. The bright red sun finally struggled to climb into the sky, sending forth the soft and warm rays of sunlight. The golden sunlight with tens of thousands of rays of light illuminated the earth, as if the whole ground was dyed into a golden carpet. At the same time, the Jian Chen who was sitting cross-legged on the bed slowly opened his eyes. His eyes showed a happy expression, and the corners of his mouth also showed a hint of a smile. After last night's cultivation, Jian Chen had received many gains, equivalent to a few days' worth of training. By absorbing the power within the magical stone, Jian Chen's cultivation speed had actually increased by 10 times. Right now, he could clearly feel that the saint power inside his body had increased by a ton. Based on his calculations, he wasn't far from reaching the 9th saint force layer. According to his current speed, at most it would only take a weekend's worth of time to reach the 9th saint force layer. Of course, this was only Jian Chen's estimate. The exact values had to be tested. If the fact that the amount of power that Jian Chen had absorbed from within the magical stone was 10 times more than the amount normally gained from cultivating was discovered by others, they would definitely be devastated from shock. Even though the magical stone could quickly increase the rate of cultivation, it was also far from achieving the frightening pace of 10 times faster under normal circumstances. The average person using the magical stone to cultivate would normally only increase cultivation rate by 2 or 3 times. Even if the person was slightly more powerful, his or her cultivation rate would only be raised by 6 or 7 times. Considering the fact that Jian Chen's power wasn't even saint level, the fact that he could increase his cultivation rate by 10 times was definitely an extremely frightening pace. Seeing the magic stone in his hands, although the stone's color didn't change at all, Jian Chen clearly felt that the magic stone had shrunk by a circle after being gripped in his hand for the whole time. After leaving the dorm, Jian Chen directly arrived at the dining hall. This morning, the dining hall's breakfast was a bit more plentiful. Besides from a glass of magical beast milk, there was also some magical beast meat. Jian Chen had eaten quite a bit of magical beast meat in the Chongyang household, and the taste was quite delicious. In his previous world, Jian Chen had never eaten such savory meat before. Chapter 19. Inconvenience. In a flash, 3 days had already passed. Although the 3 days were not long, it still allowed Jian Chen to become more accustomed to the lifestyle and environment in Kargath Academy. Within these 3 days, other than Jian Chen participating in classes on the first day, he had spent his time on the other 2 days either cultivating in his room, or wandering around the library. Due to the fact that the curriculum taught by the teachers of the academy revolved around how one should behave, what should be done in a dangerous situation, and a few skills one would need in order to survive out in the areas outside the cities, Jian Chen felt that these things weren't even worth learning. He was a wanderer in his previous life. With his experience, he could teach those teachers how the class should be taught. With his battle experience and ability to live wherever in the world, he could teach both the teachers and the students by himself. As the teacher's experience with battle was not at all extensive, it could not even be compared to Jian Chen's. The next morning, Jian Chen put on the academy uniform and headed straight for the library after eating a meal at the dining hall. The academy was very lax about their classes. If one wanted to attend, then they could attend. If one didn't want to attend, then that was no problem either. After all, most of the nobles and children of rich families had already been tutored since young, so they had knowledge that could rival some of the teachers, but they lacked the experience. Therefore, the classes were pretty much only for the commoners to learn from. It was very rare that a noble would attend a class, and if they did, then it was a minor noble. Arriving at the first level of the library, Jian Chen took a few books, and began to eagerly read them at a table in the reading area. Kargath Academy's library was expansive, and there was a generous amount of books on almost every subject. It was vastly superior to the library back in Chongyang Mansion, and Jian Chen could find many books that couldn't be found back at home, helping him understand the world to a better extent. Right now, the book in Jian Chen's hands was an introduction book to all of the magical beasts that could be found in the Tianyuan continent. There were many different kinds of magical beasts, no matter if the beast could walk or fly, the amount of species amounted to over 1,000. The book even mentioned that there were still many magical beasts left undiscovered, and for the magical beasts that didn't live within the deep abyss of the mountain range of magical beasts, then they lived in the endless ocean. That was an area that even the strongest of people had trouble traveling to. As Jian Chen immersed himself in studying, a 16 to 17-year-old female student suddenly came walking through the doors. The female was extraordinarily pretty, and she also wore the academy uniform. Her long and beautiful hair was carefully braided into tiny ponytails, causing her face to look even more gorgeous. But on her face was an extremely haughty expression. One look at her would reveal that she was from a noble family. This female was actually Ka de Kaiuliu of the Ka de clan. Ka de Kaiuliu entered the library and walked over to the bookshelf, before casually walking on over the reading area with a book in hand. She glanced over at the other students reading there, but the moment her eyes swept over to the area with the tables, she saw the back of Jian Chen, causing her to immediately stop where she was and stand there in surprise. Ka de Kaiuliu focused onto Jian Chen's back, the light in her eyes never ceasing to flicker with emotion. Just thinking about how, a few days ago, she had been grabbed by the leg and casually thrown out of the arena without regard to her well-being, caused her to feel fury within herself. To her, that event was an unforgettable humiliation. The memory caused her face to boil over in anger before she snorted. No longer in the mood to read a book, she tossed it aside and stamped out of the library while gnashing at her teeth. Chongyang Xiangtian, humph, I'll definitely show you one day. But Jian Chen did not notice Ka de Kaiuliu at all, since he was completely focused on the book he was reading. No one would dare cause trouble in the library, so Jian Chen didn't bother keeping his guard up in it. After Ka de Kaiulai left the library, she immediately found her second brother, Ka Dilyang, who was practicing his martial arts alone in the forest. Seeing Ka de Kaiulai walk over, Ka Dilyang stopped his movements and laughed. "Third sister, didn't you say you were going to the library? Why are you looking for me here then?" In his heart, he still dearly loved his younger sister. Ka de Kaiulai walked up to him with a grimace. "Second brother, did you not say you would help me teach Chongyang Xiangtian a lesson?" Immediately after hearing Chongyang Xiangtian, the smile on Ka Dilyang's face disappeared, and a gloomy expression replaced it. He had been brooding over the freshman competition for the past few days, and since he had been defeated by an 8th Saint Four Slayer student in such an ugly way, Ka Dilyang would never forget feeling that memory. That very kick was the single memoriam of his disgrace. Ka de Kaiulai was furious as she spoke. "Second brother, Chongyang Xiangtian was in the library today, we should go over there and teach him a lesson." "Yes, of course, this time we will definitely be the winners. Come with me, third sister." Ka Dilyang started to walk towards the library with determination. There was no way he would admit defeat to Jian Chen. He had blamed his loss the other day due to his carelessness. It was because he had held back that he had lost to Jian Chen. This time the high and mighty Ka Dilyang would not accept defeat. Ka de Kaiulai started to show excitement. This time, second brother must definitely give the brat Chongyang Xiangtian a lesson he'll never forget, she said, as she followed him to the library. Even though the two of them were both at the 9th layer of Saint Force, she knew that she was still no match for her older brother. And if Ka Dilyang were to lose against Chongyang Xiangtian, then there would be no way she would be able to win. At the library, Jian Chen was still deeply engrossed with his book. "Hello, do you mind if I sit down here?" At this moment, a crisp voice came from the side of Jian Chen. Although he was deeply engrossed in his book, Jian Chen's soul was formidably strong, and brought him back to awareness. Reflexively turning his head, Jian Chen saw a 17 to 18-year-old female standing right next to him. She wore an academy uniform, and had long black hair cascading down her shoulders. She had a refined, but kind smile, with eyes that looked curiously at Jian Chen. With her cherry-red lips, there were people who were practically fighting each other to get closer to her. Although she was only 17 to 18, her body was so delicately refined that the academy uniform nicely accentuated her. Currently, the girl was hugging a thick book close to her. Jian Chen casually looked at her before turning around to look around the room. He hadn't realized that all of the tables were so full that not a single spot was left to sit down. Looking back to the beautiful female, Jian Chen answered, "Go ahead." Returning his eyes back to his book, he didn't bother to look at her even though she was so pretty. The girl looked at the engrossed Jian Chen with a strange look. Her eyes shined with a peculiar look as she sat down. "Thank you," she said gently. Her voice was gentle sounding. Anyone who heard her talk would feel comforted. Jian Chen didn't hear her words however, as he was already too absorbed in reading his book again. In his eyes, he could only see the book. The girl looked at Jian Chen with curiosity again, but she didn't say anything, and sat down with her book she was holding. She looked graceful as she slowly thumbed through her book, even though it was such a simple action. This gracefulness was an inherent talent of a noble, and suited her well. The library was very peaceful. Even though there weren't that many people, none of them made a sound, as they concentrated on their respective books. At that moment, a male and a female student came through the gates of the library. It was the siblings, Ka Dilyang and Ka Dugu Qiubai. "Second brother, look, he's right over there." Ka Dugu Qiubai pointed at Jian Chen. Ka Dilyang looked to where Ka Dugu Qiubai was pointing, and sure enough, he saw the all-too-familiar body figure. He looked on with disdain as he advanced towards him with his head held high and an arrogant face. With his head high and chest out, he walked towards Jian Chen with Ka Dugu Qiubai closely trailing behind. Pang! The moment Ka Dilyang got to the table, Jian Chen was it. He slammed his hand onto the table, causing a large sound to echo out into the previously silent room. The sudden noise attracted the attentions of all the people reading, and their gazes all moved away from their books one by one. They began to observe Jian Chen's table. Aside from a few people furrowing their brows, most people carried amused expressions. Jian Chen knit his brows, and slowly lifted his head. He looked straight at Ka Dilyang, and said heavily with a hint of anger, "What are you doing?" At this moment, even the girl sitting across from Jian Chen had furrowed her brows, and she looked at Ka Dilyang in annoyance, her face also carrying hints of anger. The sudden loud noise by her ear had scared her while she was peacefully absorbed in reading her book. Ka Dilyang looked at Jian Chen with contempt, and haughtily said, "Chong Yang Xiang Tian, I, Ka Dilyang, formally want to request a duel. Do you dare to accept?" Ka Dilyang's voice resonated through the entire first floor of the library, as if he were afraid nobody would be able to hear it. "Duel?" Jian Chen's face showed a hint of disdain, and he lightly snorted, "I'm not interested, so please leave this area immediately. Don't disturb my reading, I don't have the luxury of wasting time on you." Realizing that Jian Chen was not seeing him as his equal, Ka Dilyang's eyes flashed with anger. Glaring at Jian Chen, he ground his teeth, and forcefully squeezed out the words, "Do you dare to or not?" Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 20. Challenge. Jian Chen couldn't help but feel fury from Ka Dilyang's arrogance. Holding his own head up to look at him with disdain, Jian Chen said, "You were defeated by me before, what right do you have to demand a challenge from me?" Even now, Jian Chen's own tone carried a hint of arrogance that he had carried over from his previous world. This was a habitual attitude that somehow came out by accident. Hearing Jian Chen's words, Ka Dilyang's handsome face went deathly white. Extreme anger flashed through his eyes, but he didn't dare to break the pacifistic rules of the library, otherwise he would had long since attacked Jian Chen. Even Dugu Qiubai, who was standing by her brother's side, was indignant. Glaring at Jian Chen, she started to jeer, "Humph, you won't even accept my brother's challenge to a duel, what kind of man are you?" Hearing Dugu Qiubai back him up, Yang's eyes brightened up and felt re-energized. That's right, not accepting a duel, that's what a coward does. Changyang Xiangtian, I'll be waiting for you at the fighting arena. If you admit that you're a coward, then don't come. Third sister, let's go to the arena. After that, Yang glared at Jian Chen before turning around to exit the library. Humph, Changyang Xiangtian, you better come, you're a coward if you don't show up. Dugu Qiubai cried out as she followed her brother. Changyang Xiangtian, isn't that the new freshman ruler from the competition? Seems about right. I heard that Changyang Xiangtian is at the 8th Saint Force layer, but he ended up beating several students who were a layer higher. How amazing! After Dugu Qiubai left, the entire library started to buzz with comments. Everyone was starting to comment about the freshman ruler, Changyang Xiangtian. Even the girl who was sitting next to Jian Chen had a small look of astonishment as she looked at him. Her eyes were blinking rapidly from this development, and it was clear to see that she had not expected Jian Chen to be the freshman ruler. Jian Chen slowly clasped shut the book in his hand, with a face that was unsightly to see. After the two siblings from the Dugu clan disturbed him, he was no longer in the mood to read. Plus, Jian Chen had no other choice but to accept the challenge after it was issued, otherwise the entire academy would look down on him. Although Jian Chen didn't really care about his own reputation, he was one of the symbols of the Changyang clan. Since his older brother wasn't around, he would have to take up the challenge himself to make sure the Changyang clan didn't get sullied. At the same time, Jian Chen didn't want Changyanghu to be ridiculed for having such a cowardly brother. Slowly standing up from his chair, he grabbed the few books he had with him and returned them to the bookshelf. After the books were neatly shelved, Jian Chen began to walk out of the library. At that moment, the entire library watched Jian Chen's movements. "Hey, Changyang Xiangtian!" As Jian Chen reached the gates of the library, the female who was sitting next to him called out to him. Turning around in surprise, Jian Chen looked at the beautiful girl with an even look. "Yes." Hearing the even tone in his voice, the girl couldn't help but pout, but she didn't say anything and instead walked up to Jian Chen and said, "Changyang Xiangtian, are you really going to accept his challenge at the arena?" "Of course." Jian Chen nodded. "You don't actually have to accept his challenge at all. The library banned any sort of loud noises, so those people have already violated the rules imposed by the academy. You could just go and report this to the headmaster, and he'll definitely penalize those two. In Kargath Academy, no one has ever dared to go against the headmaster's command," the girl said. Hearing these words, Jian Chen started to look at the girl in a better light. With a light laugh, he said, "They've already issued the challenge, so I have to accept." After saying that, he said no more, and left the library. As the girl watched Jian Chen's figure disappear, her eyes quickly flashed. After some hesitation, she immediately ran to the table she had been sitting to return the thick book she had been reading back to the shelves, and ran out of the library, towards the martial arts arena. After the girl left, the entire library was silent for a moment. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, "There's another interesting scene to watch. A freshman at the 8th Saint Force layer is battling against a person at the 9th Saint Force layer, anyone who doesn't watch it would be a fool." A male in his teens wearing the school uniform said as he directly ran out of the library. After both these people had left, the few other students that had been reading in the library also returned the books in their hands to the shelves, and left the library one after another, running towards the martial arts arena. The school's martial arts arena was constructed in a corner of the sports field. Within it, there were 5 circular platforms, each one being approximately 20 meters in diameter. However, the insides of the martial arts arena was not that large, and could only comfortably fit 100 spectators. Otherwise, the freshman martial arts competition a few days ago wouldn't have been held at the temporarily modified stages on the sports field. When Jian Chen arrived at the martial arts arena, he only saw Ka Dilyang standing on one of the platforms with his arms crossed, with an arrogant expression on his face. Standing below the platform were Ka Dugu Qiubai and a few other students wearing the academy uniforms, who were all absorbed in deep discussions. Seeing Jian Chen arriving from the distance, Ka Dilyang, who was standing on the platform, sneered at him and shouted, "And here I had thought that you were a coward and had not dared to come." Humph! Jian Chen snorted in disdain, and directly jumped onto the platform. He stood on the platform with his arms crossed, and coldly replied, "Come at me. I'll allow you to attack me 10 times. During these 10 attacks, I will not retaliate." Hearing Jian Chen's arrogant words, the spectators below the platform began to cry out in shock, and began to talk amongst themselves in low voices. There were many elder students amid the spectators, and amongst them, quite a few did not have positive opinions about Jian Chen. They believed that during the freshman martial arts competition, the only reason why Jian Chen had defeated Ka Dilyang was because Ka Dilyang had been too careless. Ka Dilyang's eye glinted with anger. Anyone could tell that Jian Chen's words meant that he did not see Ka Dilyang as his equal. "Chongyang Xiang Tian, you're even more savage than I had thought," Ka Dilyang said forcefully. Jian Chen looked indifferently at Ka Dilyang, and replied, "If you want to fight, then hurry up. I don't have the time to waste on you." Humph! Ka Dilyang grunted, and sneered, "Why are you so rushed? Let's wait until everyone gathers here. I want everyone to witness the moment I defeat you." Because he had lost last time during the freshman martial arts competition, Ka Dilyang had been brooding over it for a while, especially since Jian Chen had even kicked him in the butt. To him, this was an unforgettable humiliation. In Ka Dilyang's opinion, he always felt that the only reason he had lost to Jian Chen was because he had been too careless. Thus, he wanted to take this chance to regain the face that he had previously lost, and aimed to ruthlessly humiliate Jian Chen in return. Gradually, the people surrounding the martial arts arena increased, and the population did not cease to increase either. From the distance, there were still many students heading towards the arena. This match had obviously been announced to the public by Ka Dilyang. After only a short while had passed, the martial arts arena was packed with 200 or so people. Nearly everyone was excited to watch the lively scene. Amongst these people, Ka Dilyang's older brother, Ka Diyun, also stood there, with a few people around his age standing next to him. "Fourth brother, you can do it. Big brother is watching you." Suddenly, a familiar deep sound mixed amongst the other noises was clearly transmitted to the platform. Hearing this, Jian Chen turned around, and saw his older brother Jianghu standing beneath the platform cheering for him. Jian Chen smiled, and wordlessly nodded his head at Jianghu. At that moment, someone banged on the table and shouted, "Let's make bets, bets. Whoever wants to wager on the fight, come here. I bet on Ka Dilyang, 10 gold coins. I bet on Chongyang Xiang Tian, 20 gold coins. 50 gold coins on Ka Dilyang." People gradually started to gamble on the outcome of the match between Jian Chen and Ka Dilyang. Even those who usually attended class had came along with many nobles. Money was of no issue to them, so there were many people betting from 10 gold coins to 10 purple coins. Around 80% of the gamblers were betting on Ka Dilyang, and only 20% were betting on Jian Chen. 10 purple coins on Chongyang Xiang Tian. Jianghu slammed down the appropriate amount of coins onto the table. "I'll bet on Chongyang Xiang Tian as well, 10 purple coins." Behind Chongyang Xiang Tian, a soft and gentle voice spoke. It was the girl from the library who sat next to Jian Chen. She was obviously from a big clan. With every word she spoke, her tone was filled with a grandeur sound that sounded natural to her. After the girl had bet 10 purple coins on Chongyang's Yangtian, everyone else started to show expressions of surprise. Jianghu was the older brother of Chongyang's Yangtian, so his bet was easy to understand. However, this girl did not hesitate at all when she wagered her money. Despite their shock, however, no student voiced out their questions. On the platform, Jian Chen looked at Ka Diliang with a strange expression and said, "We can start now, right?" Ka Diliang held an expression filled with self-confidence, and he sneered, "Chongyang's Yangtian, you personally declared that you would allow me to attack 10 times. You'd better not go back on your words. A nobleman's word is his bond. Just give me all you've got," Jian Chen replied. TL, he uses a proverb to say this. How arrogant. Although Ka Diliang didn't quite understand the fancy proverb Jian Chen had said, but he could roughly guess the meaning of it. Without another word, he dashed at Jian Chen to start the fight. Since Jian Chen had allowed him 10 moves, he wouldn't hold back and unleash his strongest moves. Ka Diliang quickly rushed in front of Jian Chen, and struck out with his fist that traveled through the air so fast, a whistling sound could be heard. Faced with the fist, Jian Chen only took a single step back, and allowed the fist to stop short of him before it could make contact. How close, just a bit more and he would have been hit. This Chongyang's Yangtian can't be too powerful. As soon as the duel started, he was almost hit. If any of those punches connect, I'm afraid that he won't get off with just some minor damages, and the victor would already be clear. This Chongyang's Yangtian's luck is quite good, to have dodged it like that. Everyone under the arena had thought that Jian Chen was merely lucky to have dodged Ka Diliang's fist, and so only a few observers had realized the truth, causing them to start to look at Jian Chen in a new light. Chapter 21. Saint Ka Diyun. Seeing how close he was to hitting his target, Ka Diliang felt a tiny amount of regret. However, he immediately went back into motion, and flung a kick at Jian Chen. In a flash, 10 moves had passed without Jian Chen retaliating, and every single move from Ka Diliang had been easily dodged. But to everyone else that was watching, Jian Chen had been narrowly dodging each move by the skin of his teeth, causing everyone watching, including Jianghu, to break out in cold sweat as they watched in anxiety. Ka Diliang's attacks were fairly fast and furious, but none of the 10 moves he had lashed out with even touched Jian Chen's clothes. Having not landed a single blow, Ka Diliang was angry beyond belief. Finally lifting a fist to block Ka Diliang's fist, Jian Chen spoke, 10 moves have passed, it's my turn. Without waiting for a response, he aimed a kick at Ka Diliang. The speed in which his leg was moving was extremely fast, there wasn't even enough time for Ka Diliang to dodge. By the time he tried to move his hand up to block, Jian Chen's leg had already smashed against Ka Diliang's chest. Dang! 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 The force of Jian Chen's leg caused Ka Diliang to stumble backwards. As he steadied himself, Ka Diliang gave Jian Chen a dumbstruck look. Although Jian Chen was only at the 8th Saint Force layer, Jian Chen's strength had far surpassed his expectations. It wasn't something Ka Diliang would be able to endure. In the last fight during the competition, Ka Diliang had never exchanged blows with Jian Chen, so he never understood the true extent of Jian Chen's strength. It was not until this fight that Ka Diliang realized that Jian Chen was stronger than he looked. In fact, based on the strength of the kick just now, Ka Diliang was starting to doubt that Jian Chen was only at the 8th Saint Force layer. Perhaps Jian Chen also wanted to end this battle quickly, because he didn't give Ka Diliang time to even gasp before he quickly slammed his fist into Ka Diliang's nose. Ka Diliang's face hardened as he stood back up, his entire body tried to stand against Jian Chen's fist before he tried to smash his fist against Jian Chen's head. Jian Chen let out a cold laugh before blocking the fist with his own hand. Grabbing onto Ka Diliang's shoulder with his other hand, he got into a horse stance, and grabbed onto him with his right arm. Grabbing tightly, he exerted some force and sent Ka Diliang flying away. In his previous life, Jian Chen had learned wrestling techniques from the Mongols, so he was fairly proficient at it. He had used it many times, and gained experience in it so much, that it was ingrained into his memory. Jian Chen learned many different skills other than just swordplay, and was fairly proficient at every single thing he put his mind towards. Ka Diliang's body was almost like a feather as he flew through the air, thanks to Jian Chen. He flew 4 to 5 meters into the air before finally falling back down to the arena. Phew! He saw Jian Chen to be weak, but somehow, Jian Chen had managed to accomplish such a feat with his delicate-looking figure. Likewise, the audience around the arena let out gasps of shock as they started to re-evaluate their opinions about Jian Chen. Seeing the two fight it out like this made it so that no one would ever dare to underestimate Jian Chen in the future. The faces of Ka Diyun and Ka Dugu Qiubai both gradually turned quite ugly. The situation was far beyond what they had expected it to be. Hung! Chongyang Xiantian, you actually are a slightly skilled, Ka Diyun said in a low voice, while angrily gritting his teeth. Ka Diliang stood back up pathetically on the ring with a cloudy-looking face. He looked at Jian Chen's eyes with a gaze filled with poison. Ah! Ka Diliang roared, focusing all his power of the 9th level of Saint Force in the center of his two palms. He quickly rushed towards Jian Chen with both his arms pressing towards Jian Chen's chest, and attacked. Jian Chen sneered, and as he condensed all his Saint Force onto his palms as well, he suddenly threw his own hands towards Ka Diliang's, resulting in a collision between both pairs of hands. Pang! As the sound came echoing out, Jian Chen and Ka Diliang were stuck in a deadlock. Their fists had slammed so hard against each other, a mini shockwave pushed both of them backwards. Jian Chen didn't stop there, his legs began to blur as he skillfully maneuvered to counter the shock. Looking at the rapidly retreating Ka Diliang, Jian Chen immediately dashed forward and leapt up from the ground, both of his legs kicking out at Ka Diliang. Before Ka Diliang could regain his footing, he was unable to block the attack. As he was kicked in the stomach by Jian Chen, Ka Diliang was sent flying once more. PFF. Hitting the ground, Ka Diliang's face went white from the pain as he began to spit out some blood. He had started to take in heavy amounts of damage. Younger brother. Older brother. Ka Diyun and Ka Dugu Qiubai ran up to Ka Diliang's side on the ground. Picking him up, they grimaced and looked at him with concern as they saw the small trickle of blood from the corner of Ka Diliang's mouth. Younger brother, are you okay? Ka Diyun asked. His face was relatively unsightly to look at, although the situation was different from last time, since Ka Diliang had been careless during the first match with Jian Chen. However, this second time was different. This time Ka Diliang was fighting with Jian Chen using all of his strength, which was stronger than 80% of the other 9th Saint Force Layer students. Older brother, how are you feeling? Are you seriously hurt? Ka Dugu Qiubai asked with a voice full of concern. Ka Diliang was helped to his feet by his two siblings. Lightly shaking his head, he said, eldest brother, third sister, I'll be fine. I've only suffered from minor injuries. But even as he said that, his two siblings could detect a small tinge of weakness in his voice. Looking at Ka Diliang's pale face, Ka Diyun grew angry. Raising his head to look at the elevated Jian Chen, he growled, third sister, you take care of second brother. I'll go teach that arrogant brat a lesson. Leaving his siblings, he walked up into the arena to confront him. Eldest brother, you shouldn't. Eldest brother, you can't. Ka Diliang and Ka Dugu Qiubai tried to block his path, but unfortunately, they didn't reach him in time. The two siblings let out a sigh. No matter if Ka Diyun won or lost now, the Ka Dugu clan would lose some prestige within the academy. This was originally a fair battle, so if they had lost, then they wouldn't have felt any negative side effects other than losing some face. But now that Ka Diyun was going to fight, the whole situation was different. If news about a freshman immediately being bullied by some seniors straight after entering the academy was spread throughout the entire academy, then the three siblings would be mocked and ridiculed by the whole academy. Jian Chen stared at Ka Diyun as he leapt up onto the stage and sneered, "Are you here to avenge your brother?" Angrily glaring at Jian Chen, he said, "Chong Yang Xiang Tian, you really are strong. However, you've injured my brother, therefore, I won't let you leave this place unharmed." The people around the stage all creased their foreheads as they listened to him. Their opinions about Ka Diyun had now changed. "Ka Diyun, what is the meaning of this? Do you plan to bully the Chongyang clan until no one remains?" A deep voice called out as another person walked onto the arena. Turning around, Jian Chen felt relieved to see it was his older brother, Jianghu. Jianghu stared at Ka Diyun intensely. "Ka Diyun, if you want to fight, then you'll have to fight me first." Jian Chen felt a wave of warmth encompass his body as he listened to his brother back him up. "Big brother, you should head back down, I can handle this myself." Jianghu shook his head in response to him. "No can do, fourth brother, it should be you that should head down. Ka Diyun's strength has long since reached the peak of the Saint Force level. You are no match for him, so let your big brother help you." After hesitating a bit from these words, Jian Chen nodded, "Then big brother, please be careful." Saying this, Jian Chen walked off the arena. Ka Diyun sneered in disdain as he watched Jian Chen exit the arena. "Jianghu, you're just asking for trouble, so don't blame me for anything that happens." "Humph, you're saying this far too early. Whoever the winner is and whoever the loser is isn't certain yet." Jianghu replied. He and Ka Diyun had long since reached the peak of the 10th Saint Force layer, so if Ka Diyun didn't condense his Saint Force into a Saint weapon, then their strengths would be equal. Ka Diyun let loose a ridiculing expression as he looked at the disdain on Jianghu's face. Lifting his right arm, a large golden-colored stream of energy started to focus onto his right arm and condensed into a great golden sword. The golden sword was quite large, and measured around 5 feet long and a single palm spread wide. Judging from the length of the handle, the sword was meant to be held with both hands. Looking at Ka Diyun grab the sword with both hands, Jian Chen's eyebrows furrowed together in concern. He had read up on saint weapons back in the Chongyang mansion. He could easily see that this was Ka Diyun's saint weapon, and that this was also the first saint weapon that Jian Chen had ever seen since he first arrived in this new world. He had long since understood that a saint weapon was the condensed version of one's saint force, but seeing this with his own eyes, Jian Chen couldn't help but feel amazed. To think that the saint force could be condensed in such a way, it felt almost like a fantasy. This made Jian Chen feel extremely excited. The moment the golden two-hand sword appeared, everyone cried out in surprise and admiration. A saint weapon, he really did condense one. So he already broke through into the saint level. Ka Diyun became a saint, Jianghu will be in trouble now. The distance between the peak of the 10th layer to sainthood wasn't that far, but it was nonetheless very difficult to cross over. Within the Kargath Academy, the majority of the seniors had all reached the peak of the 10th Saint Force layer, but were unable to condense their Saint Force into Saint weapons. If one didn't have the talent that surpassed a regular person's, then it would be extremely difficult for him/her to make a breakthrough. Within the Tianyuan continent, it was not rare to see many practitioners to be stuck at the 10th layer until the end of their lives, without being able to become a saint. From this one could see that successfully becoming a saint was a truly difficult achievement. Also, once one broke through to becoming a saint, his/her strength would be increased by a large amount. A saint weapon wasn't one's only weapon, one could use his/her emotions to directly fuel his/her abilities in order to use attacks that far surpassed one's original strength. Looking at Ka Diyun's golden sword, Jianghu's face became extremely unsightly. Now that Ka Diyun possessed a saint weapon, his strength could overturn the heavens. A person at the peak of the 10th Saint Force layer definitely wouldn't be a match for him. Big Brother really did condense a saint weapon. Below the arena, Dugu Qiubai was pleasantly surprised, as she watched Dugu Yun wave his saint weapon around. Dugu Yang had an envious look on his face as he stared at the saint weapon, but he too was pleasantly surprised. Both siblings had not realized that their eldest sibling had reached the saint level until this moment. Holding the saint weapon, Dugu Yun's confidence in himself was boosted to unprecedented levels. As Jianghu's face grew darker and darker, Dugu Yun's face became even haughtier. The pleasure Dugu Yun felt in his heart was indescribable. Ha 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 ha, Jianghu, are you afraid now? If you kneel down and kowtow to the ground 3 times and call me your elder, then I'll spare you. If you don't, then, you'll know what the end result will be. Dugu Yun laughed crazily, his tone savage. Jianghu's face ashened as he listened to Dugu Yun's demands. Snarling, he answered, "Dream on, Dugu Yun. Even if you're a saint now, I, Jianghu, will never be afraid of you." Dugu Yun looked at Jianghu arrogantly, and casually said, "Jianghu, what will you use to fight me with then?" Jianghu angrily glared at Dugu Yun, fury blazing in his eyes. "Jianghu, your sword." At that moment, a sword came flying out from the audience below the arena. Jianghu grabbed the iron sword while settling into a stance. The sword was not light at all, and was of a fairly long size. The silver-white sword sparkled in the light in all 4 directions, and aside from the color, there were few differences between Dugu Yun's sword and Jianghu's sword. Chapter 22. Battling Dugu Yun. With his sword in hand, Jianghu's courage was bolstered, despite knowing that his opponent was a saint with a saint weapon. However, at least he had gained some more power too. "Jianghu, do you really think you stand a chance against me with a regular iron sword? Wishful thinking. Right now, I'll show you the power of a saint." Dugu Yun quickly sped towards Jianghu after that while carrying his double sword, as if it wasn't heavy at all. He swung his sword at Jianghu so fast, the air whistled as the sword traveled through the air. Jianghu's attention was extremely concentrated on the Dugu Yun's saint weapon. Quickly retreating before he could get hit, the sword narrowly missed him and only swiped at his clothes. A few strands of his clothes were sent flying through the air as the sword sliced away at the clothes. After becoming a saint, Dugu Yun's strength became many times stronger than what it was previously, and couldn't be compared to Jianghu's strength, which was at the 10th saint force layer. With just the first blow, Jianghu knew how much danger he was in. Ha! Halfway through another strike, Dugu Yun didn't hesitate at all mid-swing. As he advanced closer and closer to Jianghu, his entire body started to emit an extremely strong qi that imposed itself on Jianghu. Taking a swipe, Dugu Yun tried to chop down Jianghu with his golden sword once more. Seeing how strong the great sword was, Jianghu could not parry the blow, as the iron sword in his hand would not be able to withstand the powerful force from the saint weapon. The great sword was extremely fast, and was far beyond what Jianghu had expected. Feeling the great sword in close proximity with his head, Jianghu didn't hesitate at all to duck and roll away from it. At this moment, he was unable to cope with the fight's intensity. Bang! The moment after Jianghu rolled away, Dugu Yun's sword embedded itself into the spot where Jianghu had once been standing at. The strong concentration of energy that made up the sword left a deep crack within the ground of the arena, while smaller cracks started to spread out in all 4 directions to at least a meter away from the original impact zone. Jianghu took the opportunity when Dugu Yun was trying to recover from his strike to brandish and slash his sword at Dugu Yun. Humph! Dugu Yun snorted in disdain as he waved his hands. The saint weapon in his hands began to emit a magnificent light as it reappeared back into his hands and collided against Jianghu's iron sword. A loud and crisp sound echoed throughout the arena as the iron sword met the golden sword, before it was sent flying backwards. The sword had been forced out of Jianghu's hands after the collision, causing Jianghu to be defenseless. Already his mouth was trickling blood as the sword had somehow managed to inflict damage to him. Immediately, Ka De-yun's foot lashed out and smashed against Chang Yanghu's chest. His strength was high enough that it was able to send a strong person like Chang Yanghu flying backwards and off of the arena. As he flew off into the air, blood came spraying out of his mouth as his face grew pale from the shock. "Big brother!" Jian Chen cried out, his expression suddenly changing. He immediately dashed towards where Chang Yanghu was and leapt into the air. While everyone was watching Chang Yanghu being launched into the air in astonished stupors, Jian Chen had already moved into action. Right as Chang Yanghu was about to hit the ground, Jian Chen came out from the side and caught him before impact. Keh! On the ground, Chang Yanghu started to cough violently, causing droplets of blood to splatter out of his mouth. A saint's strength was far stronger than someone who didn't reach the same level. This was true even for Chang Yanghu, who was at the peak of the 10th layer. Thus, he had suffered from serious internal injuries. "Big brother, are your injuries serious?" Jian Chen tried to quell the anger within himself as he looked at his brother in concern. Chang Yanghu shook his head in anger as he fixed his attention at the smug Ka De-yun on the arena. "I'll be fine, but I didn't think Ka De-yun's strength would be this strong after reaching the saint level with a saint weapon. As of right now, your big brother is no longer a match for him." Chang Yanghu growled, his anger not dissipating at all. "I'm sorry big brother, I was the one who got you involved." Looking at Chang Yanghu's pale white face from his injuries, Jian Chen felt true guilt within his heart. Hearing these words, Chang Yanghu turned around and looked at Jian Chen. He furrowed his brows and angrily replied, "Fourth brother, what in the world are you saying? Do you not consider me your older brother?" His face grew dark as he let out a helpless sigh. "It's unfortunate, your big brother is quite useless. Up until now, I still haven't been able to reach the saint level, otherwise, Ka De-yun definitely wouldn't have been a match for me." Chang Yanghu's words shook Jian Chen's heart, tilting his head up at Ka De-yun. His eyes started to flash cold for a brief second before disappearing. The disdain in his eyes wouldn't dissipate, however, and he immediately said emotionlessly, "Big brother, you should rest up for a second, I'll definitely get revenge for you." With that said, Jian Chen started to move towards the arena. Chang Yanghu's face immediately changed after hearing that and he pulled at Jian Chen, "Absolutely not. Fourth brother, you are not Ka De-yun's opponent. Don't go." Jian Chen gave an apologetic smile and said, "Big brother, please believe in me." His face exuded a fierce conviction, and he threw off Chang Yanghu's grasp on him, leaping onto the arena. Heavens, what is he planning? It looks like he wants to challenge Ka De-yun. My god, he's gone mad. He's only at the 8th Saint Force layer. To think that he wants to challenge a saint like Ka De-yun, he's only asking for trouble here. As Jian Chen leapt onto the arena, the audience surrounding them cried out in alarm. No one believed that Jian Chen would be an appropriate opponent for a saint like Ka De-yun. He really is a hothead. Ka De-yun is a saint who just beat a person who was at the peak of the 10th layer. How would he win against someone like that? Under the arena, the girl who sat next to Jian Chen in the library muttered as she watched him join the arena. Her entire face was filled with concern. Ka De-yun watched Jian Chen leap up with a blank look, but he quickly regained his wits and snorted with laughter. "What's wrong, Chang Xiang, do you really think you can fight against me?" Ka De-yun never thought Jian Chen to be a worthy opponent. After all, he was a powerful saint already. Jian Chen responded coldly, "Is it wrong to think that I can?" Stunned, Ka De-yun started to laugh evilly as he smiled at Jian Chen. "Of course, it's definitely okay." Right now, Ka De-yun was thinking about the best way to humiliate Jian Chen, since Jian Chen had humiliated his pretty younger sister, Ka Dugu Qiubai, during the freshman martial arts competition for everyone to see. This had earned hatred from both Ka De-yun and Ka De-liang, for they both loved their sister dearly. Jian Chen was in no rush, as he walked over to where Chang Yanghu's sword was. As he weighed the sword on his hands, Jian Chen slightly frowned. The sword didn't weigh past 100 pounds, but it was close enough to that weight. If it weren't for the fact that Jian Chen was at the 8th Saint Force layer, then he wouldn't be able to lift the sword at all to use it. In his previous life, Jian Chen would frequently use a sword that had a blade 2 finger widths wide. With that sword, he had brought his swordplay to a level that he had been famous for. With this 2-hand sword, however, Jian Chen felt like one of his arms was bound behind his back, since it was very heavy. He would not be able to use the full extent of his powers, and just swinging the sword with ease would demand a large amount of his energy. It was a shame that with the exception of this sword, there was no other sword around. With a small amount of hesitation, Jian Chen decided to forego the giant sword and fight against Ka De-yun barehanded. This way, he would at least have the advantage in speed and nimbleness. Arriving at the center of the arena, Jian Chen looked at Ka De-yun with an impassive face as he stretched his fists. "You make the first move, I'll fight against you barehanded." Ka De-yun's face narrowed, clearly Jian Chen was looking down on him by fighting barehanded. For an 8th Saint Force layer practitioner to fight against a saint without any weapon while the saint had a saint weapon, was a display of great humiliation towards the saint. Ka De-yun's eye grew cold as he sneered, "Chong Yang Xiang Tian, you are far too arrogant." The golden sword in his hand began to disappear slowly into the air. "Let it be said that I didn't bully you. Come, I'll fight you without a weapon as well." Hearing this, Jian Chen let loose a strange smile. Without wasting words, he dashed towards Ka De-yun, and used his saint force to amplify his strength as his fist flew at Ka De-yun's head, cutting a sharp whistle through the air. Ka De-yun looked at the first with a bored expression, before returning the blow with his own fist. The two fists collided as a golden light flowed out from Ka De-yun's fist. Only those who reached sainthood would be able to materialize their saint force like this. The moment when the two fists collided against each other, Jian Chen's fist suddenly spread out to become an open palm after the initial contact was made. His hand absorbed the impact so that the blow became as soft as a sponge, as he used Tai Chi Chuan to force Ka De-yun's fist to overextend harmlessly past himself. Ka De-yun's arm was forced upwards in a weird position as Jian Chen twisted it. In a flash, the strength behind Ka De-yun's fist dissipated away, as Jian Chen extended his other hand to chop down onto the joint of Ka De-yun's arm. Kaka! The sound of a bone breaking could be heard, as Jian Chen dislocated Ka De-yun's arm with the arm chop. Ka De-yun let out a muffled and pained cry, as the pain in his arm registered within his brain, causing his face to go deathly white. Right after his hand had dislocated Ka De-yun's arm, Jian Chen did not stop moving. Both of his arms grabbed onto the entire arm and gave it a mighty twist. Ah! By this point, Ka De-yun couldn't refrain from screaming anymore. Releasing a squeal of pain reminiscent of a wild pig, he felt as if his entire arm had been broken off. Ever since he was small, he had never suffered pain to an extent like this, and so in such a short amount of time, his face was drained of color, as his entire forehead started to drip with sweat. Hearing such a desolate yet miserable shriek, the people who had originally been chattering away during the match went deathly silent. Everyone watched Jian Chen with amazement as they watched the inconceivable happen. This situation was the exact opposite of what everyone was expecting to see. Since when did fourth brother become this amazing? Just looking at this, Ka De-yun will definitely suffer a lot by Chong Yang Xiang Tian's hand. However, even if Ka De-yun doesn't use his saint weapon, he's still a saint, his strength is definitely still greater than mine. Chong Yanghu muttered to himself as he watched the match with a dumbstruck expression. Chapter 23. Becoming popular because of skill. The moment that Ka De-yun felt pain, he swung out with his other hand at Jian Chen's arms, while aiming his left leg at Jian Chen's groin. Even though one of his arms was useless, Ka De-yun was still able to launch a counterattack. Even with this unsightly scene, Ka De-yun had some experience with battles and tried to escape this situation. Seeing a flurry of arms and legs flashing before his eyes, Jian Chen knew that he wouldn't be able to directly take the attacks head-on. He helplessly let go of Ka De-yun's arm, and used the profound steps to retreat. He managed to dodge Ka De Yun's attack and circled around to his back, before using his Saint Force to amplify his attack on Ka De Yun's back. TL note: profound steps was mentioned earlier back in his room in the Chongyang mansion. It's basically him moving fast. Feeling the strong wind behind his back, Ka De Yun didn't hesitate for a second and evaded Jian Chen by diving to the side. However, even as he dodged, Ka De Yun was amazed. No matter where he moved, he would always feel a wind blowing on his back. He wasn't able to keep up with Jian Chen's movements. Pang! Ka De Yun was completely unable to keep up with Jian Chen, who smashed both of his hands into Ka De Yun's back, creating a cracking sound as he was hit by a violent attack. This caused Ka De Yun to stagger 2 steps forward, but since he was a strong saint, he immediately steadied himself. However, his face had already paled, as he realized that Jian Chen had hit the same place twice with his fists. Jian Chen's strength could already be measured at the peak of the 9th layer, and despite Ka De Yun being stronger than him in rank, he was the one being injured more. At that moment, he could only feel a surge of qi and blood course through his body, his organs screaming in pain. As Ka De Yun steadied himself, Jian Chen had already arrived at his backside another time, and struck at his back with his right hand once more. Although the fist traveled at a speed that made it look like it was as light as a feather, the effect was anything but light. Anyone that had faced off against Jian Chen before would agree that Jian Chen's strength was more extraordinary than it looked. Ka De Yun turned around abruptly, his eyes were indignant with anger. For a strong person like him to suffer this much from someone who was by all rights weaker than him, his simple plan to humiliate Jian Chen was no longer as simple as he thought. Ha! Ka De Yun snarled in anger, as his hand started to glow golden with his Saint Force. The huge concentration of Saint Force condensed into his hand as he faced Jian Chen, aiming it towards Jian Chen's chest. Seeing Jian Chen attack with a seemingly light fist, Ka De Yun prepared to take it head-on in order to get close to Jian Chen for his own attack. The situation turned into a critical point of the match, as both the fighters' attacks struck each other. Jian Chen's seemingly light and weak fist silently struck against Ka De Yun's chest. Immediately, Ka De Yun's own fist let out a muffled sound as it struck against Jian Chen's body, blowing apart a hole in the academy uniform, and revealing a tender white skin that would be the target of envy by many of the girls. But in the blink of an eye, the skin underneath became a pile of bruises after receiving Ka De Yun's blow. Dang! 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 After receiving a blow from Ka De Yun, Jian Chen's face contorted in pain, and the color started to drain away from his face. And with the blow being enforced by such a huge amount of strength, his legs weren't enough to prevent him from sliding back, until he was a few inches away from the edge of the arena. At this moment, other than his paling face, Jian Chen did not seem to have any other problems, despite Ka De Yun using his Saint Force to accentuate his attack. Although Jian Chen was only at the 8th layer, because he had been using Azulite Sword Law to constantly cultivate his body since he was young, he had strengthened every single organ and part of his body to the utmost degree. So while on the outside, it seemed that Jian Chen's physical body was quite weak, his actual ability to resist and take damage would leave anyone flabbergasted. Even though Ka De Yun was a saint, without using his saint weapon, his regular attacks would not be able to seriously wound Jian Chen. At the most, Jian Chen would sport some small bruises. On the other hand, while Ka De Yun was standing at the same place, his face had scrunched up in major pain as his body began to visibly tremble from the pain he was feeling. Before, Jian Chen's fist that seemed to be as light as a feather, impacted against his stomach and caused a peculiar feeling to be transferred over into him. The power forcibly entered his body and suddenly went berserk as it exploded within him, causing his internal body to go crazy from the pain. Ka De Yun's face became incomparably dark, as he used all the saint force within his body began to combat the power that was rebelling inside. Since his saint force was stronger than Jian Chen's, the foreign power within him was cleared away quickly, but the damage was done. At this point, Ka De Yun was suffering from internal damages as well. The damages weren't very serious, but it would definitely impact his performance in the battle for the worse if it dragged on. Ka De-yun glared at the calm Jian Chen in front of him with a shocked expression. He hadn't ever imagined that he would be put in such a difficult spot as a saint by someone who was lower ranked than him. Although he wasn't using his saint weapon, his strength was still stronger than those at the peak of the 10th layer, let alone the 8th layer Jian Chen. At that moment, Ka De-yun finally realized how hard it was to deal with Jian Chen, but it was too late to stop. Over the past few confrontations, he understood that without using the saint weapon, he would have a difficult time beating Jian Chen and might even lose to him. With the saint weapon he would definitely win against him, but that wouldn't be a bright situation. Besides, he had also clearly stated that he wouldn't use a saint weapon against Jian Chen. If he went back on his word now, then even if he won, his reputation would plummet to the bottom. After all, there were plenty of people watching the match, along with some seniors. Not only that, but he was Ka De-yun Gasun Kingdom's elite elder son of the Ka De clan, he couldn't lose face now. Ka De-yun was starting to reflect on his actions now, but then Jian Chen decided to charge at him with both his arms outstretched. Rapidly approaching, Jian Chen was using a weird technique to cause his moves to become unpredictable and made him look like a bolt of lightning. In Ka De-yun's eyes, Jian Chen had become an after-image. Ka De-yun narrowly blocked Jian Chen's strike. His right arm was dislocated, and he hadn't had enough time to pop it back into place, so he could only use his left hand to block against Jian Chen's attacks. Because of this, in face of Jian Chen's saint force, Ka De-yun fell from his invincible position, and began to fight back earnestly now. He no longer belittled Jian Chen, and started to view him as an opponent of the same level. The two people continued to fight at a fast-paced speed, the battlefield became fierce. Jian Chen didn't dare to hold back since Ka De-yun's strength was much stronger than his own. With both of them in a deadlock, the two could only defend against each other. Jian Chen's attacks were getting stronger and stronger, while Ka De-yun was finding it harder and harder to resist. Gradually in front of Ka De-yun's eyes, all he could see were the palms of Jian Chen's hands. His eyes were getting too tired to differentiate between the after-images of Jian Chen, and he could only rely on his listening abilities to tell when and where Jian Chen would attack. Finally, Ka De-yun became careless, and Jian Chen struck out at his left shoulder with a powerful strike. Ka De-yun couldn't help but lag behind, as Jian Chen began to bombard him with a plethora of attacks. It was almost as if Ka De-yun was in a very violent storm where he was battered from every angle. Pang! 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 Jian Chen repeatedly hit Ka De-yun on the shoulder with ferocious attacks, and even Ka De-yun's strong saint power could not bear the attacks. He constantly retreated. And a trace of blood trickled out of Ka De-yun's mouth. Seeing that Ka De-yun was already driven to the edge of the arena, Jian Chen's eyes fiercely flashed. Growling, Jian Chen gathered the saint force into his hand and struck Ka De-yun in the chest another time. This fist was a lot stronger than the last, and the moment the fist connected, Ka De-yun fell from the arena down onto the ground below. Jian Chen stood on the arena while breathing heavily. Since he was constantly using his entire strength, he had exhausted his supply of saint force, to the point where had had almost none left within his body. If Ka De-yun did not accept defeat here and now, then Jian Chen would not be able to maintain his odds of winning for long. The arena became quiet, as everyone stared at the lone figure standing on top of the arena. At this moment, everyone showed incomprehensible expressions. This had already exceeded anyone's wildest guess, and no one had thought that Jian Chen would win against a saint. Most importantly, he had defeated a saint while coming out almost unharmed. Even though the saint didn't use a saint weapon, this outcome was no less surprising nor predictable. At this moment, the arena was completely silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. There were over 200 people that were watching, but not a single person dared to make a sound. Big brother! A voice finally broke the spell of silence over the arena as the Ka De siblings sped over to where Ka De-yun lay on the floor. As if awakened, Everyone started to burst into noise, as if the seal of a pot had been broken. All around the arena, people were chattering away noisily with excitement and shock. Heavens, I'm not dreaming, an 8th layer student managed to beat a saint. This is an unprecedented event in the academy history. Is that Chongyang Xiangtian really at the 8th layer? Even a person at the peak of the 10th layer wouldn't necessarily be able to beat a saint who wasn't using his saint weapon. Chongyang Xiangtian's strength can't possibly be only at the 8th saint force layer. Who knows, he might have already condensed a saint weapon. Otherwise, how else would he be able to beat a student like Senior Ka Diyun, a saint? Perhaps Chongyang Xiangtian used some sort of despicable method to win. Jian Chen didn't bother to answer any of the comments and jumped down to where his older brother Chongyanghu was. Looking at his brother's expression of extreme shock, Jian Chen laughed, "Big brother, I didn't disappoint you. I've won." Chongyanghu became emotional after hearing that, and hugged Jian Chen with both arms. "Fourth brother, you're seriously amazing. You managed to beat Ka Diyun, a saint. Your big brother truly admires you," he said as he wrapped Jian Chen in a huge bear hug. Jian Chen let loose a happy smile from the affection, before he gradually disentangled himself from his brother's arms. "Big brother, there's too many people here to talk. Let's leave this place first." Chapter 24. Skill. Chongyanghu unconsciously turned around to look at the crowd before nodding his head. "All right, fourth brother, let's go to your room first. You definitely have to tell me how you beat Ka Diyun, and then later tonight, I'll grab a few friends to come and celebrate." Jian Chen smiled happily at his brother. "Big brother, I can teach you how I beat Ka Diyun, but let's forget about the celebration." "Fine, I'll listen to you. Come on, fourth brother, let's go back to your dorm, it's far too noisy here." Chongyanghu started to pull his younger brother back towards the direction of the dorms. "Chongyang Xiangtian." Before Jian Chen could take a step, a gentle and exquisite voice called out to him. Hearing the familiar voice, Jian Chen blanked out for a moment before turning around. Looking at the speaker, he recognized the figure of the running girl, particularly the pretty girl who had sat next to him in the library earlier. "Yes?" Jian Chen questioned, as he indifferently looked at the young girl, who was so beautiful that it would be easy to cause a city to fight over her. The girl's voice was like a gentle stream of water as she laughed joyously. Slowly extending her arm out to reveal a purse, she happily said, "Chongyang Xiangtian, you managed to win me 100 purple coins, I really have to thank you." Her voice was extraordinarily soft, and also very pleasant to listen to. It was almost as if she was a skylark singing on a peaceful day. Hearing this, Chongyanghu appeared to have suddenly realized something. He slapped his forehead in disbelief. I just remembered. I put down 100 purple coins, that was my entire savings and I didn't get it back. Fourth brother, you go on without me, your big brother has to get his money back." And with that, Chongyanghu vanished like the wind, back to where the crowd of gamblers were. Looking at Chongyanghu rush back for his money, Jian Chen couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, the girl slowly walked up to Jian Chen, studying his handsome features with her inquisitive eyes. "Hello. Chongyang Xiangtian, my name is Yu. May I ask you a question?" Jian Chen laughed and replied, "Miss Yu, if you have a question, you should go on ahead and ask, but I can't guarantee an answer." "No worries." Yu gently laughed before asking, "Chongyang Xiangtian, is your strength is really only of the 8th Saint Force layer?" Jian Chen hesitated for a moment before he nodded his head. "That's right, at the moment, I am currently in the 8th Saint Force layer, but I have a feeling I'll be making a breakthrough into the 9th layer soon." Yu was surprised after hearing his answer. With an astounded look, she exclaimed, "Chongyang Xiangtian, you mean you really haven't reached the saint level?" Her voice carried some doubt. Clearly, she didn't believe him entirely. Noticing the disbelief in her voice, Jian Chen furrowed his brows and spoke with some annoyance. Miss Yu, I seem to have answered your question. Even though she was a beautiful girl that could cause countless cities to fight for her, to Jian Chen, she was no different than the average girl. Yu immediately waved her hands in an apologetic motion as she laughed. I'm sorry, Chongyang Xiangtian, I'm just far too amazed. I hope you didn't take offense to what I said. Her voice trailed off as Chongyang came running back with a joyful face and a fat coin bag. When he arrived by Jian Chen's side, he was tossing the purse up and down his hand as he snickered, "Fourth brother, your big brother is very wise. In less than an hour, I've won 100 purple coins." 100 purple coins was by no means a small number to a commoner, and for those who only ate a simple amount of food in their lives, 100 purple coins could feed a family of 3 for the rest of their lives. Staring at the coin purse in his brother's hands, Jian Chen started to smile and said, "Miss Yu, if you have no other questions, then I'll be leaving first." Yu smiled back at him, "That's fine, I won't hold you up any longer. I haven't finished reading my book either, so I'll be returning to the library. Chongyang Xiangtian, I'll see you later." Soon after, Jian Chen brought his older brother back to his dorm and closed the door as they both walked in. Immediately, Chongyang impatiently asked, "Fourth brother, you've got to tell me what you did to beat Ka De-yun, and how strong you really are. It couldn't only be at the 8th Saint Force layer, you have to be a saint." As he spoke, Chongyang's face revealed an impatient, excited face as he waited for an answer. Jian Chen gently shook his head, "I'm not. Big brother, my actual strength should be not too far away from the 9th Saint Force layer. As for reaching the saint level, I believe I'm still quite far away from it." Chongyang looked at him with doubt. "Fourth brother, if you say you haven't reached the level of a saint, then how did you beat Ka De-yun?" Laughing, Jian Chen replied, "Haha, how did I beat Ka De-yun? Big brother, did you not see the match clearly?" Chongyang's head drooped down in embarrassment as he blushed. "That is, fourth brother, actually I wasn't able to see the match all that clearly. Could you please tell your older brother?" Although Chongyang had seen the match from start to finish, there were some things that could not be comprehended by eyesight alone. For example, Chongyang had not been able to comprehend what happened when Jian Chen struck at Ka De-yun with a punch that seemed to be as light as a feather, but still managed to significantly damage. Jian Chen sat on his bed, calmly looked at Chongyang and said, "Big brother, the only reason a student of the 8th layer like me was able to beat a saint like Ka De-yun was because I relied on a technique to win." A technique? Chongyang was still skeptical. He was no stranger when it came to techniques and skill, because in the academy, many of the teachers would often talk about their knowledge of their personal techniques. In a fight against equally matched experts, one would need to use extremely strong techniques in order to win, but such techniques weren't so easy to train in. Even if they did learn the techniques, only those with battle experience would be able to learn and perfect a technique to the point of being able to incorporate it into their fighting styles. What Chongyang really confused was that, not only was Jian Chen younger than him, but he has also only been at the academy for a few days now. Chongyang couldn't help but be shocked when he saw that Jian Chen had mastered such a technique. "Fourth brother, where did you learn a technique like that?" Chongyang asked curiously. Jian Chen shook his head sadly, "Big brother, I can't tell you that." Upon hearing that, Chongyang had a look of sorrow on his face. The next thing Jian Chen had said though, brought his spirits back up. "Big brother, if you are willing to learn a martial technique, I can teach you." "For real? That's great. Fourth brother, when can you get started on teaching me? How about now?" He was anxious to get started, and wanted to learn this amazing technique right away. Once he learned the technique, then it was even possible for him to challenge saints who had condensed their saint weapons with his current power. Jian Chen laughed, "Big brother, it would be better to start tomorrow. I'll be waiting for you in the eastern grotto outside the academy tomorrow morning. All right, fourth brother, it's a deal. I'll be at the grotto tomorrow morning, Jianghu promised. Although many of the academy teachers could help instruct one on learning a martial technique, he knew in his heart that fighting techniques were best taught by the previous generation in a clan. Techniques taught by the professors here would not be strong enough to overwhelm any of his opponents. Afterwards, the two brothers chatted for a while, until Jianghu finally left. Because Jian Chen had used up most of his saint force to fight against Ka De-yun, he was exhausted and slightly injured. Because of that, he decided to use the Class 3 Monster Core in order to recover his health. Little did he know that, the whole academy was already in an uproar about how Jian Chen had beaten Ka De-yun. There wasn't anyone in the academy who hadn't heard about it, and it shocked both students and teachers alike. Everyone thought this to be inconceivable, and an event of this scale was practically unprecedented in the entire history of the Kargath Academy. No one had ever heard of a saint, who had been strong enough to easily beat a person at the peak of the 10th layer be beaten by someone only at the 8th layer. Even if a saint did not use a saint weapon, he/she could still easily defeat someone of the 9th layer, let alone a freshman who was only at the 8th layer. The news of the fight between Jian Chen and Ka De-yun soon reached the ears of the headmaster. Within the middle of the central tower in Kargath Academy, the headmaster pondered about the situation while standing next to the open window. As his eyebrows knit together, he asked, "Bian, is what you say true? Yang Tian actually beat the Saint Ka De-yun while he was only at the 8th Saint Force layer." Even the headmaster couldn't believe it the first time, and his eyes twinkled in curiosity. The vice-headmaster, Bian, stood respectfully behind the headmaster. In response to the headmaster's words, Bian replied, "Headmaster, I've heard all of the students talk about it, but I'm not too sure of the exact details. But right now, this event has set the academy upside down. Practically every teacher knows that Yang Tian has beaten the higher-ranked Ka De-yun. Rumors have it though, that Ka De-yun didn't use his saint weapon, and fought barehanded against Jian Chen." The headmaster stroked his long white beard, in deep thought. Since the rumors spread this wide, it would appear that it is true. Haha, it seems that Qiubai has brought quite the complicated youngster. For a saint to be beaten by an 8th later student, how inconceivable. Even if the saint had recently broken through and didn't use his weapon, his strength should still be higher than one at the 10th layer. In all my years at Kargath Academy, I have never seen such a match where someone with a lower level won. Headmaster, what should we do about this situation? Sooner or later, the seniors of the school will search for the 8th layer student who beat a saint, and become an inconvenience for Yang Tian, said Bian with a respectful tone. The amount of respect Bian had for headmaster couldn't be measured, as it could even be considered as worship. The headmaster turned towards Bian and casually waved his hand, "Forget it, let them handle it by themselves. As long as they don't make a big deal out of it, we won't interfere. Besides, this should be a test for them. If they can't take everything thrown at them, then they won't mature into fine warriors." Chapter 25. Instructing Big Brother. In a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since the fight between Ka De-yun and Jian Chen had taken place. Pretty much everyone in Kargath Academy knew about Yang Tian now. You couldn't even walk a few steps without hearing his name. In the past 3 days, Jian Chen had spent every morning teaching his big brother martial techniques in the grottos. Other than that, he spent the rest of his time cultivating. The Class 3 Monster Core had drastically improved his cultivation rate. He wanted to hurry up and reach the 10th layer so that he could rush straight into the saint level. Jian Chen had been very curious on how condensing a saint weapon worked, but according to book explanations, once the saint weapon is condensed, it replaced one's saint force. From that moment on, the saint weapon would be the origin for one's power. While it remains in the body, it releases saint force, and when one summons it, the saint weapon becomes one's strongest weapon. With it, one's attack would be multiplied. A saint weapon was one's energy. If it were to break, then that person would lose all of their cultivation progress as well as receiving a fatal injury. If the break was fatal enough, then the practitioner would die. However, a saint weapon was extremely strong. It wouldn't break unless the opposing side was vastly stronger than them. The next morning, Jian Chen opened his eyes, signifying the completion of last night's cultivation. After 3 entire days of cultivation, the saint force inside Jian Chen had been strengthened, and he estimated that he was long since past the 9th layer. He would have to test his saint force to find out whether or not he became a 10th layer practitioner or a saint. Getting off his bed, Jian Chen got dressed quickly before heading out of his dorm. The sky was still dark, and majority of the students were still cultivating or sleeping. The sports field was relatively peaceful since there were no people in sight. Only in remote corners did Jian Chen see a few other early risers practicing. Passing the field, Jian Chen immediately headed towards the grotto. These past few days, Jian Chen was to spend some time every morning to teach his older brother some knowledge about the aspects of fighting. After all, in his previous world, Jian Chen was a wanderer and an expert for many years, so he had participated in countless battles. The amount of battle experience far surpassed that of the Kagarth Academy teachers. If actually compared, Jian Chen already had the qualifications to go teach the Kagarth Academy teachers. When Jian Chen arrived at the grotto, he discovered that his older brother Jianghu was already waiting there, and was currently sitting on a tree stump. He had an aimless expression, as he randomly swept his gaze around his surroundings in boredom. As soon as Jian Chen appeared, he immediately stood up in excitement, and jumped up from the tree stump. He happily said, "Fourth brother, you've finally arrived." Jian Chen smiled, "Big brother, why did you arrive so early?" "Hee, it's habit, just a habit." "Fourth brother, let's start now. I spent the whole day yesterday trying to make heads or tails of the utilization of power you mentioned yesterday morning, but I was still unable to understand it. Can you re-explain it in detail to your big brother, one more time?" Jianghu asked in a slightly embarrassed tone. "Of course I can." Jian Chen smiled, and replied, "Big brother, I'll tell you about that tomorrow morning. Today, I'll personally demonstrate it to you." Saying this, Jian Chen picked up a skinny stick next to his feet. "Big brother, watch closely." Saying this, Jian Chen took the branch and lightly waved it in the direction of a small tree, about the thickness of his wrist. When the branch approached the small tree, the skinny branch directly left his hand and silently pierced through the small tree, as if there were no obstacles at all. It seemed almost as if the small tree was originally only a mirage. As he watched this strange scene, Jianghu started to have major doubts. At that moment, a rustling sound was heard, as the small tree started to split in the middle, the top half crashing down. Jianghu opened his eyes wide and immediately ran towards the tree only to see the strangely smooth incision on it. It was almost as if a sharp sword had chopped the tree down. It was truly unimaginable, since this fine cut done by a light slash of a flimsy tree branch had been enough to chop through the small tree. Immediately, Jianghu's eyes switched over to the small tree branch in Jian Chen's hand. He ran on over and took it into his hands to look over, but not matter how much he looked at it, it seemed to be an average tree branch. As he brandished it softly, the tree branch merely swayed with his hand. Seeing this, Jianghu's doubt grew even more. He really did not understand how such a plain-looking tree branch could cut down a tree trunk the size of his wrist. He exerting some strength into his fingers, and the tree branch in his hand broke in half. "Fourth brother, how in the world did you do this? How can such a weak little tree branch cut down a small tree?" Jianghu asked, the doubt on his face could be clearly seen. Jian Chen laughed, "Big brother, this only requires saint force to accomplish it. Don't say it's because of the tree branch, even if it's a needle or a sewing thread, they both can cut through a tree branch with ease. Of course, my current strength isn't strong enough to do that." "What, a sewing needle and string can cut through a tree?" Fourth brother, do you have a fever or something? This can't be possible. Jianghu cried out in shock. He couldn't believe what Jian Chen had said at all, since he had never heard of such a thing since he was born. To him, this was an impossible feat. Jian Chen smiled from the start to finish of Jianghu's outburst. He had not expected him to react differently. But Jian Chen didn't bother to explain. When the day came where Jianghu's strength was strong enough, he would understand. Jian Chen picked up another tree branch from the ground and said, "Big brother, you're still wondering how I could use a tree branch to cut through a tree, right? Take another look, I'll demonstrate one more time." Jianghu went silent as he became entirely focused on the tree branch in Jian Chen's hand. He didn't dare to get distracted now, just in case he missed out on some details. Waving the tree branch in his hands, Jian Chen's eyes flashed once before the tree branch suddenly distorted in his hands, causing the bent parts of the tree branch to slowly straighten. In the way it had been warped, it was almost as if it had a life of its own, since it was moving in the same manner as a snake would. It slowly started to move around in midair. Those who saw the sight would only be able to describe it as weird. Jianghu's eyes grew wide from this strange display as he couldn't believe what he was seeing. With his eyes so wide, he looked as if he'd seen a ghost. He couldn't believe it at all. It was only a tree branch, and yet it had unexpectedly started to move around by itself. Jian Chen's eyes started to emit an amazing light as he cried, "Big brother, please watch carefully." Jian Chen grabbed onto the perfectly straight tree branch and walked forward with it towards another small tree nearby. His movements weren't fast at all. In actuality, they were very slow. Inching towards the tree, the moment his tree branch touched against the tree, it was as if the tree branch was being absorbed into the tree. Slowly, the tree branch went deeper and deeper into the tree trunk before it finally skewered itself through it. This act stunned Jianghu into silence as he focused onto the impaled tree trunk. His mouth dropped open so much that an egg could fit inside. His eyes were filled with an expression of disbelief. "Fourth brother, how did you do that?" Jianghu shivered in awe. Even his heart was violently pulsing as his eyes were still planted on the tree. With a faint smile, Jian Chen answered, "Big brother, it's actually not that hard to do this. As long as you harmonize your saint force with the tree branch, then even though it's just a normal tree branch, it will turn into a sharp weapon. If one's strength is strong enough, then the tree branch can cut as easily as an iron sword." To harmonize the saint force and the tree branch, Jianghu's eyebrows furrowed in concentration as he muttered. Immediately, he grabbed a tree branch on the floor and, following Jian Chen's instructions, he began to infuse the tree branch slowly with his saint force. Pang! At the very moment when his saint force made contact with the tree branch violently exploded and sent pieces of it flying throughout the air. "Big brother, your saint force is excessively fierce, so the frail tree branch wasn't able to bear it. Also, you're not proficient enough to control your saint force to a fine level yet. Remember, when you harmonize the saint force into the tree branch, you must make sure to transform the saint force into a soft type of energy, not a violent one," Jian Chen instructed. Hearing that, Jianghu became puzzled. "Fourth brother, how does one make their saint force become a soft type of energy?" Turning the saint force into a soft type of energy is merely just a different way of using it, that's all. Trying to explain this mystery anymore would be useless, since only you can understand yourself. Big brother, starting from today, whenever you have spare time, try to harmonize the tree branch with your saint force. This way, it'll also strengthen your saint force. In the future, if you can reach the level I showed you today, it'll bring you many good benefits when you cultivate. Jian Chen explained, almost as if he was a teacher instructing his students. However, Jian Chen knew that if Jianghu wanted to accomplish what he had just demonstrated, trying to make a frail tree branch strong enough to pierce through a small tree in such a small time, it would definitely not be accomplished in such a short amount of time. This required a high mastery of one's saint force, and without a sufficient amount of practice, Jianghu would definitely not be able to harmonize the two together. Having a wooden tree branch harden into a sharp weapon like an iron sword was not simple at all. Infusing an iron sword with saint force would be easier, for example, but while an iron sword could support a larger amount of saint force, a tree branch could not, and required a gentle control. Jianghu nodded, and after some contemplation, once again picked up the branch to try again. However, without exception, every single one of his attempts resulted in failure, not a single time did he succeed. He was completely unable to merge the spirit force into the tree branch. Every time his inner spirit force approached the tree branch, the branch would explode, unable to bear his overly fierce and intense spirit force. Jian Chen stood on a side and watched Jianghu practice, and at the same time, he continued to instruct his brother. They continued all the way until the sun had risen above them. Only then did Jian Chen leave the grotto, leaving Jianghu alone as he continued to try without stopping. Next to him, the ground already had a huge pile of broken tree branches. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiowave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.